Brian. Bitch made Brian.
Yourself, feminine vibe. EVS called you beta, ain't no need to hide. Just stop it, man, don't drag this out. All this drama's only making you doubt. You got a cool comic, yeah, I'll cop it soon. But your behavior won't stop me from dropping that tune. No fake reviews or petty tricks from me. Just do your thing, man, and let it be. This looks dope, can't you see the play? Every second you keep going, more slips away. Potential customers come, they ain't gonna stay. While you moralize against someone who won't sway. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian.
Man, I love that. I'm very honored to have had a meme unintentionally make it to Trashcast. Thanks, Mr. Yanafui, and his editing, his craftsmanship.
How did someone make that? I'm like,
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm
I don't know if you
overwhelmed
know.
by every single part of that.
I'm always finding little bits to it. Like it's funny because Brian's head's way bigger than like the body it's on. So that's already comical. But then like some of the dance moves, like he's already doing like a catwalk, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's like
every
a girl
layer,
model
every
that
layer
he
that's
layered.
blowing my mind. Like I don't know who any of these people are. I don't know what I just saw, and I don't know how someone made a music track like that. I would imagine very quickly.
I think he probably used a lot of AI. It's my guess, not to insult Mr. Unfree. I just think my guess is he's good at AI and then probably knows his own computer skill know-how for like splicing the faces or whatever.
Or
But
do you do your own thumbnails and stuff? Like, is that you doing your own AI? Because you're really good at it.
the AI, yeah, like this thumbnail is just a good prompt.
You'll just like I'll just be on Twitter and like Black Angus just drops like the funniest weird cow AI art I'm like, how did you make that? How does that, how many prompts did that take?
Oh, you're talking about like me when I'm like making myself like a Minotaur prophet.
Yeah, like
bishop.
how does that happen?
Oh yeah, it's a little bit of trial and error. Like I might go through 10 prompts of like fine tuning it. Problem is I use Bing, and Bing is real normie. So like for instance, they started closing shop early on funny things. Like they really closed the gap on how do you mean black people, anything that's not positive, you know. And so people get creative. I have not researched people's prompting to perfect my own to like trick the AI, but you know, Google tricked themselves by like making everything black people. People were like philosophers eating watermelon in handcuffs, and it's like black people, it's just slaves eating watermelon, you know, like they tricked the AI. I never dig into that stuff, like how to do it. I'm not gaming the AI. I'm not like John. Was it John Connor? Is that the
John
Sarah
Cougar
Connor's-
Mellencamp.
No, Terminator. Yeah.
Yeah, John Connor Mellencamp.
Shut up. But no, that video catching you up. So that's Brian Criscow. You may have heard of drama with him in comicsgate EVS.
I don't know anybody
as of recently, but it like brought him back to my mind because I've always wanted to back these comics. Six Gun Gorilla.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that comic.
I've always wanted to back them because I love gorillas, and it's like, wow, a Western gorilla with guns, that's fucking cool. What's that story? At worst, it'll just be like a dumb 90s, 80s like movie concept. At best, it'd be a good story with like a, you know, in the meth gator camp of like, let's take a wacky, silly name template animal thing and actually tell a story. And I'm only 2 issues in because I had like a mini fallout with Brian because of he did a stream that had veto on it, and he got really triggered. And
I did see you going over that one. Okay, I didn't realize that was the
yeah.
same
So that's
fella.
the white guy. That's Brian. And so me and Ricky got a kick out. Ricky got more of a kick out than me. And I kind of called him out on Twitter because he kept going back and forth with Vito. I'm like, Vito, even though he's like backhanding you and trolling you, he's actually still promoting your book to a bigger audience. Like, utilize the ally you have here. You know, he's not someone disingenuously trying to undercut you as an artist, despite your beefing. And so I'm just like, what? Why are you imploding, Brian? Like, I've known of you, have been interested in you. I'm still going to back your shit, but you're being a bitch. Like, you know, it's like, I'm not one of these people who's going to punish you. I don't need you to agree with me to be in my echo chamber for me to be interested in your product.
No,
that's unfortunately.
You're actually one of the more like good faith dudes. Like, you back so much stuff and you actually read stuff when you comment on it and review it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm way behind. I have fuck tons of like probably years worth of just getting pulls at the comic shop that I'm behind. I'm a very poor reader. Like, actually, I have astigmatism and ADHD, so it's hard for me to focus. So that's my problem. That's why I haven't reviewed Godfoe. I haven't read the Biofile yet. We'll talk about that. I haven't read it. I've been thinking about it. Trying to do one task at a time.
You got that stigmata. You can't read.
Yeah, but no, legitimately, Six Gun Gorilla.
Yeah,
I hit the first couple issues I've read.
Art looks great.
Back to volume 2, and the new art for the new volume is going to have Preston Acevedo interiors. So I'm very intrigued with that because the interiors for the first couple was like, that's indie comic. It's serviceable. It's pretty good, honestly, for a indie. I'm not a big stickler on art technicalities, but I kind of don't like how some of like the lining is for the squares for the panels. Kind of annoys me off and on sometimes. But yeah, I'm not knowing Brian's history with comics, if this is, I think, his first book or not straight, or what experience he has beforehand. I think it's a really good outing. Got a lot of good reviews from a variety of writers. So again, I highly suggest it. I talked about it last week. Showed his campaign. I'm going to show this thing I was talking about off screen with Dan, and then we'll chat with him and talk about his campaign. Then we'll get into some EVS YAIRA trash casting, catching up on some trash cast. Finally, he did a story review of YAIRA.
You got Rookie coming on?
He might, because it's late. I'm working overnight this month, so I'll be gone for a while into the night. That's why I started late. But yeah, let me show you. That's what I was talking about. Tubby the Tuba. I'm a big Tubby the Tuba fan. Grew up on this for years. Ended up finding like this collection of this guy's animation. And so once in a while, it's always in my mind, this frog bit here. I think it's right here.
And looked at himself in the water. Bug up, lovely evening, bug up, bug up. I said, lovely evening, clunk, 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 clunk. I said, beautiful evening. Hello, bug up, hello, bug up, hello.
That right there, it was in my head where it's like, hello, bug up, hello, bug up, hello.
That looks like some Canadian public broadcast shit, man.
Oh, there's a crazy one I love. I mean, I guess it's racist today, but I never thought about it when I was a kid. Because, like, if anything, like, what's racist today was like, well, that was like very daring and adventurous back then. Like, honestly, you think about like, especially the way we perceive anything before like 1980, you know, where it was just everything's the Klan to everybody, and the way we encapsulate history now. It's honestly like, wow, yeah, white people control everything. They hate every color, but then here's like this claymation, a lot of effort cartoon, full of various tribes. Yeah, they're presented strange, and you know, there's kind of this xenophobia, if you will, of like, oh, they're like inferior, like tribe, you know, undressed people, whatever. But the fact of showcasing them, I think, in itself is like progressive for its time. You know, like, I don't know. It's hard.
Does anyone really care if they're called racist anymore?
Oh, I don't. I embrace it. Yeah, I am racist. No, I'm not anti-Semitic. I have no problem with the Gazans.
Angus is like, I hate racing.
Yeah, no, that is kind of, yeah, legitimate. Kind of do hate NASCAR and stuff. That's funny. But yeah, I caught up because I saw I sent you links. I saw you were I thought you were going to live stream. I don't know if it was live stream, but you did a video. I listened to most of it, and I really liked it. I disagreed with some of it, some angle of it, but
Well, it wouldn't be fun if you agreed.
I really appreciate it. It was
thank you.
It was about the Acolyte.
Mhm.
Did you watch the whole show?
I watched as much as I could of like the whole show, which means like the parts that were so awful, I was just like, okay, just like toned out. But I mean, I liked Ahsoka, and I did the same thing with that show because there's so many chunks of that show that you could just fast forward through on second watching. You know, you're like there's a lot of staring, a lot of standing around.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that. Honestly, it's not a bad plot. I think it's a very poorly executed show of an interesting plot. I'm someone that, like, if I'm basically a Lucas purist with Star Wars, it's only recently I've had any real kind of hit back at him being from the purist perspective. And that's like, yeah, no, Lucas really fucked up Jango Fett, like the delivery. He was really scatterbrained with that. I think having Boba be a clone, like, it's totally fine. It's kind of like a narcissism, like Loki in the Loki show, with he's in love with himself. You know, there's some element there, I guess, with this bounty hunter. So I like that. And I just wanted to unhindered, like, in his image. That's interesting, you know, because he's not a Force user, so that's kind of cool to see someone pride themselves and they're not really special in a magic way. So there's a depth there to play with that isn't explored much. But I think he really missed the mark of, like, hammering home Obi-Wan versus Jango. And so I'm totally fine with Jango. It's like, oh, I got paid like 1,000,000 credits. I paid her like 50,000. So she, like, gives me a layer. If anyone catches her, I already scoped them out and assessed them for future confrontation. That's smart, you know, giving yourself padding. But having Mace Windu with no personal connection be like the killing blow, and, you know, a possible incentive in the future for Boba Fett against the Jedi, real big miss. So, like, that's about it. That's basically my only complaint with the prequels.
I would agree with that. I enjoy the prequels a lot, but Attack of the Clones is definitely the weakest Star Wars movie because there's only 6 Star Wars movies.
No, honestly, on rewatch, I'm like, fuck, man, like, they're all good, but I kind of like Attack of the Clones even better than Revenge of the Sith in some ways. It is the most weighty film. It's the most important film canonically, with most layers and stuff, story built. But yeah, and I see Tina Bojan. What's up? We're gonna be talking all sorts of stuff while I got Dan here. But no, like you were talking, I haven't verified, but I'll take your word at it. I've heard this a lot, that Lucas said, like, the Jedi are good and the Sith are bad, but, like, he opened a can of worms doing this, like, Taoist balance idea.
Yeah.
He opened the door, but then he puts in this, like, Christian Tolkien good evil box that undercuts the whole value of what Star Wars could be. And that annoys me, because I'm like, no. I think there should be this idea of, like, a balance, that it's not good or bad. Light and dark do not equal good and bad. That's the delivery of the series, though.
Yeah.
I think that's a fatal flaw, and I appreciate Acolyte trying to bridge that gap, addressing that. And plot wise, here's the thing, and me and Rookie had some fights about this, but I'm like, yeah, regardless about whether the giant cosmic argument of Sith and Jedi, these Jedi deserve led to the dome because they broke and entered a home without cause, and then try to hide behind children's safety. Think of the children. They have nothing to go on. The lesbian space witches were completely justified. Like he's like, oh well, like they like mind raped that one kid. I'm like, yeah, he's a home invader. They could just kill him justifiably. I think mind rape's a little like beneath killing. He kind of earned it. I think it's within their purview to like torture him. What do you think of that? Because ultimately they home invaded these people without cause. So I think they got what they fucking deserved.
I think my problem, a lot of the Acolyte, is that it's exactly what you just said. Though, is everything is built to be stacked against the Jedi to show them as terrible, and so much of what they do goes against the Jedi code, and so much like they don't feel like Jedi. That's the point I'm trying to make. Is that it's the hard and fast rules that Lucas set in motion. Like if you adhere to them, you can't. The Jedi aren't evil for their actions. So what the Acolyte did was like there's like the most incompetent, bumbling, fearful, and arrogant Jedi I've ever seen.
Oh
and like Soul is like kind of like great. I mean, great actor, the Squid Games guy.
yeah.
But he's
he
kind
did
of
fucking good.
he's longing for like an apprentice and like all this. I was like, man, you wouldn't make it to master if you had that problem. And I forgot his name. I don't remember any of their names. That's the problem. Is there's like the apprentice that was with the younger Jedi that was with like the bald green woman with the whip, and he's like there's no way, like if Anakin Skywalker, they sent so much fear in him, like even as a kid he wasn't that bad. How did these people make it through the night training? Like how did they make it as Padawans?
I thought that I'm like there's a lot of weird contrivances, like Trinity as a Jedi. She felt like a total con job as a character. Like I was waiting for her to turn and be like in with the Sith, or that like the green bald chick who's the wife of Leslie Headland would be like an evil traitor. That black guy senator with no power just like completely nailed the Jedi from a certain point of view about like their hubris and they think they have control. I really like the idea of like religious factions, and this is basically the Catholic Church snuffing out heresy when it's like, who are you to like claim ownership of the Force and its interpretations? Like clearly with the prequels, the flaws of the Jedi, I know you're like harping on that flimsy argument, and I get your point, but yeah, they definitely have a flawed perspective, and that like you see in the original trilogy, if you're taking the whole trilogy saga of like they got stuff wrong, and like Luke's a through line of like riding the ship with dogma, with heartless Pharisee like dogma.
That's the good argument people don't make, and the reason they don't is because it would still have a moral standard, and that's the best argument against, quote unquote, against the Jedi, is Luke saving Vader when everyone said it couldn't be done. It was love of his father and love of the son and the attachment there that did it. And Luke does kind of break into some kind of Jedi beyond the Jedi idea there. But again, like I'm with you. Like I love Lucas. I'm more of a Lucas purist myself, but he does kind of send mixed messages, because like when Luke throws his saber away, he says, "I'm a Jedi like my father before me," and that's a contradiction in the Jedi code. That sentence is for a Jedi to say, "I'm a Jedi like my father before me," because the Jedi don't reproduce. And it works from a archetypal.
I never even thought about the celibacy part of that quote. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
all these years, I've been Catholic. I've adored priests for like the sacrifice, and I never really connected that part. Wow, fuck you.
But the Acolyte, here's the thing, is like if you're gonna raise these concerns about the Jedi and dogma, don't make the Sith Lord appear out of nowhere and kill like 5 children in the dark, and talk about he just wants to be free to use his power and all this kind of stuff. It's like, why they tried so hard, I think, to like make the quote unquote bad guys like sympathetic, but then they didn't. And
yeah, they did a weird moral relativism that's so flaky. It's not even like, if you want to do that, you got to go with like the Thanos route or Joker or Shigur.
The Last Jedi did the same thing. It won't pick a lane. Like there's no balls to it. Make it at least say something loud and proud and dumb. I've done it before. I don't mind being wrong. At least
Yeah.
say it loudly with your chest, you know?
Yeah, I do appreciate this show because it felt like it, even though it's definitely weighed down with like the weirdo, I cried at the feminist message of Frozen, you know, Leslie
Yeah.
Headland. I am not going to bludgeon her with the Harvey Weinstein thing. Look at all the
Yeah.
people that were fucking silent in Hollywood or that were making open secret jokes for
Yeah.
years. And so don't be bludgeoning a woman for being fucking weak spined about possibly knowing anything about that guy. I hate that Geeks and Gamers bullshit.
I don't like guilt
Harvey
by
Weinstein
association.
assistant Leslie Headland.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you.
I don't like guilt by association. Like, I know people who I don't agree with on political or religious or moral terms or whatever, and I don't want them to be judged by my beliefs as well. So I try not to do guilt by association.
Yeah. There is a daring here. And I love that the OSHA turning bad. That was a good twist. It was just like so lame in delivery. The villain was lame. A crappy face mask. It was like a shitty Joker Spirit Halloween Kylo Ren. It could have been cool. Everything was just obvious in its coming. Trinity was like the holdover. You're waiting for her to be evil. And it's like, no, she's just like retarded or something. I don't know. Oh, you don't draw your weapon, or I have to kill you without a weapon, and then I'm instantly throwing knives at you, and it's like, what is this? At least they didn't do Ahsoka and stab people and then they live. Like,
yeah, and I don't care about Sabine. I've tried. If she was just a Mandalorian, I would care about her. They tried to train her into a Jedi. I don't care, and then they stabbed her, and I'm like, she couldn't have got a cut across the back like Finn, a cut across the stomach, and we talked about this briefly. I don't want to go off too much on it, but I mean, I loved Balin and Shin. I thought they were wonderful, wonderful characters.
Shin didn't have anything for me. Balin, great. I was gonna call him Grey. And he's dead, so I'm like, he can't do anything. Don't disrespect Ray Stevens' his last performance, but they probably will. But fuck, that was the one thing they had.
Shin did it for me just for having the blonde girl crazy as.
Oh, so you just had a purely carnal attraction for the
I'll openly admit that.
No, that's cool. Like, I always say the brilliance of HBO shows when they take like Game of Thrones is they hook you in with the carnal. Same with superheroes. Superheroes have a very basic carnal desire appeal, and then they subvert you, they trick you with messages.
Oh, now I'm getting morals.
Yeah. Or you're getting political theory of like, you know, this like Alexander Cleopatra hybrid of Dany, and then the noble king attempts of Jon Snow, and the pragmatism of Tywin, the ingenuity of Tyrion, being an unlikely hero, Bran, even though they fucked him up at the end. A lot of interesting political theory stuff.
If we want to, I will love to talk about Game of Thrones with you one day for like 6 hours. What was his name? I'm sorry, I forgot his name. The guy the Greyjoy that became a eunuch.
Oh man, dude, I hated Theon, and then I rewatched the show, and I'm like, fuck, man, he's got such a good story.
He should have been the one that killed the Night King. That would have been the ultimate coming together of his arc. He could have been the prince that was promised and killed the Night King. He restores like his connection back to the Starks. He saves and he dies a hero. I would have loved that much better than Arya.
Yeah, I think he had a good arc. I think him going out knowing like I'm dead, but you know, just the spirit of it, that was good going out for him. I'm fine with it. I think they did him fine. Besides, is way too like wimpy for a while, but that goes with like, well, you had your dick cut off into the world based on males having progeny, so it makes a lot of sense. It's just like it's hard to watch seasons deep of like a guy just beaten down, you know, like when is this going to stop? Just kill him finally. Come on, like this is awful. Let me just the chat really quick. What's up, Katie? I'll send you a link if you want to join. I don't know if you're going to stay up late. I know you've talked with Katie, right, Dan? You've been on a show with Frog Tony, maybe?
So. I know I've talked to Frog Tony before. He was a nice guy.
I didn't know if she was on that stream with you. Slevin Kolevra. I always get tripped up on your name. It says attack is slowest for sure. Yeah, but it's so good. So much detail. I love Dexter Jester. I don't know why people complain about him. He's a fine little, nugget character. What's up, Karen? Got to play a Karen clip. Where'd it go? It's at the fucking top. So many clips because of Rookie.
This stupid. This stupid.
I love you, Karen. She's saying hi to everyone. We got Keely Chow in the hizzy.
I didn't know Freedom Tunes was still around.
Oh man, I got a video play next beef that they did of Kamala, and it's so hilarious. What's going on, Keely? Don't know if Tina probably just popped in and say hi. Help the algorithm for a second. Appreciate it. Yeah, and Aaron, go sub to Godfo. I'll put his link in the chat for you.
Oh, thank you. Buy my book.
Yeah. Anxion, it's been a while. What's up, man? Thank you for shouting me and Dan out. Appreciate it. Anyway, we're talking about Game of Thrones, Star Wars.
I'll talk about anything with you, Angus. You're fun.
I started listening to Curtis Yarvin guy. I'm not impressed.
Oh yeah, Old Bug. Yep. He's his book, his first writings are, at least I think, if people who are into that kind of like right theory, he kind of pioneered that for like the past 20 years. But I'm with you. Like I'm not into it, but it is an interesting thing to know where, like, especially like terms like the cathedral came from that people use and stuff. Like he pioneered that. He coined that term. But I mean, I can send you the book if you want to read the book whenever I'm done with it. I'll just ship it to you if you want to check that out.
Oh wow. Possibly. I just got so much backlog. I'm trying to read. I don't know if you ever watched this. You've probably heard it referenced a lot with political discourse as a late Roe v. Wade and stuff. Handmaid's Tale.
Oh yeah.
I went to the library. I go to the library a lot. In the graphic
How? It's a banned book, Angus. How did you get it?
It's really shocking. It's a banned book, honestly.
Second and Charles told me it was a banned book.
It
Books
is-
a Million told me it was a banned.
It is a banned book. I've read up on some of these people trying to cancel, but in like southern schools, Texas, the Bible Belt,
Oh, yeah, I
classic
can see
states,
that.
trying to, like, it's pornographic. It's like, like kids, teenagers start having sex. They start getting purity and boners and interests. It's this weird, like, puritanical save the children. It's like you're going to cause more teen pregnancy like we had in the past. Teen pregnancy is kind of like a dead topic now. Remember when I was in school, it was a big thing they were fighting. Now it's like no one has sex. Everyone's playing games and Twitter and Twitch.
There's a lot more losers now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Yeah. Yeah, if anything, we need more teen pregnancy to make up for the population decline.
That's gonna get clipped.
Whatever. It's a weird angle that they take, honestly, of like just hide reality and just pray for the best and then deal with the consequences because you didn't prepare at all. Versus like the intrigue might get them talking and be more open. But yeah, it was all based on a joke because I knew tangentially in the sphere of like Handmaid's Tale being a libtard talking point. Remember a video of like Ben Shapiro like, oh my god, fucking Handmaid's Tale, like read another book. And I'm just thinking, I wrote it off in my head and I saw it graphic novel in the library. I'm like, I gotta read this. I start reading it and I'm like instantly laughing at this like catastrophizing female fantasy. But then I read into Margaret Atwood. She's like, none of what I put in this book is fake, in the sense that it has happened somewhere in society or is happening currently to women. I just amalgamated all this into a hyper dystopia. And man, the show is so fucking good. I cannot wait for next year. I'm getting Rookie to watch it. We're interlooping Better Call Saul and Handmaid's Tale back and forth now. We're going through both shows. I love Handmaid's Tale. There's a couple obvious like angles of direct feminism, but I appreciate the writer never really buys into modern feminism points. He's like, I just made this fantasy dystopia, and it opens conversation. I think it's a great universe. The show expands in ways that the book doesn't have brilliantly. I'm really just shocked by the depths they've went with the show. And even though there's definitely a like Trump's America sentiment with it, it's got a real point, given that like it's kind of ultimately critical of Islam, the Islamic world, and its more shithole countries, if you will.
That's what I think people miss, because she did base it on factual events, but I think she did it from like Islamic takeovers of countries in like the 70s. Like,
Yeah, it came out in like 85, so it's an
Yeah.
amalgamation of like Reagan moral America and Islamic takeovers like Iran and stuff. But yeah, it's all based on like history or current events. Just it's shot up at steroids, you know. And it's very interesting because technically it's a sci-fi. I count it as a sci-fi because the whole thing, if you don't know, is population decline. We have birth rates plummet to 20% around the globe. And Gilead, this wacko extremist Christian thing, they're very Old Testament puritanical. They take this story that I may have read, but I skimmed it reading Rachel and Bila, and this idea of like a woman surrogate spiritual bearing children for you.
Abraham's wife Sarah did that as well. I think that was like a normal thing back then.
Well, no, yeah, it makes sense given that with the brothers, if you died, your brother would take your wife and the children would be yours. There's the story of Onan's seed. So there's like a spiritual precedent for this idea of surrogacy on behalf of someone else with children. And so it's kind of interesting to see. And I mean, it's very cruel. There's like a Spartan element of making a caste system of women versus like the men in Sparta. That's very interesting because we usually never really put women in castes besides who they're attached to. So there's just a lot of interesting details, amalgamation of like sociology and stuff, and political theory, religious zealotry. And then the show, minimally as much as possible, they do lean into like, well, we're the only country helping the population crisis. Mexico sent an ambassador here to try to trade for women because they haven't had children in 6 years. So
did they forget how sex works?
Well, they don't explain like what it is exactly. They just say it's like an amalgamation of pollution and birth control, which birth control is in the water, causing sterility among everyone. It's affecting men and sperm count.
Is that what Toxicity by System of a Down was about?
Possibly. But I really appreciate the show. It's such an interesting concept that unfortunately, because of political climate and the way fans will bring it into political discourse, it'll get written off by so many people. But it really is a show worth watching. It's just a great acting show, great premise. It's a great like theoretical problem show of like, you know, sure, you can be like, oh, this is, you know, extremist conservative Christians' wet dream, controlling women, but then you see a harmony in the society. But then it's kind of like they try to make this like Trump's America angle, but it's like, no, this is what like hyper communism would be if you apply it to like sex specifically. I think the sex crisis of like children would really ramp people up to kind of buy into this, like, hey, they have a plan. It's cruel. It's going to suck for the handmaids that are fertile. We're robbing them of their agency. We're raping them, but we're fixing the problem, you know? And I think if you like genetically cleansed the sterility through birthing through fertile women, you would end up over time probably equating and getting back to normal genetically.
Yeah, I'm sure you can map out the genetics, like a lineage pretty quickly. I mean, each woman's got like what, hundreds of eggs from birth.
Yeah.
Like they don't believe in like artificial insemination, I guess, in Gilead.
Right. So that's the thing, because they're Christian, and so like, I grew up Catholic, so they're against artificial insemination.
Really?
Theology of the body.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like, you know, human life is sacred. So when you're making it a sterile laboratory procedure, you're removing like the miracle that God, you know, imbues in the act of childbearing.
All right.
So they don't really address that aspect, but it makes sense theologically why you would be like, well, no, we can't just inseminate people. That's immoral, you know? So But then you have the immorality of like, well, you're raping with it, because like they kind of sell
Yeah.
it, like they sell it like there is like a school. It's really interesting because there's a school that they send all these women to for you don't know how long, maybe months of like conditioning them, training them. So they're cattle basically. But there's obviously some of these women that buy into this religious, political theonomy, I think they call it.
Oh, like a theological economy.
Yeah, and so there's women that are handmaids that are willing and like, yes, we're doing God's work. So it's not just people that have been, and this is like first generation. So you got women that were from the time before, what they call it. And there's so many elements that like, okay, here's the template, but will they address this? And it's like, oh, and then they do have people getting assigned marriages, and so they're young people, so they are trying to get them to have sex, to have children, and then if they over time prove to be barren, then they'll assign them a handmaid. Now the thing is, they never attribute sterility to men; it's all women's fault. So there's that element of like the theonomy.
So is Gilead just modern day India?
I don't know about any of that comparison. I know they do have some, sociological problems with ganging up on women, especially.
You got a lot of people
women.
though, so
yeah.
There's no sterility there.
Couldn't really address that with any knowledge, but I'm flabbergasted. I think it's really something you should watch. If you have Hulu, you should check it out. Catch up next year. The season comes out. I'm not sure when.
I'll add it to my list.
I'm excited because I was telling Rookie and we started watching. He's like, I was expecting this to be like Rogue One, like I Rebel, type of show. And it's like, oh no, she is no Mary Sue. And if anything, the main character we're following, I'm still waiting to see how it pans out, but they definitely address like, yeah, she's a long time abused victim, but then she kind of becomes a victimizer in various ways, both like with her husband when they reunite, and then with like manipulating people for her own like agenda and stuff. So it's like it may have a feminist bent, but it's even-handed more so than you would ever expect from like a feminist film or show. Yeah. So yeah, it's not something to write off. It's got depth to it. It addresses the idea of like, yeah, women can be abusers too, but yeah, you're definitely never going to place it the same as like women getting impregnated. Like women take the cake with that, with the victimhood potential, like because they bear the children. So you're always going to have more sympathy for their plight versus a man getting taken advantage of.
Yeah, I saw American History X. It wasn't that bad.
Well, I don't know if you watched The Boys, but
yeah, I watched The Boys.
You see the newest season?
Yeah, it sucks. It's not great, but it sounds funny. Like my favorite are usually the villains. We hadn't had a good villain like for season 2. I thought Stormfront was a great villain, and then 3, I thought Soldier Boy was a great villain, and then 4, we don't have anybody.
I got Homelander, and I love. What's funny about Homelander is that they're going to tell a different story. He is not going to be. They're not doing the clone thing. I think the reveal of Black Noir show. And I knew, I'm like, well, they're writing a new story, so it's a new timeline. This is cool because you expect this with Marvel because they have all these iterations, but for The Boys or Invincible, there's one story. So to shift things drastically is like, okay, I don't know where this is going. What's funny is they're obviously way more leaning into just attacking the right and Trump, especially through Homelander and his following. But they kind of egg themselves by doing that because they layer him so much depth of like, is he really, how much agency does he have in his villainy given his rearing? Like, what else would he do? And then there's like this Nietzschean idea of like power, Midas power, and his like kind of divine providence where it's like, I am a superior being. Why would I listen to anybody? Like, I think about that when I think of Superman. Like, why are you going along with all this? Like, like if you think of like Spider-Man, the objectivist idea of Spider-Man, he has to act because he has the elevated power. It's implicit, his responsibility. If you're Superman, you're a fucking god. Why would you ever just allow politics to dictate people's lives if you feel responsible to save people?
Well, and that's what BVS was about. the world trying to control a man that's literally just trying to do the right thing that everybody agrees is the right thing.
Yeah, I think the best Superman is Red Sun.
The
From
communist
my
Superman.
knowledge. Yeah, I know he's communist, and he ends up killing Stalin, and there is like a cruel aspect to his regime.
Well,
that he's
Stalin had it
part of.
coming, so.
But yeah, like him, besides America, as like his ideological opponent that he wants to turn from their own hubris.
Mhm.
As an example, him like being this initiative to like, this is how things should be, and I'm going to make it so. There's no choice. This is the right way.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense to me, honestly.
Well, if we want to argue that in good faith, what makes the one thing that would make that Nietzschean idea correct is if there were a Superman. And that's what Red Sun. I mean, Red Sun was a good story, and it rode the fence a little bit in the right way on that story. But it made communism work because Superman is the Superman, and he solved scarcity. The Superman doesn't exist, which is why all that falls away. But when you have a guy that can solve scarcity, you can have anything,
Yeah.
And he can be everywhere at once. You can do anything with.
Yeah, it's like him or like okay, here's the thing. It's like I think you either get a Red Sun, a Homelander, a BVS in some sense, I think way more aggressive in his actions though, to force the right answers, if you will. Or you get a Dr. Manhattan. It's like,
yeah,
I'm so supreme. This is all beneath me.
Well, now we're getting into, and I'm fine with that, a noble monarchy or a Caesar figure, which that makes sense. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, if we want to get into that, that's fine. I can understand the idea of people getting tired of, things being awful, and they're like, hey, this one guy can solve the problem. It's usually that when that one guy solves the problem, he ends up killing millions of people or his own personal opponents, and then he lets the empire crumble, But I don't know. I mean, if you want to get into that, we can. I'd love to, but I didn't want to take over your show with a 1 hour thing.
Well, no, we can put a pin in that if it feels like way too much for you to take on tonight, which is fine. No, I'm definitely interested to hear like what knowledge you have on that idea philosophically in the future.
Sure.
But no, I really hate when people write off like Brian Cox, guy who played Agamemnon. He's had a comment recently about like, oh, like superhero films are just like destroying cinema. He's going with the Scorsese idea.
Oh, he's old.
Yeah, and it's like, well, you were in Succession, and that's like a huge critical hit. Everyone loved it. Apparently, I tried to watch like an episode. And I'm like, this is like shameless. I kind of hate everyone in the show. It
looked cringe, to be honest.
Why so?
It seemed over dramatic, melodramatic. It had hushed whispers and girl vocal fry. Whenever I see a man talking in a hushed whisper on a trailer and a girl with a vocal fry, that makes me think that it's probably going to suck. If I'm being honest.
That's a detail I've never analyzed.
If you watch movies that women watch that scare them, there's always a woman talking with a vocal fry. And it's always.
Can you show an example of a vocal fry? I don't.
Like that. It's usually a short brunette with large eyes, talking like that.
Huh. Okay.
You will notice it now. Trust me.
Yeah, it would probably stick in my head. I'm like, fuck you.
You'll notice it when you watch like a bad show or a bad movie, especially when like. Especially if it's a situation where the guy is trying to understand the woman where she's coming from, and he's not assertive, and he's just there, and they're doing her plot and trying to understand her, she will have a vocal fry.
That's gonna say me because me and Rookie always have SpongeBob memes in mind.
Yeah,
and they'll just randomly pop up in conversation, and so that's gonna make me think of. I said assertive, not insertive.
Oh, and the girl will probably have too long sleeves. Her sleeves will probably be up to here.
Huh.
while she's talking. I'm telling you, man, it's a trope. It's
Maybe she has like one of those thumb holes too.
She might have a thumb hole, but I guarantee you it's long sleeve. It's one of those tropes, kind of like the supportive boyfriend where he's always making pasta. Like in movies and shows, there's always like a supportive boyfriend that's got a towel over his shoulder.
Oh,
and he's the
no.
one. You see what I'm saying? Yes.
I don't. Nothing's coming to mind,
Yeah.
but
It's there, isn't it? Like
I've seen that. Probably one of the worst movies I ever saw was Because I Said So. I think it's got like Diane Lane and Mandy Moore when she was a thing, which is before my time, like of awareness. It's like 2005 fucking rom-com, but it's like the reviews are horrible for it. It's got a horrible rating. I was stuck having to watch it with someone, and I just couldn't help but be cynical. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's like, if this was if the genders were reversed, you would be disgusted by this because it's about a guy juggling two women. But this movie's about a girl juggling two guys, and she's fucking both of them. It's like, I don't know which one I want. Like, this guy's really good at this. It's kind of like This Means War, but just straight gay. Like, at least This Means War is like two CIA guys being badass, trying to one up each other, and they're both smashing Reese Witherspoon. So they're both cucking each other, but it's like there's a bravado appeal to it, you know. Even though it's like, I'm watching a cuck movie. God damn it! Like,
did Reese Witherspoon complain about being in it later?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's Chris Pine and Tom Hardy chasing her, so I mean, she's in good company, you know.
Like powerful Tom Hardy or like confused Tom Hardy?
Maybe both. It's been a while since I've seen it, but that's I remember that's the plot is like CIA guys, and then they're like, man, I got this girl, and then they find like, wait a minute, like Spider-Man meme, where it's like, wait, you're me? Oh man. So now they're trying to like, well, instead of like, oh, well, she's yours, what are they like? Oh, best man wins. And so it's like a competition. They both know they're scoring through, and they're trying to escalate the like dates and the action with the girl. And so it's kind of funny, but it's like, I hate cuckoldry. Like that's like my prime religious. If I had a religious belief, it's anti-cuck. Yeah. And it like for real, like if you're a stepfather, I know like Joseph is an acclaimed figure in mythology and religion, whatever. He's the stepdad of Jesus. He's a patron saint of stepfathers. It's great stuff, sure. But he's a cuck. He's cucked by God, and he's literally tricked by an angel to go along with it. Like he's gonna, I'll just divorce her in quiet, you know, not shame her. No, Joseph, here, no, you gotta be a cuck. You got to. It's all great. Like, and I'm like, once I get that realization, it's like, oh man, this is awful. You know, like Zeus, it's just really weird because Zeus is always cucking like douchebags.
Like goats.
Well, I get he's coming in and out. Yeah, it's weird, but yeah, he's always like cucking like douchebags.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh yeah, Zeus is cool. Like he's a horny guy, but like those guys deserve it, you know. And the lady got a way better deal. Versus like the God story is like, this is cuckoldry, and it's like his plan is cucking someone. It's like, why? You could have just picked a different time where it wouldn't shame women. Like now would be great. Single motherhood. Oh, there's Jesus with a single mom. Who cares? Like it's really weird, arbitrary story to me, you know.
Did you go down the Nephilim reversal hole? You know what I'm talking about?
Genesis, the giants from the Nephilim.
Yeah. The theory behind the the Immaculate Conception is that not only was that the plan from the beginning, but it's also a reversal of what the Nephilim did whenever they like impregnated the women of Earth and made like demonic monsters.
Huh.
There's a whole thing with that.
That's interesting. I guess, you know, folklore, mythology, religion.
Yeah.
It's interesting piecing it together and reversals of, you know, it's like, oh, let's reverse the Uruk-hai and sleep with their women. Like, okay. Like if you're trying to like compare it to fiction, you know, concept, like, okay.
I keep apologizing to you for you growing up Catholic. I didn't. I'm like, Angus, I'm so sorry because you've dropped like 4 or 5 things. Man, like I had no idea he was the patron saint of stepfather. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. Well,
I know some Catholics that are happy, but my God,
with Catholicism, it's like people know of like saints and it's idolatry. It's like Moses is a saint. Like all the great people in the Bible,
I didn't know that.
they're all we don't call him Saint Moses, but because
Yeah.
he's already got like its title just Moses, but he ultimately is a saint himself. All these prophets of the Bible, they're all saints ultimately. It's just like kind of like there's like the Bible characters, and for some reason they only really call the New Testament people saints.
Yeah.
But then it's kind of like after the Bible where you get saints after like no direct Jesus like dogma stories. I don't know where the division comes from, why they don't just retroactively call everyone Saint Noah, Saint Moses, Saint Abraham.
Well, I mean, and Paul did. I think he called. I think it probably came from Paul, because I know he called them like the Assembly of the Saints. I think that's what he called the church. But I don't know. I don't know Catholic theology. I don't know Orthodox theology either. Orthodox. I didn't know Orthodox was a thing until like 2 years ago, whenever it got really big on YouTube. And I was like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, I went to. So I'm from Oklahoma, and there's a small town outside of like a mid-sized town, and they had, I guess, an old Italian mining community.
They've mined Italians.
No,
That's where Italians come from.
Well, strangely, probably because of railroads is my guess, that this settlement became a thing that was like ethnically just kind of Italian pocket in Oklahoma.
All right.
Which I mean, there's a lot of, I guess, Irish tie to Chicago in Oklahoma where I'm from because of the railroad is my guess, and cattle trade. That's my assumption.
There's a lot of Irish down here in the South.
Piecing together. Well, I mean, you're in Carolina?
Yeah.
You see, that makes sense because Georgia was like the inroad for the indentured servants of England, so it makes sense that there'd probably be a Irish gateway, and also them trying to all right, we come to New York, immigrate,
ship them to the South to fight the war.
The war. That's another thing. Yeah, the war. You're taking advantage of the minority Irish, get rid of them with the more affluent whites, and then it's just because of the Catholic Protestant problems of America. I don't know. It's really interesting actually trying to piece together. It's like, all right, China makes sense because West railroads, but then you think about Italians and Irish down in central North America of Oklahoma, Kansas. Where'd they come? Why would they come here of all places? The coast makes sense, but
everywhere else sucks too.
But there's an Italian place, and somehow there's a Russian Orthodox church in this predominantly Italian historic mining community. So I went there for a year, and I really liked it because Russian Orthodoxy has its own mystique to it, and I love, my favorite cross is the Russian Orthodox cross, or the Orthodox cross with the slanted bottom. I like the yin yang aspect to that. Of the
ranking crosses tier list.
Well, I mean, hey, the Celtic cross is pretty cool.
It is.
Russian Orthodox is kind of prime to me. Even when I became Catholic, I still had a Orthodox cross that I'd wear because they were in communion mostly. I don't know, it's a weird, because it's all based on the Pope ultimately, and then Latin and Greek division of Rome. So
because the Orthodox don't recognize the Pope, correct?
Yeah, they have a council of bishops. It's kind of the same body like the Catholics. Catholics have the prime cardinals. I don't know if there's a subdivision of cardinal ranks, but there's the cardinals that vote for the Pope.
Yeah,
that's their Senate, if you will, but then the Pope is the president dictator over that ultimately. And what checks him is the red tape of theology, the Bible, and past popes' dictations of faith. So there's a lot of red tape to say anything as the Pope theologically. It kind of preserves its purity in a way.
Smile and wave.
But it's interesting because it's they just don't accept, I don't know why, but they don't accept the secession of the papacy from Peter. I don't know where that comes from. Never delved into why, but that is the ultimate split between the two, but ultimately they're in communion. I
was Pentecostal, so we just don't care about either one.
I've been through the litany of faith. I've been, I was Jehovah's Witness, then we kind of bounced around Baptist, Church of Christ, Nazarene. Then we were non-denom / Pentecostal for years. Went to these fucking week-long revivals every day after school.
These week-long every day.
It's week-long. It'd be multiple times a year, every fucking day, church fucking
And
preachers
you're like,
hollering,
dude, come on, let's
buy
go
my
and watch
tapes,
cartoons.
buy my
Yeah.
tapes, you know.
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ. And then we became Catholic, but there's all that sentiment of like fundamentalism with my mom. So it's like,
Yeah.
every day gotta pray the fucking rosary with the TV with these stupid fucking nuns. It's like, I hate it. So like I was telling Ricky about this because he never knew what the rosary was. And I'm like, yeah, you know, like it's weird looking backwards. Like, yeah, try to find mental ways to get through the monotony of this fucking rosary. And I started looking at the nuns and the group of nuns praying and like, oh, that one's probably hot. She's got a cute face. You know, so that was like a secret way I would like get around the boredom.
Like the way
Trying
I
to
got
find the
around,
hot nuns.
the way I got around the discipline of religion was by falling into temptation. You see,
I guess so. Yeah,
you're
you know?
the black guy meme where he's thinking.
Like I'm the joke. I took a little plan and I turned it on its head. It's funny too because me and Rookie love Austin Powers, and this one meme from it like literally pops up every time we talk about any depth of villains or like the duality what presented in movies. This clip always comes to mind. It really, and it made me. I thought of it today with your video.
All right.
Remember when I told you we're not so different, you and I? We're not so different, you and I. See, I did say that.
It's such a perfect meme of like the villain trying to reason, you know.
Yeah.
It's like Spider-Man and Green Goblin like, we're not so different, you and I. You know,
Yeah.
you do your battle, I have mine. You know, we punch it out. Let's team up, you know.
But do everything my way.
Yeah. That's actually funny if like that'd be funny if Spider-Man like tried it on for a minute, like, okay, yeah, let's go like patrol the city together, Green Goblin. And he's like, ha ha ha, bombs. He's like, oh, can we like not kill people this time? Like
Can we not kill everybody that just happens to disagree with Norman Osborn?
yeah, that I wish there was like at least a deleted scene comedy take of like,
Yeah.
well, what if they did like try it for a minute? That'd be
Crime
funny.
ceases instantly.
Anyway,
I do wish, and back me up on this. I do wish we could get like an early '90s like Def Jam comic version of like a superhero movie from like the average criminal's perspective, like some Cat Williams or something, or some guy being like, man, God damn, Spider-Man's out there. Like, it's like every time he tries to go outside, like you see him swings by, and he's like, can't even leave my house. Like,
well, there is one example I can think of in that vein that has depth. It's not just a passing. Like, it's like, what are you superstitious? There's more chance of winning the lotto than meeting him.
yeah, I
you know,
remember
Dark
that.
Knight.
But realistically, like some guy going outside.
There
he's
is
like,
one.
like, sees
There's
me, he's like, "Come on,
one. It's in the Daredevil Punisher series.
oh yeah.
There's that black guy. He's in the various parts of the crime world, and he keeps getting caught and getting his arm twisted by Daredevil or Punisher. And you know, he's got enough value where Punisher doesn't just fucking kill him after he gets whatever he needs out of him. Like,
Yeah.
he's like, "Ah, damn, like, yeah, he's like doing some new crime, like running guns or something, and then like Punisher or Daredevil was like, hey, I need you. He's like,
But for real, like in a place as dirty as New York and crime ridden, no one's taking a stray bullet at Spider-Man. Like no one's just trying to shoot at him like he swings by. Come on, like
it's funny. I really don't like your boy Zach. I appreciate what he kind of started by being the political kind of rally cry for comicsgate, and then EVS becomes like the real energy behind comicsgate at the start, blending it with Star Wars Phantom Menace. But there's one video I remember watching of your boy Zach before I kind of just instantly fell out with him. He was talking about Spider-Man and how it's like, well, look at all the power he can do. Like he's got this much power, musculature. How is he not bulletproof? He's like, rationally, this guy's got to be bulletproof, at least for certain calibers.
His muscles
like,
have to be so dense.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh wow, that's a cool idea. That I don't know who's ever really addressed that, because usually it's just like he is bulletproof is his power, you know,
Yeah.
not like, oh,
Luke Cage.
his strength instantly makes him bulletproof de facto. Like
Yeah.
no one's ever had that rationale. So that's okay.
Yeah,
I
that would
think of
make
that
sense.
stuff.
That would make sense because Spider-Man is like he's ridiculously strong. People don't realize that. Like if you read the
Yeah.
comics, he is insanely strong.
I mean, just the movie itself with him stopping a fucking speeding train.
Yeah,
That's
there's not really an X-Men that could do that. Like I don't think Colossus could even do that. I might be speaking wrong, but Spider-Man's up there. He's really, really, really. I think he was like a 20-tonner at some time or some point. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't
But
know if you watch Comics Explained, but and sometimes he'll like talk and he'll be like, he'll be talking about like new Spider-Man or something. He's like, excited about like Ultimate Spider-Man or something. He's like, man, it's like, oh man, it's like, like if I was this power, I'd instantly be a villain because like why not? Like luckily there's no radioactive spiders that can give me the power of Spider-Man, so you don't have to worry about it. He's like, anyway, here's the story. Like, I love like the energy when there's like a really good story and Rob's just excited as fuck to like.
yeah,
It's really cool going back watching history of his channel, and it's like he's not changed at all besides maybe his fluency
yeah,
and his wider and wider knowledge base to apply to other stories, and more personality because his first stuff was very kind of just technical, like so like this was the thing going on at the time with Marvel and the editorial, and so they didn't know what to do with this character, so they tried House of M, and here's the story, like, and now it's like, man, this is amazing, like there's a shift in like character now. But
you almost went into Thunder Cougar Falconbird for a second there, like from Futurama.
I don't know much Futurama. So.
There's a guy trying to sell Fry a car called the Thunder Cougar Falconbird, and that's his boy. He goes, one word, Thunder Cougar Falconbird.
That kind of stupid shit sounds right up my alley. Actually, it's funny because Rookie randomly, I wouldn't think it'd be a Futurama guy. I'd be like, oh yeah, it's like this Futurama. I think you like. I'm like, I don't know.
You're like, Rookie doesn't know shit about religion or Futurama.
No, he does way more than me. And it's funny because sometimes he'll try to sell me. He's the Rookie, so he's always inexperienced film, but he'll know something like, I think you'd really like Buffy the Vampire. So I'm like, Joss Whedon, he did Grave of the Avengers, but overall, he is a male feminist. That's cringe as fuck. I'm not watching this shit. Buffy sounds gay as fuck. Honestly, it does. I hate the idea. This is in Black Widow, but luckily she's on a main character to care about.
Yeah.
Is like, oh, she's a powerful, independent woman, and so I can draw her all booby and hot, and I can get away with it. Like, it's so sleazy. Versus if you're like a conservative comicsgate, you're just like, yeah, women with tits. No, they have no basis in the plot. They're just women that have to be saved. Fuck you. But they're hot, and that's what they're here for. Like, I like that. I'd rather have that honesty of misogyny, whatever.
Yeah,
women have no agency, whatever, however you want to determine it. I'd rather have that. Like when I'm going to make my female character spinoff for Investigator,
yeah,
she's just a chick. Like, she's got a cool power, but she is a chick. She can get her fucking ass kicked. She has to be very technical because she will get destroyed. There's no, I'm going to whip you with my hair. And that really took you out, mister. Like, Black Widow, where it's like, well, it's cool because Scarlett Johansson's hot, but otherwise we would react like Harley Quinn movie, which I like. I like the fight scene with her and the bat in the warehouse or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, she would get her ass destroyed by those bikers. It's ridiculous. It's a superhero movie, so whatever. But
yeah, it's like Margot Robbie is not gonna punch anybody.
I've seen Have you seen that video
No.
going around of like action? It's like how movies show chicks fighting versus.
Oh, I did see that. They all swarm her,
and it's like, I'm like, this is pretty good, and I'm like, oh, this is the Harley Quinn fight.
Yeah.
And then they show the next, they do the real fight, and it's just like they grab the bat and they start like kicking her on the ground, like. Yeah, that's reality. That's why girl characters are cringe to me.
I got a buddy that's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. He owns his own studio. Like he's legit. He was a black belt at a younger age and just fantastic, great guy. Funny, man. You could actually have him on the show. Hilarious guy, loves Godzilla and stuff like that.
Okay.
But he'll tell you, man, he's like, man, it's hard enough fighting one guy. Like it's like, he's like, there's no way I'm taking on like 2 or 3 at once.
Oh, like, Batman and like the warehouse.
Yeah.
Which is cool fucking scene, but it's like, I think about this stuff. Here's the biggest fault for me with Batman is he doesn't cover his bottom half of his face.
Yeah.
All right. So like Batfleck's got stubble. So it's like, I think just criminally, someone's going to punch him. He might get some spittle of blood. That's DNA evidence. They might find traces of hair follicles from, someone's hand punching, they land, or, teeth mark. They get a partial print of dental records. So many little angles just physically where it's like, I feel like Batman would get caught,
No, he took care of the computer files.
Okay, sure, but like that's the extra step you have to address that they don't, and that irritates me.
It
like,
should.
Your
you should
reasoning,
get madder.
Your reasoning is like, yeah, okay, if you just did that, it makes me buy the myth more. Or like, are you telling me like no one that prototype tested the tumbler in the military came forward? Like none of this tech that people start piecing like, well, how's he doing that? It's like, well, like there's this like military research in the army in Kuwait where they tried this on the battlefield. It was just way too cost ineffective, so we scrapped the idea into the contract. But like someone would have like, hey, I remember doing that. I can't remember but
there's only one place to get that, and that's Wayne Tech.
It's like
there'd be some 4chaner or Redditor that's like, I know exactly what that is. Like
that's why the Batman is the smartest Batman thus far to me, where it's like, he like made all this shit in his garage. It's all unmarked. It's got no precedent. Or it's something mass-produced where it's like, I took this engine component and then hyper fix it to a new patented thing. It's nowhere in the ether to figure out the origin. It's literally one of a kind.
That movie is the best looking and best sounding Batman movie, and that's about all it's got going for it.
No, it's a good Detective Batman. It's the first Detective Batman, truly.
I think the last hour is trash.
No, I think the Riddler stuff is they should have saved that for the next movie, or it's like, oh man, I didn't solve shit. Credits. Or it's like the bombing starts happening. He's like, and Batman's like, huh? That would fall right along with the long Halloween of like, Batman failed. Anyway, I didn't know when Godfo would be coming on, Dan here, and so catching up, interacting, great energy all the time having Dan on. So that is why the YAIRA thing has been not addressed thus far. But we'll get to it, Tony. Thank you for steering us in the right direction. So Dan, show us your campaign. Let's talk about that, and we'll start watching EVS's YAIRA review.
Well, since everyone's asking for it instead of the other thing. You mean to send you a link to it? Is that what you need?
You don't have to. It would just be quicker than me searching for a second. We'll probably meet each other same time.
I'll throw it in the private chat.
That's private.
Yeah, I'll throw it in the public chat as well.
Here we go. Okay, I got it up.
That's what he said, and he is you.
All right, so Biophile Kolga. This is part of your Godfo universe. This is part of like the in line with the what was the first volume you put out?
Apollyon 20XX.
Apollyon 20XX.
Yeah,
I was like, it's not called Godfo universe. That's like the catch-all umbrella.
Yeah.
Like,
this is about 1,000 years after Apollyon. It's
okay.
Mm-hmm. It's a futuristic Earth. It kind of looks a little bit more of horror, kind of Penny Dreadful-esque, kind of like a Victorian, and we have a reason for that. That makes sense. It's about a woman who was part of something called the Biophile Initiative, which was against this being that rules Earth called God, capital G, capital O, capital D. And she's the last surviving member. She lives to be like in her 80s or 90s. And what she thought would be her last mission, she is kind of cursed with a young body. Her youth is restored, and everything from her past that she thought that she had tied up comes back to her. So it's at the point in our universe, like I said, about 1,000 years down the road, where the technology that was in Apollyon 20XX has advanced so far that it's basically magic and it's religion and it's worshipped. Yeah. So what
So
you're
you're going
seeing,
into like a Thor kind of realm, like the movies where it's like, what do you call science? We call magic.
very much so, but no one in this world has been alive that long to know the difference. So she is in possession of an artifact called the Eye of the Fallen, which is an eye, and it's a sentient eye, and his name is Stu, and it's because he heard that names are what people call you, so he chose the name Stupendous because he wants to be called Stupendous. So he's kind of the humor. This is a horror, action, sci-fi, fantasy humor. It's a neo pulp. It's very pulpy. It's got very noir as well. It's got a monologue that goes along from Colga at the beginning. It's a really rich character study. Got a lot of action, but the main thing the focus is on is this old woman who's been given a second life, and she's using that along with her ward June and the newfound kind of magical powers she's found to burn down everything that she hated when she was younger and didn't have the power to attack.
Okay.
Yep. It's a very interesting book. I say that boldly and proudly. It's very unique. The reviews have been great. These are people we don't know that have reviewed it, for what that's worth.
Yeah, I saw EV Comics. He's a ripetard. He reviewed it, and I haven't watched it, but it seemed like a pro already from like the thumbnail and the pitch.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, cool. And this only lends favor to him with his more honesty. With ripetard is a loose term for that guy versus like Sturgis.
I'll let y'all fight that out.
No, I like Evie. We'll get him to our side, detracting fully soon enough.
And the description I gave, I know it sounds a little far-fetched because it's in our universe, but it is not far-fetched when you pick it up. We have printed this book up before, like the first chapter, and we put it in a binder and we take it to cons. People see it, pick it up instantly, they want it. This is our most requested book of all the stuff we've displayed previews of.
Okay.
The people who have read it have nothing but compliments to say about it. If we did get a negative review, we would promote it just like we do the positive reviews.
As we feel like we would bury it. We don't know.
No, we don't.
Never happened.
We're not bitch made. It's the art is beautiful. The colors are amazing. Josh is a fantastic artist. He does everything. That's why we can keep our prices down because I don't pay him.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't mind. Like I'm not a manga guy.
Yep.
I call it anime books. Not a manga guy really. I do like finding good anime, but like I have a real predilection against anime because of the weirdo people I grew up with, and currently I guess still that are anime people.
The Catholics.
That's funny. But no, your art in Apollyon was fine. This is definitely an upgrade already, and
thank you.
There's a growth to your artistic style with Josh, right?
Yeah, Josh is, and he's fantastic. He really wanted to do color for this one. He did. The book will be manga size. That's another way that we got the price down. It's $15 for 100 pages, full color. If somebody hasn't picked up Apollyon yet, there's the $35 tier. You get 180 pages of Apollyon. You get 100 of Colga. You get almost 300 pages for $35, $5 flat shipping. You won't find a better deal in indie comics.
Yeah. No, I'm liking this. I'm liking the body horror stuff to this too.
A lot of that.
Yeah, it took me way too long to get around to, but I read Apollyon. I when I got it, I started reading it, and then I just got distracted. My ADHD, started reading other stuff, watching other stuff. And I'm like, fuck, now I gotta reread what I. So when I actually picked it up and finished it, I was already like halfway through the book when I reread it to catch up. Like, what did I miss? And it's like, yeah, I like this. It's kind of just like an opening act, honestly. It's like, what if you had a team of Winter Soldiers with, kind of like their enhancements are kind of like Wakanda or mixed with Winter Soldier template. No, it's kind of cool.
It's going to get very strange. It's going to get very Akira by the end of it. The second volume is written. Josh has already got the first chapter done. That'll be out by the end of the year. We're consistently putting our books out on time and like a timeline, I should say. Of course, this, just like Apollyon, is done. We finish all our books before we put them up for sale.
But
Apollyon is going to get very weird. The second volume is a little more toned down. It's very introspective because they're only fighting one enemy. But it explodes in volume 3 and volume 4. It gets very much like Akira. Kolga it's always going to look like this. It's always going to be bright colors. It's always going to be, I don't really focus. I realize it's a hard sell. That doesn't bother me. Like, this book's going to be funded either by people or us with people. It doesn't matter. We're getting the book out to people. We sell these things at cons for we make more from cons than we do from Indiegogo. So it's going to be about 4 or 5 volumes when it's finally all done. And I don't go into this kind of longer pitch so with other people. I'll do it with you, Angus, because, I know you. But we're in it for the long run. Like, Apollyon is going to be about 4 or 5 volumes. Kolga is going to be about 4 or 5. They're going to get done. They're going to be out in the next 3-4 years. So I would encourage everyone, pick it up now. It's going to keep going. It's going to finish.
One question I have.
Yep.
Since you said this is 1,000 years in the future with Kolga, are you worried about even though it's so far apart that like making a series with the god aspect of the plot that is pertinent in Apollyon series, this still being around, do you think that undercuts the potential for this one or for retroactively Apollyon future sales?
I do not. And the reason is because all of our books are written to be read standalone, and there is the greater art, there is the greater overarching narrative that connects them, but the way that we are going to end Apollyon and the way we're doing everything else is very satisfying. We're not worried about that. It's a good question that no one else has ever asked that, but we've thought about that.
Okay, so I was checking the days
when
my payday is, so it's like, will I be able to back it within the time frame of the campaign? So
yep,
I'm going to thread the needle and get paid right at the right towards the last day.
I would, and I guess, like, look, we're not in this for the. I'm saying this like the audience, guys. We're not in this for the money. We want the book to fund, so we don't have to. We have enough money from the last campaign to fund this book. We're not in it to make a profit. I mean, maybe in 10 years down the road, if I wanted to make money, I would just continue in IT and I'd make like 6 figures a year. That's easy. We are trying to make a really cool universe, and really, this sounds pretentious as hell, but you and I think Frog Tony talked about this a lot, especially when you're talking about the FNT crew and putting out comics. We want to make something cool that is art, and we want to elevate comics and take it seriously. We try to be honest people. We try to respect art as a sacred thing, whatever the religious belief that is. Culture sucks right now. Things suck. We need things that don't suck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it was funny. I was going to say when you were talking about like, it might sound pretentious, but like, this is a really good story, or what, you're like kind of taking your own horn. And it's funny you said that, because I don't know how much you're a Ridley Scott fan you are.
I like the first 2 Aliens.
I'm a pretty big Ridley Scott fan. His catalog might be some early stuff I haven't seen. I think he did a Western when he started, like feature film.
Blade Runner is untouched, you know?
Right. Well, it's funny because he got interviewed recently, probably because of the Alien Romulus coming out, him a producer on it. And he asked him like his favorite movies, and he included Blade Runner in his like top 4.
Well, why wouldn't he?
And it's like, yeah, I mean, I know everyone like just said, like, oh man, of course, like Godfather or Casablanca or Citizen Kane, blah blah blah, you know. And I love that he's like, oh yeah, one of my own films is my favorite. Like, why wouldn't you be trying to make like yours? Like, yeah, I did so fucking good with this. Like, I put everything into this and I nailed it. And yeah, like no one's touched me.
And that's what I'll say about this. And that's what I'll say about Kolga in particular. Like, Kolga is the result of a lot. It's our flagship. Like, it's very hard to sell. Which we knew that going in. Like I said, unless it's in front of people, when it's in front of people, bam, it gets eaten up. Or people read it, gets eaten up. This is not a comic that you would sell to indie comic enjoyers. It's not a superhero book. It's not cheesecake. I'm not throwing red flags. I'm just saying, you know what I mean. What I'll tell you, though, is this is a very well-written book. It is an unbelievably well-drawn book. and I think people will like it and appreciate it. It is like, it's funny. Somebody talked about Seven to Eternity today. I think it's Hojo.
Yeah, Hojo. Yeah,
yeah. And I didn't mean, I wasn't trying to dunk, but I like retweeted and I'm like, it's good, but it has Remender's flaws. Remender does have some flaws when he writes books, and one of those is pacing. One of them is not fleshing out characters, and one of them is putting themes over execution. The monologue style that came for Kolga, a lot of it came from reading Seven to Eternity and being very frustrated with how Remender separated the monologue from the character. It's almost like you're getting two different characters, and I know why he did it, because he kind of wanted a twist at the end. I'm not going to spoil the book, but it left a sour taste in my mouth, and what I really wanted to do was kind of
do it right.
Do it right. Not it's hard to top Frank Miller monologue. So you don't compete with Miller, but you do it differently. And I am really proud to say I think I did a very good job, especially with the monologue in this book. It's a fast-paced book, but I found a way, I think, to slow down the reader really well and it not be annoying. I am very proud of this book, and I will say this: like I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to toot my own horn. You're not going to find anything like this on mainstream or indie comics. You're not, and it's a wholly unique story in a wholly unique universe. It's the culmination, the beginning of the culmination of what we've been trying to do with Godfoe Universe. I would recommend people pick it up. It's $15, $5 flat shipping, so $20. You get 20 to spare. Pick it up. I don't think you'll regret it. If you do, let me know on Twitter. You're not going to insult me. There's nothing anyone can say to me that I haven't said worse to myself.
Oh, I'm excited. I love hearing you talk about your work and your aspirations. So it just makes me more interested.
I'm
and
glad.
I feel bad because I undersold the Apollyon, because the power template is like Wakanda metal meets Winter Soldier enhancement, but there's the overarching 1984 future element that they're living in, and then there's like the sentiment of addressing the spectrum of modern at least Twitter political discourse sentiment. Very conservative angled, I would say, in the sentiment of, but yeah, like knowing you haven't talked to you, it's like I definitely get the vein of, not falling in with like Christian / conservative nationalism. That's kind of the default sphere to fall into when you're countering the current mainstream political templates. And
well,
so
and
that was interesting.
The later versions of Apollyon kind of drift from that, because I am aware of some of that, but we don't make decisions for story or art based on perceptions. That's weak. That's how you get bitch made. But we want to expand the scope of Apollyon beyond that stuff and try to get to more, because it has to start in 20XX. It has to start with more modern day approach, but really try to get to a more timeless approach of human nature from a wider scope of history itself.
Yeah, no, I like that. It's funny because I have a friend who, when I'm like giving him in depth talking about like Game of Thrones, he knows I'm for simplicity, I'm into like Hellenism as like the thing I'm exploring, but easy pitch. I just say I'm an atheist, but I love Star Wars, love Game of Thrones, and I'll talk to this guy. And he's really into like conspiracy shit. Everything's a conspiracy. Everything's Illuminati. So it gets really annoying sometimes. It's like, at some point you just got to accept like, oh, how do we know gravity's real? I'm like, I don't know, man. Actually, drop an apple and it drops.
Yeah, something's there.
Something like at some point you have to concede what the lizard people are saying. They're not completely lying about every aspect of everything. It's just, how can you function when you doubt every single fucking thing? And it gets really annoying. But I was talking about like why I appreciate Game of Thrones and like the real scope of, Tywin. I really resonate with Tywin. First time watching, being like a Lord of the Rings kind of exposed person, you fall in the tropes of like, well, those are the good guys, those are the bad guys. And then you start getting it all fucking subverted. And it's like, this is all a gray mess. The Kingslayer villains actually like saved his dad and saved the realm from tyranny and destruction, but he's just written off, And then you got like his sister queen, who is probably the best mentally fortified person, but she's a woman, so she can't lead, and so that's her struggle. And they never really get into a feminist angle with that. She's still a bitch villain, you know.
Yeah.
I just talk about the depth of, and then I talk about like the religion in the world and how it's like, it's interesting because there's all this validity to all these different religions in some way in their aspects, but there's never a certainty given by the author. So it's he still maintains this reality that we have of like, yeah, there's faith, but there's miracles, but are they real? And like my appreciation of like how it applies, it's just like the Bible. For me, it's great stories that they resonate because there's a truth, or there's like a meme of thought to express or communicate on a common ground with. And he's like, just writes me off like I worship Star Wars. I'm like, I thought about it today, and it's like, yeah, I do worship Star Wars and Game of Thrones in the sense of, no, Vader is not a god, Sidious, Yoda, they're not gods to me.
Yeah.
But like the story Lucas made with the intent of like completely baked in religion and mythology, of like having that same mystique and purpose of like, this is a morality tale. There are morals that I'm like nailing how to interpret, how to go about life. So it has a religious precedent of like to revere it, that it is saying a truth. And it's like, yeah, so I guess like if you're conspiracy and you think anyone that's not Christian is, you know, flawed, anything they like, they're worshiping. It's like, I guess so. I guess I am worshiping Game of Thrones, but you have such an infantile way of perceiving what that worship is. It's like, I can't even talk to you. And so it's frustrating, man. But no, I love hearing like those worlds, like they're set in futures or in past so distinct and fantastic in certain ways, elements that make them obviously fiction, but there's like the root of like what you're saying, humanity, where it's like, well, okay, like here's like a fantastical element to throw a curveball, but then at the end it's like, how would humans interact with these power structures?
Exactly.
And yeah, that's the root. And however you develop it in the future, just like that's why I think it's an underlying element of Handmaid's Tale, of like, oh wow, it's you know, you hear for like, oh, here's like a tyranny prison break template, and then it's like, oh wow, like there's a reason to all this power. There's a reason why people are buying into it, even though they know it's cruel, you know, and it's working. So there's validity. And it's interesting. So yeah, you're in my wheelhouse.
I appreciate it, and like we're trying to get into that idea more, and like we're kind of contrarian a little bit. Like if we see and we don't mean to be, it's just that punk rock attitude. If you see like a trend or a fad, we're like, we're not gonna do that. And we did that. We built this thing for 10 years. I don't know. We've thought it through very well, and I was proud of Apollyon. The one thing I wouldn't change it. The one thing that I know I leaned on a little bit was a little more exposition in the first chapter, and I did that on purpose because modern comic book writers would have stretched zeros and tensions and stuff throughout 30 issues.
You know what? I noticed that from the bat. Part of it, I was taking it in of like, well, this is manga, and having seen anime based on manga, it's like, I think this is just, I took it as like a trope thing where it's like,
manga
we're under dire circumstance, but you need to know a few paragraphs worth of you know, exposition per character. And so the enlightened one is telling people, while it's like, we're under fire, we might die, but you need to know there's a great mystical issue, or you know, it's like, wait, like tell me later, I gotta get out of here, like so that made it funny to me, just with my odd humor. I was getting kicked out. It's like, no, he's doing something story-wise that's necessary, and he can fall on the tropes of the template, but it is funny to me.
Well, like, here's the thing: if someone else were writing it, they would take those things you learn about those characters, and you wouldn't learn them for 20 issues. And that would be the whole thing. You would spend the whole series learning about this group's trauma and
Like Double D's hat.
and all this stuff, you know. And it's like, no, I want to get to the story. Let's get to the story. But all that to say, Kolga, I think, is a step up in every way. I love Apollyon. We're going to keep doing it. I think if you like Apollyon, you will like Kolga. I'm excited about it. I don't know what to say. I feel a lot of emotions with it. Like it's unbelievably bold, and we knew that. We know for a fact this is asking a lot of people, but the proof is in the pudding. When people have picked it up at cons and flipped through it and read some of it, they've loved it. Reviews, people have loved it. You're not going to regret getting this book, guys.
Yeah, no, I'm actually. It feels like what you're saying is like, yeah, this is like whatever the risk was of Apollyon. This is way more risk because it's like, how do I capture this? But it's like, you see, that's the appeal of like whatever the flaws are of the prequels. Of like, I'd say the key flaw is it's morally gray versus the obvious like good guys and Nazis of the original trilogy. Very easy to pick teams morally with that story versus like Dooku's actually mostly good and Anakin's becoming bad and Qui-Gon's like a con man for goodness, you know, like it's
man for goodness.
It's a flawed morality that doesn't resonate with like the human spirit. We like having, you know, shirts and skins, you know. But and same with like Prometheus and Alien Covenant. I agree, Alien Covenant. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck he was saying with that movie. But
it's a boring movie.
I'm intrigued by it because I know that he's wrestling with his religion. Like it probably started with the Exodus movie, and he spilled it into his Alien films when he got the green light. Like, let me wrestle with like religion and my agnosticism through my art, and I appreciate that. Where it's like, I don't know what you're saying exactly. But goddamn, is it so interesting? And the theories I can make from it, can talk with people. I was just reading a thread of like what was happening. What's people's theories about these engineers? Did someone make them? Where'd they get the goo? I'm seeing all these like I saw this clip here, deleted scene. I'm like, oh wow, I don't even now I got to rewatch the movie and watch all the behind the scenes like versus like Alien or Aliens. It's like, yeah, that's what happens. It's really cool. End of story. Like. And it's like, you know, it's one of those like sleeper things where like over time, more people will appreciate the artist for that maybe flawed work that's trying to say something versus like, yeah, this is like a fucking topless perfect script, but it's just a story, you know. That's how Star Wars is to me. The original story is like, yeah, no, they're all good, makes sense. But yeah, there's the wizard and he finds a farm boy and they get a rogue and they save a princess and what do you do?
And that's the interesting part to us though. We love the continuous challenge of, okay, that worked before. Like okay, we did Apollyon 180 pages black and white. All right, this one's gonna be all color. We love kind of like up in the like we're on a treadmill up in the elevation. We love doing incline. We love doing that to ourselves. Like, let's make it harder this time. You know, we ran Apollyon for 60 days. We ran this one for 30 days. And we're not a masochist, you know, but it's if it's not a challenge and it's not fun and it's not bold and it's not daring, I mean, get out. I don't know what to tell you. I don't need to see any more, you know, throwbacks to Image Comics, like from guys who like weren't alive to do it. I don't mean that mean. I'm not trying to throw down a gauntlet, but I mean, I saw Todd McFarlane, I saw Greg Capullo. Give me something else. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, let me stop sharing this. Here we go back. Biofile. Let me add this video and then we'll start. Finally, for some of you like Tony's like, where is it? Come on, man. I don't know, man. When I looked up EVS's review, I'm almost 2 hours in before he actually opens the fucking books. He's talking about JDA and shit. So it happens sometimes. Sometimes, like a couple streams ago, I was like right out of the gate. Hey, what's up? Saw Alien. We talk about Alien, and then the rest of the stream, some more people start coming in to listen to Alien. It's like that already happened, bro. I'm talking about TikTok shit now. So yeah, it's just
I always appreciate coming on, Angus, and I'm gonna roll to bed, but I'm gonna catch back up on the Trashcast on your commentary in the morning. That's what I do at work now. I watch Black. I watch Black Angus.
Wow. Okay. I appreciate it.
I got a new job, so I got to do something.
Yeah, I work in a factory, and unlike previous factory job I had, where I could pretty easily listen to stuff throughout the day with my
Yeah.
earbuds. This I have to have double hearing protection, and so I
Yeah.
have to like look around and like sneak an earbud in, and then I'm always like, "Fuck, the show's over," but like the boss here or like the machinery fucks up, so I gotta like have my face in it with him,
Mhm.
and so like I need to be able to hear him. So I gotta like always be vigilant. But before you go, I don't know if you ever saw this video I made for my Yaira review. This
A-
was
A-
my like
Angus
hype
has to
video.
raw dog his work hours.
Yeah, I do listen. I was listening to interesting Sex and Sparta stream with this Spartan Hellenist PhD guy.
Oh,
On
nice.
I'll send you a link to it. It's very interesting. There's some things I didn't know about. Where it's like, oh yeah, like 2/3 of the babies died in Greece naturally from just life and calamity, and then the Spartans added their extra hindrance of like their water or wine testing, validity testing. But yeah, so this was the hype video I made to like channel like comic fandom with the upcoming Yaira review I did. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen this, but here we go.
I have
I
not.
know what it's like to lose. To feel so desperately that your product is right, yet to fail nonetheless. It's frightening. Turns the legs to jelly. But I ask you, to what end? Dread it? Run from it? Destiny arrives all the same. And now, it's here. Or should I say, I am. Brian Solari will not save you from me, Eric.
What's funny about it is like I love Thanos. I've hodgepodged
Yeah.
around his monologue to make it a Yaira thing, make fun of the reverse.
Yeah.
But also, given the like I don't know if you know who renowned zero is Sturgis. He's always like trying to talk tough. Channel is like inner Eric July. It's so sad.
I see you guys all yelling at each other.
And, well, it's funny because he's always like, I'm more fit than you, I'm smarter than you, I make more money than you, blah blah blah. And it's like, whatever, man. Yeah, I'm fat. I'm still gonna talk shit. Fuck you. Like that's what like makes it extra funny to myself is like I am like the Thanos by being a fat guy reviewing your book. I'm gonna
Yeah.
destroy your world.
aren't you a vet? You got to be in some kind of. You got to have some muscle under the fat at least. Like,
Oh, I
Yeah.
know I do. To have the not just mental endurance, but the physical endurance to do some of the jobs I've done.
oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there is like a, I guess, implicit strength I give, but I never really think about it. I just accept like, yeah, no, I'm a fat guy,
Yeah.
but I do like.
I'm a fat guy without the strength, though.
But yeah, I guess you never saw it. I had such fun writing it because like there was a spurt in early Phantom Menace because I'm not a comedy guy. I'm
Yeah.
serious.
Well, you
I like
should be because
serious
you're
shit.
funny.
Well, thank you, I guess, but I don't feel I'm a funny. Like I like laughing at shit, but I don't like comedy generally because
Yeah.
it's not funny. But there was like a vein. I had like 5 or 10 videos in a row of just like I have like this comedic bone in my body, and I'm like getting inspired. I'm making, and it's like just like in a day, I call work and I'm like, hey, you know the manga with Thanos? Like I think I'm gonna like write a like Yaira based Thanos monologue, and that'll be like, a comic fandom kind of thing to like clown Eric.
What's so funny is I was thinking yesterday because like I don't keep up with it. It's funny to me. I got into it with somebody, and I won't say his name, but he was talking about what is a grifter in comics, and I realized during our public spat that like there's nothing that you could bring to him that would make him call someone a grifter. Like you can just do whatever you want in comics. But all that to say, like I was just thinking the other day, I was like, man, if Eric July had just put out a half decent comic, none of this would have happened.
Not even that. I give him way more of a leash.
Yeah.
My consensus, like it was all about faith in Eric of like, hey, we're funding you
Mm-hmm.
for a cause. more so than the actual product.
Yeah.
And so it's like, we're here for a while. We're willing to invest in you. It doesn't matter if it sucks. It's the thought that counts. We're building a foundation. We can right the ship critically later.
Yeah.
But it was all his reaction and thus his fans' reaction to the slightest simple story criticism. And then it made it
strange.
like, oh, you're fucking weak. You're
it was like a Streisand
Blast.
effect. It's like, man, your book's not good. Like Isom 1 is not good, but you could take it on the chin or just ignore. Like you didn't have to do anything. Like you didn't.
The best thing you could do every time there's an opportunity to be like, haha, you detractors are surely goofy people, but I come back from my next campaign. Maybe it'll be better. Like that's all he had to do was like have that kind of like forced thank you. Hope you come back.
You just did the big man Tyrone meme where that guy in Africa they pay to go. Ha, ha, ha,
I guess so. Yeah.
He should have paid Tyrone to be like, thank you for your critical review of Isom 1. And like,
yeah, that's all he had to do was just like lip service of like, well, thank you for your feedback. We will consider it. Yeah. And cope and seethe behind the camera, like behind the scenes.
And you wouldn't have a career. Like
oh yeah, I would, but it'd be like no one listened. Me and Frog Tony, like we'd have nothing to go on.
Yeah, you'd have no ammunition.
Yeah, and it's like, no, this dude's fragile. He completely, despite what he sold people, that whole Jody stream clowning him for like, oh, I'm a model black guy. I got a wife and a house, and I'm like independent, and I'm building myself up. It's like always great stuff to fight like the current trend of the black community and men in the black community. Great stuff. We're here for you. And you're aggressive still. You still have like that street kind of charisma. So it's like, it's a great package, especially in the conservative sphere where we want a minority victim, to that's our buddy. That's our black friend. So it's like, it's a great total package. And
you should get on the Blaze, Angus. You should take his place. You should get hired on the Blaze and just keep detracting.
That would be, oh man, I would be so sly. I'd hire people just to help me figure out in jokes to like be slyly like negging him without stating him, unnaming him how he does. Everyone was like, yeah, this Buster Baxter guy, this this fat person, this detractor here, he's always unnaming people.
That's funny though.
I would find ways to do that, to like hit back slyly, but no, I'm too much of a
I just respect that you're
supporter to.
I just respect that you're in good faith. Like if he put out something that was good, you would say it's good.
That's the thing, man. Sure, I'm in on the memes and stuff. I'm clowning on Miss Piggy and whatnot to their chagrin. But legitimately, if you watch my reviews, it's like, no, I'm giving like, oh man, like you're giving me insight to re-review stuff that I never thought about these angles, like Spider-Man's suit. Spider-Man's suit is a symbol of his progression. He's in sweats, and so he's
that's what I noticed about like I think one of the first EVS videos I watched, maybe the only one I watched, I think was with you when he was critiquing Isom 1. And I know there's drama, people, whatever, I don't care. Like it's, if you watch that guy, if you watch Ethan Van Sciver review a book though critically and actually do it, it's like, man, this guy does know comics.
Yeah.
Like the way he was talking about laying out a book and the way he was talking about story progression, I was like, you can like the guy, not like the guy, whatever. This man does know comics. And that was really impressive to me because I wasn't up to date on his stuff. And then I saw that and I was like, he's actually giving very good advice for comic creators.
Yeah, it's like that's the value. Like the Rippaverse is like Rise of Skywalker to me. I value Rise of Skywalker critically because I appreciate the thread that J.J. Abrams, he kind of put himself in the hole, but the thread that he tried to work in, time hack, and trying to make basically two movies in one. And also not breaking canon while also sidestepping everything everyone hated in that middle film as much as possible without breaking the canon and setting a precedent for everyone to just keep ignoring each other's movies. And so it probably won't get talked about in film schools, but I think it is probably one of the prime films to study and creative, like long-term ventures of like what a misstep Last Jedi was narratively. Look at Rise of Skywalker. Look at like the failings it has narratively because of the previous film and the ways they try to make up for it. And it's also a big pop culture thing, not just because of Star Wars, but because you have such a big fan base giving you all this feedback and like the war, the schism, like the church and orthodoxy, the split of canon discussion. It's really a cultural phenomenon. It's a critical phenomenon. It's a literary media phenomenon to like, what an interesting case study.
Oh yeah.
That's the value of the Rippaverse to me. And now it's just like, I always go in with good faith, like what will be good about it? What's an interesting angle? And then it's just every time it's like, oh no, it's completely devoid of any value, any progression, any sense of like, oh, you proved me wrong here, Eric. Like,
Yeah.
good job. It's like, wow, and honestly, looking back at watching some of his old comic videos here and there, it's like this guy was just LARPing the whole time. Like he just read a wiki page or something, or he just read the plot and like this, that, and the other happened, but he has no sense of like why this resonates, why characters, are beloved or endearing. There's no sense of it. He just knows like, oh, he wore a suit and then he punched a guy and that's it. And anime, like, and it's just like, what a fucking hoodwink. And then there's the black aspect to it as well of like, he's a big con man.
I can't speak to the culture like you can, Angus.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty white. I grew up white, if you will. I don't really have a connection to the black community. I just literally am half black, so I have that card. And
is it actually a card? Can you break it out?
No.
It'd be really hilarious if you did have it. You just
like, oh yeah, I'm getting my wallet. Like, I do have an Indian card for the Cherokee Nation.
Man, how many cards you got?
I got the Bai card. I got the Indian card. I got the black card. I got the vet card.
Are they doing you any good?
I mean, I get the VA healthcare, so I don't have to pay for insurance.
Oh, that's nice.
And I get like 20% disability for a cumulative history from service.
Does the Indian card, they just send like the Great Eagle to come get you?
That'd be cool. No, the only value I've actually ever gotten was like as a kid, I had access to Indian socialist healthcare.
Okay.
Which socialist healthcare is great when you have a slave population to pay for the like finite population. That's why the army healthcare is great, because 99% of people are paying for less than 1% of a populace to have healthcare.
Well, that's socialism.
Yeah, Sparta. You need a big helot class to sustain you. That's the brilliance of Sparta,
Well, man, I've had a blast. I got to go to sleep because I got to get up, and my kids are going to wake me up early. But thanks for having me on. This was impromptu. We didn't plan this, guys, but I always enjoy talking to Angus. He's one of the more interesting people on YouTube. So thanks for having me on, and guys, appreciate it. Go back, Biophile Colga. You won't be disappointed. And again, thanks, Angus.
Not a problem. Appreciate it. Now, people, Jim, Backy, we're going to get into the YAIRA EFAP of EVS. If you wish to join me, just let me know in the chat. I'll send you a link however way you want me to. But EVS, I watched up to when he opens the book, so I've not watched any of this. Don't know what he says about the story. Cannot wait to react to EVS. And as before, that link, go back, Dan's Biophile. I usually think, I want to say, I don't think he's available on maybe it's Mondays, but yeah, it was just impromptu. I saw he posted a video, great Star Wars video. Go check out his channel. He's got great commentary about stuff. He is Christian. He loves the value of Tolkien and whatnot. We disagree about the value of Tolkien, but as you see, I get along with him so well. Great conversationalist. Now it's time for EVS. Let's fucking go. And I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. Don't forget to hit the like. I'm really bad at promoting, helping me. I just like doing this,
Through and we talk.
All right. So EVS. Let's see. All right, he's opening the book. Here we go.
All about. So many people who are just grifting clout chasers who sell hopium and lies to impressionable people who have had their hearts broken over the reality of the state of the entertainment industry. We could walk away from it. We could try to make something different, but we're not. Instead, what we're doing is we're hiring satanic pornographers, radical feminists who believe in trans and kids, and giving them a ton of money, millions and millions of dollars of money that could be spent elsewhere, like cyber fraud, or even like whatever the fuck you're producing, JDA. And this is the end result, guys. Right here, YAIRA. Here is the YAIRA comic book that I had to read today. Now, this character, obviously, I went through and we talked about the art. I went through this with by the way, the review begins right now. Here we go. This is the YAIRA review. Was that nice and organic how I did that? Vivent says, no, we're done with YAIRA. Why? Well, here's why. Because when I went through this, I went through it and I reviewed the artwork because that's what I was most interested in. I was interested in looking at Deborah Carita's artwork. Eric July lied about it and said that she did it by herself, but we saw what she did by herself and then we saw the end results. And clearly, she had help. So I was interested in reviewing the art. I was not interested in reading this. And I read some of it and I just got tired of it and I didn't want to talk about it. But I read it today. I read the entire thing. I went over and put on my reading spectacles here, my old man reading glasses, and laid down on the couch and devoted all my attention to it. So I read it carefully. I read it thoroughly. What can I say about it? Overall,
just so setting this precedent reminds me of the yellow flash during the dick in Vito. Before they came on, he told Eric, my favorite thing in this whole Rippus saga, despite all the fun bits problem and stuff, it's EVS telling Eric's like, Eric, I read it twice. That just says everything. That was like the lids coming off of this collective of big leaguers, if you will, in our sphere of like, all right, this guy is going his own way. He's MGTOW on Rippaverse. We're seeing it live. It says so much. I wish more people really like saw the importance of him saying it how he did.
There is a story here to YAIRA. Unlike ISOM, there is a story. It's there is actually like a plot very similar to oh boy, we got the glare on the screen here. Very similar to the other book that they wrote, the Black Widow that I had to read. There's a story to it. So these girls do know how to write a story. But the story is heinous. It's always ugly. There's always something ugly about it. All right, so the comic book begins. All right, let me just also say this. Let me preface it with this. Like, the first 1/3 of the book isn't bad. It's just kind of like a little bit confusing and kind of gay. When the Kryptonians arrive to fight YAIRA, this book becomes the worst written thing I've ever read. The dialogue. I don't think the Saska sisters can write good dialogue. It is very, very silly. I'll show you. The book begins here out of the blue. This is, by the way, this is called YAIRA #1. So this book should be about YAIRA. We should be learning about YAIRA here. But we jump right into a scene from ISOM #1, where ISOM is thrown down on top of this car. For some reason, this sequence here is interconnected in every single Rippaverse book. I don't know why Eric thinks this is so wonderful, but yeah, ISOM landing on top of a yellow car and crushing it has been portrayed at least a dozen different ways, which is very, very strange. It's an iconic scene. Yes, that's what he says. This is an iconic scene. ISOM being thrown onto the car.
God, just imagine. I'm trying to think. Like, imagine if like the quintessential moment of Green Lantern's mythology was the fridging that propelled Gail Simone's career, bemoaning about it, or Batman getting left at the altar by Catwoman. It's so weird that Eric thinks this is an iconic moment of like complete shame of like a nobody of his flagship character. It's very weird. And this is like how he's propelling her in her own story. I don't know. There's something I can't piece out mentally with this this event that he's like so stuck on. Interesting.
Here we have the okay, so YAIRA says, do not follow me for some reason. And she flies away. I think she was referring to Alpha Core. I really don't like Alpha Core. Nobody has been able to present Alpha Core in a way to me yet that has been likable or cool or anything other than sickening. they're stupid assholes. Chuck Dixon wrote them as stupid assholes. So did Eric July. And the Soska sisters continue that tradition. Brian Solari is an asshole. This girl, he's got to carry this girl around like because she doesn't fly. I would kind of say, like, why don't you leave her on the ground in instances where you know, you have to be airborne and fight, because you're carrying around a fucking woman with you. It looks weird and awkward. Like, this looks weird. And it's also like she's a big burden now. How can you fight when you've got to make sure that you don't drop your partner? They go up in outer space and they're fighting and all this stuff. And she ends up kissing Solari and sucking the oxygen out of his, okay, whatever it is. And here for the first time, you see the villains, including this chick right here, whose name is Martinez, I think her name is. She's in the, she shaved half of her head, which is a stupid SJW lesbian trope that you see in Marvel comics. It's weird to see it in an Eric July comic. Half of your head shaved, lots of piercings and everything is an SJW lesbian thing. It is weird that it's here. It doesn't have to be. Like, Eric could have said, you know what? Like, that was a joke that your boy Zach used to talk about all the time. He used to reference that. So why don't we just leave that out of this comic? Instead, he puts it in here. It's so weird. Why? Why? It doesn't have to be in here. This is a weird thing where they're not watching the news. And the news treats superhero activity in Flores Park, Texas, kind of the way that we would about sports teams or a boxing match. She's saying Yaira has powers that are allow her to do this and that and blah, blah, blah. And wait until Solari fights her. That's going to be crazy. So you're talking about a superhero fight that's going to destroy a lot of downtown Flores Park, and you're acting like this is a pretty cool matchup. Like, this is Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul or whatever it is. It's a really strange kind of thing. And the other thing is, I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm watching Yaira here, who's watching on the big screen. And this is Yaira again down here. Yaira's watching all these news talking heads here. And then for some reason, Brian Solari is there at the same time, sitting there saying, we're going to get Yaira. We're going to get Yaira. Let me put on my glasses so I can read some of this, just so you can see, like, Vito, my glasses, I did. Vito pointed out something really retarded here. They use the word Yaira a bunch of times when they don't really need to. So you got her saying once, Yaira has powers that will allow her to fly and manipulate the element of ice, although it's not clear how. She has super strength. Okay, so that's one time you've used the word Yaira. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. This is not a TV spot for Yaira again. I could easily fend off the likes of Yaira. You could just say that fucking bitch. You know what I mean? You could change the word Yaira into something else. Now we understand you're talking about Yaira. It's like Yaira, this is a losing battle. By the way, like, how is he, like, did he interrupt the newscast? How is this guy here talking about, I don't really get that. Like, he said, that's enough. And he interrupted the newscast. And then it's back to the news again. It's going to be exciting to see Solari's Alpha Core team put to the test with an opponent like Yaira. Again, as big as a fan of Solari as.
See, this is weird because, like, there's some unsaid history that we understand. What, in ISOM 1, like, we told you before, Yaira. We have no idea. This should be like her origin, and we kind of get some of it at the back. It's not bad, but yeah, this is really weird. I think the Saskas are just like, I like Dark Knight Returns and maybe Spawn, so let's really ape the TV cutaways in the comics that give you a sense of, like, discussion in the common folk are having, or that the media is presenting. But it's just one media outlet too, so you're just getting one narrative. And it seems like they're not even, like, the Alpha Core, just kind of like this sideshow freak show. I'm like, oh, that'll be a spectacle to watch. But then, as you'll see momentarily, she, like, blows up a fucking oil rig. Turns out Altona's husband died on an oil rig. So there's, like, an unsaid, maybe in the past Yaira did some shit like this before, and it's tied to Terrell being dead. I don't know. It's just weird. These people don't know what the fuck they're doing.
As we all are, he's yet to actually defeat Yaira at this point. How many more times are you going to say Yaira? It's really, really strange. Like, just, you could substitute. You could use a pronoun. There's any number of things that you could do to make that less ungainly and weird. And then we cut right to Yaira at the. This is, of course, from the trailer. Yaira stands up. Everybody in this book kisses her ass. Everybody talks about how great Yaira is, how beautiful she is, how charming she is, and she says some weird shit. Like, she gets up there. This is somebody who is a charming and wonderful feminine person. Do you have a few words that you would like to say, Miss Sally Rodell? She says, gets up to the microphone and goes, "Adapt or die." She says, it is imagine being there at this press conference for Projexis, and you've got this woman who's just been hired, and she gets up and, you know, like, I'm going to say a few words, adapt or die. It is the truest law of the earth. Very few things. I wonder who wrote this. Did the Saskas write this speech, or did Eric? It is they must have collaborated. Very few things have the ability to survive the test of time. Only a sacred few artifacts, ideas, and ways of life we uncover from our history. Although we may not be around to see them to their fullest fruition, what we struggle to create now will be the triumphant echoes from the past. The fuck are you talking about? And then from there, this person who was supposed to be a human says, I was here. I lived. I am still here among you. And they just sit there and listen to that weird shit. What do you mean? I was here. I lived. I am still here among you.
Yeah. Why did no one say, like, what are you talking about? How old are you? Wait, what? Like, I don't know. This is supposed to be like a coded message to the public. It's strange when there's already accepts. Now, we don't know if it's like an X-Men thing, if it's genetic, or if it's a test tube thing like Captain America. Seems that Brian Solari is some sort of Captain America analog, that he is a test tube superhero that has worked. Now they've utilized him for the military, now the police force. It's really strange.
Fuck are you talking about? And then from there, see, this is the like Eric July hibbity jibbity, where it's just like one thought is just disconnected from the next thought in a very strange way. So I was here, I lived, I'm still here among you. And then it is that struggle that is the friction of creation. Like, what do you mean? What struggle, and how is that the friction of creation?
I would be so fucking just devastated if I was Eric, because this is like your dad looking over your like F book report. It's like, did you even read the book? Do you know what you're talking about? Like, why'd you make stuff up, man? Like, this looks bad on me, your father. Honestly, I think some of the sentiment here, aside from just being astounded at the laughable work that is Yaira in the Rippaverse in its entirety, I think there's a sentiment of like, man, this is part of this guy's success because I helped promote him, and you know that reflects on me. And so I think that's part of the whole Trashcast, is like righting the ship. I don't know if people really realize that. It's not just like how it's clown this law cow. There's a personal sentiment to EVS of like, I gave him a vote of confidence and extended that to my audience to spend money on him, a competitor, even if it's friendly competitor. And everyone's been duped. That's an interesting dynamic. I don't think people really appreciate with EVS in this Trashcast initiative of 2024. But he's being great. He's being great now. And I love it.
Very weird. I mean, you're supposed to read this and just kind of, all right, she's saying some hibbity jibbity. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, if you heard somebody actually say this, if Kamala Harris said this, you'd be like, what on earth is this woman saying? I would like to thank Mr. Eusebio for this opportunity to discover and create alongside my esteemed colleagues at Projexis. I feel we have much we can learn from each other. Thank you. Seriously? Okay, so boom, we're now, we announced that in Projexis, we're doing some shit here, and this room can go to, what's that called? Where it's so cold that life stops existing. What is that called there? And that's interesting. Okay, very good. And then there's obviously this joke about like, you know, listen, don't, sometimes, Jerry, a good thing is just a good thing. In nature, anything that good looking is usually poisonous. And then he says, then don't try to eat her and you'll be fine. A little oral sex joke there. Now you got Martinez. We cut. We don't say elsewhere. There's no caption here to another scene where.
What is the dimensions here, man? Look how, like, she's a fucking ginormous bitch. That's a big bitch. Look at this. Lincoln compared to Altona. There's like a, you know, kind of sexual dimorphism of male and female. But then Yaira just towers over the power man of Projexis, Lincoln Eusebio. And also, you had like this twink play Lincoln in the trailer. So you get like no consistency. At least the old guy more or less was a consistent casting with, was it Jerry? I wonder if they named him Jerry to kind of just like instantly be like, we're going to crap on this character. Like Jerry Gergich from Parks and Rec. I like Parks and Rec, but you know, there is definitely a female bent to that show and its appeal. So it's not a real possibility with the Saskas. It's like, oh great, here's like the lady aspect to kind of ruin the flow.
There's some kind of a robbery, a bank truck robbery, but it's a weird kind of truck for a bank truck. And they're taking the money, and then boom, a bunch of people die in this robbery. And Martinez, it's revealed, suddenly kind of flips out. She's a mutant. She has mutant powers, and she just shoots, ice everywhere. She's, spazzing out. And she shoots a laser beam into the sky, or a beam of cold, and that alerts these two people here, who are kind of the Kryptonians, I guess. They knew Yaira way back when. They're like, oh, that hoe's at it again. And the police come, and she's like, oh no, I've shot ice everywhere. What goes on? And then there seems to be a problem, but I'm not sure what the problem is. The problem is,
oh wow, I just realized, like, it's just like she instantly kind of forgets the culpability of like, oh wow, people got killed because of me, and my friends got killed, and this cop got killed, so I got like a fucking instant warrant for probably at least 25 years, if not more, because Texas is its own nation now, so they've probably really upped. If you think about the real sentiment of back to blue conservatism, probably get like life or the death penalty for killing a cop in this republic nation state of Texas. Also, yeah, it's just now revealed offhand by Mike Barron that there's like 6 or 7 nations of what was formerly America. So it's not just that Texas' independence like helped fracture the whole union. Jesus Christ. There's so much fucking baggage to have to explain with this shit. Or peace out. Or being like, wow, none of this like emotionally connects. It really is frustrating. Like, it's frustrating to see a guy get $10 million over a couple years to like kickstart a flagship company to counter the mainstream, and then it's like, oh, you're actually worse than them. And it's not just because you're like amateur, it's like you're obviously have no sense of pace or fandom to make a story. Fucking, oh man, I wonder what the Saskas would make if they just had Yaira with no history. I do wonder what that universe would look like.
Spazzing out like with mutant abilities here, and then the cops are flipping out, secure the area till Alpha Core arrives, blah blah blah, help. Now here comes Yaira into the scene, and I swear to God, I'm not sure why she's there. Like, why is Yaira here? What exactly is her interest here? She attempts to murder the girl with the ice powers that are very similar to her own, which becomes really strange later on when they reveal who this girl is. She attempts to murder her. She goes, it was meant to be a death blow. By the way, the tits in here are fucking awful all throughout. Like, somewhere like Eric July said, we need big titties in this book, man. One of the things that SJWs don't do is they don't show titties in books anymore. So this book needs to have big titties. Hey, listen, that's a great idea, but you know what? They need to actually look like breasts. You need to learn how to draw breasts. These do not look like titties. These do not look like boobies. They look like balloons that are under her shirt. They're really wrong. They're really messed up. All right, so boom, she's fighting this little kid who, this lesbian who has ice powers. And then suddenly, out of the blue, the Kryptonians, I'm just going to call them the Kryptonians, show up. And this is where the writing gets really, really terrible. Up until this point, I was along for the ride. I was like, okay, oh, great. These 3 individuals will spend the rest of the comic book saying strangely impotent, threatening things to her. And she will say the same threatening, impotent things back to them for the rest of the book. The rest of the book contains dialogue from these 3 characters saying things like, we've come to bring you death. It's interesting to see you on your knees. Did you know that this would be the place that you would die? You understand that this is your last stand? And it's interesting to see, but now you will pay for your... It is the most retarded shit, and it goes on and on and on. It's like, just one of you kill the other one, please, so you can stop with this dialogue. So here you go. I'm going to read it to you so you can enjoy this with me. This must have been, I mean, you would have to be, you'd have to be subhuman to have written this, but to have read it and gone, this is pretty good, you would have to be less than human. You would have to be.
Rookie's going to come in shortly. I think I made him read this with me off off stream. I think I pointed the camera and it's like, all right, so this just like I did with Alpha Core with him. He's like, oh my God, like, is it over? He's just like, oh wait, we still got like 20 more pages, Ricky. Don't you worry. It was such a great time. And so I can't wait to have Rookie tortured again going through this.
Like there's something wrong with you to not be irritated by this. So here we go. So these are people who have existed since the beginning of time. And what do they say? Game over, Yaira. Oh, they're referencing Pac-Man video games from 1980. They use dialogue. They say game over. How would people that existed since like the Viking times, why would they use the expression game over? I mean, it's just like, is there an editor over there? Like, oh, wait, these people are 1,000 years old and they say game over, Yaira? Game over, Yaira. You thought you could hide from us. This is the end of the line for you. That's more like slang, like modern slang. End of the line is like trucking, isn't it? Isn't that like trucking, what truckers say? End of the line? Your justice will be swift. Oh, that's good. And merciless for your crimes. Now, hold on a second, you retard. Swift and merciful, not merciful. Swift is a good thing. You want to be, if you're brought to justice and the justice that you receive is going to be the death penalty, you want it to be swift because that's merciful. Just chop my head off real quick. Just shoot me right in the head. That's swift and merciful. Swift and merciless are two different things. Your justice will be swift and merciless? Huh? For your crimes. You already see how dumb this shit is? I mean, I feel like Eric July wrote this part because, again, there's a story here. You know, it hangs together. There is a story about Yaira. It's a disgusting story. There is a surprise in it. There is a surprise, and I'll spoil it because I don't give a fuck. If you don't want to spoil it, you don't have to listen. But I will spoil everything about this fucking comic book. But this dialogue that these Kryptonians who are 1,000 years old are speaking to Yaira is the gayest. This is, of course, the triple boob shot of Yaira. Whoever decided to lay this panel out decided that, there shouldn't be like a gutter between these two panels. It should just be this. And then to line it up perfectly so that it looks like she's smuggling 3 large eggs. Really weird. All right, here's some more dialogue. You dare turn your back to me, Yaira? Or do you forget who you stand before?
See, I love this because like before in the other reviews of Rippaverse, I felt like I was adding way more depth than what EVS was pointing out most of the time. This one's like, oh, okay. Fuck, I missed that. Merciless and swift justice. Like that, yeah, it doesn't those are counter. It's like, no, you're a bad guy. It's like bad guys should have like, unless you're just going preposterously retarded, obvious cookie cutter, mustache twirling, comical. Villains should be like a shade off. They should be like kind of like oh yeah, they're totally rational, and then they just have this really cracked perspective, probably based in trauma or some sort of backstabbing that has completely fractured their psyche compared to how other people would internalize it. Oh man, but these are supposed to be like elders. You would think wizened from their planet. Strange.
I demand you kneel. And then another guy says, how appropriate to see you beneath us, slithering like the insolent worm you are. And look at that abomination you're harboring. And they're still talking. Here's the other guy, the black dialogue here. Traitorous wench, you will escape justice no more. How much more talking are you going to be doing and threatening her about how she's not going to escape before like you actually do something?
Or how about you actually give some crumbs about what crime she's committed for them to fly all the way to Earth to like bring her in or to snuff her out for being an abomination or harboring an abomination. Also, you'd think like, I don't know, there seems to be an undertone of like some sort of like purity master race aspect of like they're supreme beings. That's their view. And obviously they kind of are, just having powers. You would think, like, again, I love learning about Spartans. There was a, they have the Helots. The Helots are Greek slaves that they were like in, endlessly breeding, but culling their population. It's basically a big prison system within their nation of Lacedaemonia. and they would also use the women to breed, to make up for numbers. So they'd have like half breeds. So you could be entered into the Agoge if you were born of a Helot mother to a Spartan father. There's 3 that are known to be half Helot. Lysander, the general, for sure. Can't remember the other couple. I think like Kyrgyz, maybe. So even if like she's like a half breed, there's still a value of like, well, you know, Invincible does this where like, you know, Mark is a half breed, but he still has the blood of Viltrum, and so he has value. Maybe he can right the ship of his father. Strange. Like there's clearly, it's like they just get fragments like, oh, that happened. They have no sense of depth of anything. And I watched their spoiler stream. Like they have understandings about like lore and shit and history. So it's really strange.
And then she just turns her back on her and goes, this is the Martinez chick, goes, who the hell are these guys? Why did you have to call your buddies to gang up on me? What did I ever do to you? And that's a good question at this point. And by the way, at first I was like, yeah, seriously, why don't you leave this bitch alone? But you find out why, Yaira. So I will say this, like the reason why Yaira is annoying this little brown lesbian, there's a reason for it. Don't touch me. But I mean, the way she's treating her is like, I'm just going to spoil it. Yaira's like 1,000 years old, and this is one of her descendants. Okay. So this is like, she goes, this is the child of the child of the child of one of my children. So that's why. But why are you trying to fucking kill her? Like, I understand why, like, you know, you're interested in her, why you would seek her out. Why are you trying to kill her? You tried to kill her. This was meant to be a death blow. What the hell? And surely
Also,
all of this, like, do you wish to die tonight, child? Like, all of
if you pay attention, look at that close-up face shot of Yaira in the bottom right. That is not Deborah Carita's art. That is, it looks like Joe Bennett, if I'm not mistaken. I think you see some of his like shading style, especially on like her bandana. It's not bad. It's not a bad shot. It's just like it completely doesn't look like anything we've seen before in the book.
this language, like, you might just want to say, hey, listen, this is going to seem kooky to you, but like, I'm your like great grandmother. Don't tell Dick Masterson that, or don't tell Riley that. They'll come and you know, find my no, there wouldn't be a grave, you know. All right, hold on a second. Here is she's remembering, she doesn't want to die. Like, do you wish to die tonight? And so there's a panel where she's thinking, I don't know, do I want to die? 2 of my friends died. Do I want to die? No, I don't want to die. She says, I'm not dying tonight. That's a good choice. Then take cover while the grown-ups talk. And then again, they're still up there saying dumb shit to her. Defiant Sal, how dare you ignore us? And she goes, ignore you, on the contrary.
See, that's when it's like, how dare you ignore us? And then bam, take advantage of her aside to Stefania, and then boom, action. She got punched. We're still in a fight. You can have corny 60s, 70s comic dialogue like, how dare you ignore me? Pow! I'm fine with corny. I like it. It's actually refreshing sometimes. But it's like they don't know what to do. They're not, they can't pick a lane. So they think like they're being really epic. But then it's like, oh, God, pages of this.
I'm your welcoming party. And then here we have the names. And Eric July basically names all of his characters the way that a single trailer park mom names her children. If you know what I mean. Like a single white trash mom. There's something about that. I've talked about this before, but like they name their kids in the most exotic fashion possible. Like you can't just name your kid Michael, Jonathan, Brian. You got to name your kid something that is like, it sounds foreign and like maybe a little French. It's spelled in an exotic way because, you know, you have a inferiority complex. You feel trashy. So you want to give your kid a name that's going to elevate them. It's free. You might as well. So you just invent these fucking names. Yanessa. That's Vanessa, but with a Y. Yanessa. Why not Trenessa? Why not Benessa? Yanessa. Yantoni.
How about
I think that's the guy's
Vanussi?
name.
Get some of that Yanussi.
Yantoni. I would be happy to never see you again. Magus knew with 2
Got some new people in the chat. Gotta welcome. What is up, Papa Cotton, my friend? Gotta play you your clip. You have arrived. We have rapport. Here you go.
What up, nigga?
What is up, nigga? Dan Elvin. hello. I think it's the first time seeing you in my chat. Appreciate you stopping by. Sure, hit a like. Says that does look like Joe Bennett. Wow. Yeah. There's multiple shots in this that are obviously shading patterns of Joe Bennett. And I'm not an art expert. I'm a comic novice. Got into comics because of Comicsgate. I could get the depth of comics explained. I'll always say I'm a novice. Never going to be pretentious. I'm all about story more than art, but sometimes it's just noticeable. Like I love J. Scott Campbell. You can see over here, I have one of his statues. I got a couple in my house. So his art, his covers stand out. I know him. Fabok, he's a guy I love from what I've seen. Three Jokers. Joe Bennett with Memorial Hulk. So I definitely notice his style, or when it's not followed through, or the inker's just like, what are they doing to his art? What the fuck? An Alpha Core. So yeah, it's like if I am a novice can point that out, how are you gonna fool actual avid readers that really follow like art styles and stuff? Crazy. But welcome, Dan. And how Anxious one says 2 hour mark. Oh, feels like you've gone a lot longer, so cool. Only 2 hours so far.
Use 2 M's, new might. It's actually good to see you, but sad to see who you choose to ally yourself with these days. Yeah, this sounds like this actually sounds like that crew, the Zeros, the way they talk to each other. You flatter me with your humble You flatter me with your humble pursuit. You're just choosing random words at this point. You flatter me with your humble pursuit. This is a humble pursuit. You flatter me with your obsessive pursuit. The words are always wrong. It's always the wrong word. What a pleasure it is to be here for your funeral. Now you're talking like a villain, YAIRA. Talking like a villain now. Now I gotta know, like, did the Saskas write this, or did Eric July write this dialogue? Because it's retarded. See what I'm saying? It is retarded. By the way, let me just take a look and see if oh, look at this. Thank you. I want to shout out some backers here. Shout out to all you guys who are supporting. God, so much to Rainbow the $6 much. The Rainbow very important.
Oh my God.
Okay, perfect. Let me see. Back to how do we do this like this?
It's always hard to piece out doing EFAP CVS. You never know when the super chats and chats will be pertinent to his review, or if they're just asides unrelated. So always got to give them a chance at first.
Yeah, like this. Okay, perfect. You will regret coming after me. And then again, like there's something about like men in midair who can fly having to hold women who can't in midair or something, moving her out of the way here. It's very awkward. Watch your tongue, YAIRA. You have a list of crimes to answer to. To answer to? You're going to answer to your crimes or for your crimes? You have a list of crimes to answer to. No. You answer to a person of authority. You answer for your crimes. It's endlessly retarded. It just doesn't stop being retarded from here on. YAIRA, you have no authority over me. Not here. Not anywhere. Not anymore. And then again, you think the cold will stop us? How long have you been away? It is refreshing to the touch on this overheated, barely inhabitable rock. You want the cold, YAIRA? You can have it all. Okay, beautiful. Let's keep talking shit to each other nonstop. So stupid. You have really done.
Yeah, if you haven't read this, now you see why I love the Rippaverse. Like I unironically love these awful books. It's like, who? What? A child could write this shit better. Like a child would get straight to the action. You're like, oh yeah, poopy face, you. I don't like ice blasts. I'm gonna ice blast you. Pew pew pew. Like it's that simple. Just like to get to the shit, you know.
Now, you wretched recalcitrant. Recalcitrant. What is like? Is there like a thesaurus? Is he just using a thesaurus? That thing. Okay, so this is the bitch of the Kryptonians. That thing is a defiance. I would call them the Craptonians from here on out. The Craptonians, because they are crap. They're a crappy ripoff of the Kryptonians. That thing is a defiance of natural law. It is to be mercifully terminated of its pitiful existence. And you, YAIRA, must come back with us to face judgment. How many more times are you going to say that? There is no escape. This is the end of the line. The end of the line. Again, This reminds me of a Mystery Science Theater episode called Prince of Space. Did anybody see that? I mean, that's kind of, I'm asking a lot of you guys to say, are you Mystery Science Theater fans? And did you see a particular episode called Prince of Space? In that episode, which is a Japanese movie, they keep, the bad guy keeps threatening Prince of Space. No matter how many times Prince of Space, like, beats him up or gets away or something like that, it's over for you, Prince of Space. Like, over and over and over again. There's just, like, dumb threats from this guy. Yeah, and people are saying they did see it. Okay, good. That's what this reminded me of, Prince of Space. So here's all right. So there's no escape. This is the end of the line. Yaira says this amazing thing here. I read this all very carefully. Yaira says, "You want her," meaning Martinez. "You're going to have to go through me." Now, first of all, they don't really want her. They want you, Yaira. They don't want her. They're just saying she's a cockroach. We're gonna have to just, put her out of her misery. They don't want her. They want you. So when you say you want her, you're gonna have to go through me. And charges the Numite thing. Craptonian Man says, "You're such a barbarian, Yaira. But if you wish to behave as a brute, then I will see you beg for mercy." What? You're such a barbarian. You're such a barbarian, Yaira. But if you wish to behave as a brute, then I will see you beg for mercy. How does that follow? You're supposed to say, if you wish to behave as a brute, then I'm going to treat you brutally, right? I will see you beg for mercy? Like, what? And then Numite says, hold on. So, okay, there's a little this stupid dialogue here. You're going to forget. Let me just read these two pieces of dialogue together because this gets in the way. Okay, that's stupid. It's distracting. "You want her, you're going to have to go through me." Numite says, "It looks like you won't be going through anything." And he creates a force field. Now, hold on a second here. She didn't say, "I'm going to go through you." She said, "You're going to have to go through me." Now, why are you saying it looks like you won't be going through anything? She never said she was. She said, "You're going to have to go through me." It's so bad. Every bit of this is bad, nonsensical shit. It doesn't follow. Let me.
Now imagine if this said Marvel on the cover, and the glasses wearing man is Nerdrotic. Look at all of his videos and his criticisms. Girl boss, and he's like, "Oh yeah, Rippaverse, woohoo! Yeah, Eric's great. No problems here." I owned a comic store. I had no comics.
Stop it right there, you recalcitrant.
Oh no, I am recalcitrizing. You will have to make me go through you to stop.
I'm going to turn you into a scroodle butt. Because that's a different word than a normal word. That one.
What was it? Did I read it to you, or did I show you on camera the whole book? And
you showed me Alpha Core on the camera. You read some of it.
You sent me files.
You sent me files to read myself. Yeah, honestly, great. Like when I was reading it, I was like, okay, is it really me, or is it the way this is written? Like the way that EVS is reading them, I'm like, okay, thank you. I felt like this. I'm like, what? Why is it worded
like you're tripping on yourself all the time?
The one that he just did, where he's like, you won't go through anything. What? Wait, like, why is it said like that? That's not in retaliation to what they said. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, it's funny because like EVS, ultimately, he just has to be art guy. Like he doesn't have to actually write anything good. He just has to draw cool shit, and we'll buy his stuff. And so it's really refreshing and insightful to see, like, oh yeah, like whatever you want to say about, yeah, he came up with an idea for like drawing different colors. Whoop-de-doo. It's like, no, it's very clear. Like he has like insight in crafting stories and.
Well, at least
back
comic
and forth
stories, like with what one would say maybe for like a one-liner or a, like saying what they mean or something. Yeah, I'm going to get you instead.
Well, it's funny too because like Renowned and all these people try to lead the charge. Like, oh yeah, a Rippaverse. What about these lines? And they'll show like Heather Swain telling like lame mom jokes, trying to like cheer Cyberfrog up, and like, this is horrible. It's like you don't get the context at all. Versus you're saying this is totally great and fine and good comics. Like you're lying through your teeth.
Yeah,
that's the other thing. It's like I enjoy just how bad this is, but it's insightful and I guess surprising. It's always surprising the depth that EVS actually has with like criticism. Because again, he's art guy, so you kind of like take him for granted with this aspect, but then you like hear him and he's like intensively going through like, oh fuck, like I didn't even realize how bad it was, just like repetitive. But I didn't realize how clunky and like eating itself the dialogue is, where it's like, oh, we'll bring you swift justice mercilessly. Like,
No, just take when he's saying that, I'm like, dude, I agree with him, because he's like, they keep on saying the same things. I'm like, why do they keep on saying all these things they think they're gonna do and then never do any of them? They just constantly like, you will die forever tomorrow, today, and longly it shall last you. And you died. I was like,
but there's never really intercuts of like fighting in all this. It would be one thing if it's like,
yeah, if they're in the mid punching each other,
punch,
yeah.
block. Yes. And oh, he thought you could do this.
It reminds me
superior.
Of it's like if the Isom versus what's his face from the last one, and he's like, why are we even having this type of conversation while we're talking and fighting? We're trying to fight.
We need Isom, but unfortunately he's knocked out on top of a car, and so he's not here to help expedite this dialogue.
I'd love for that to be a skit of like, oh my gosh, we need help, Isom, and then it's he just got crashed on a car again. Oh no, he just got crashed. There's a little
Isom
girl
could have helped with 9/11, but he fell on a car.
Fell on a car. Oh, he can't help. Oh no,
guys, one weakness: cars.
Falling onto cars. Not if it was
he can't even fly. How does he keep falling on all these cars?
If it was spikes, he'd be fine, but it's a car, so it does more damage.
Mystical hell monkeys, no problem. We can just pounce through fucking swarms of them.
The guy he's fighting in YAIRA in cars, yeah, those are difficult. But these demon monkeys, those are easy peasy. Might as well be
also Chadron. It seems that Chadron can just kill a random citizen, and he's like, "Oh, I guess I'm just done now." Like,
I didn't understand if that meant, so is he weaker than him now, or he just was like, all right, fucking, I'm just gonna leave. Like,
yeah,
kill
it's
one
just
person.
like,
I'll just leave you to kill more people. Okay. That day he probably got a lot more kills racked up because there's nobody interfering.
I love it. I saw too where EVS is reading Chadron in his like alien words, and he's like, he just called him a faggot.
That's great.
Eric, like Eric takes it in such a weird way. Thank you, Becky. It's entertaining though, because like, what is this?
These are some of my favorite books to read. They're so silly. I love it.
It's like, yeah, no wonder Eric didn't shop these to like Bleeding Cool or Cosmic Book News or any of these like CBR, because they would just like, oh wow, a lot of chuds are back in this retarded book. Like, we're really shaking our boots, man. Yeah, God forbid we have like a woke trans person with the bat and Batman, because yeah, Isom's really gonna.
I was like YAIRA? What are we talking about? Oh, I'm in Batman. Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know the context, but there's like, I remember seeing a shot of a new comic where it's DC, and it's like someone's got like a bat and it's got like trans tape on it, or
usually Harley Quinn.
No, it's not Harley Quinn. It's some new character. They're probably non-binary or something. They're trans. So they have like a bat with like a trans flag, and so it's like these. I think they say something about like basically we're gonna bash transphobes in the head, and it's like,
is that the character Recalcitran or something?
Yeah, that's gonna make people hate you more. Actually, you know, like,
yeah.
Now you just give them a reason like, oh look, these trans just bludgeon people with bats to death. Like, of course we don't like them. Like,
yep.
Oh my god, it's just funny because they're not even that far in the book. It's like 10 pages in, maybe.
Yeah.
You see, we could have taken you peacefully, says Craptonian Man. Why must you resist everything?
And we're just trying to kill you. Why won't you comply?
Yeah. What the heck?
What?
It's dialogue like that I would just take that part out of the script. Like, what? That was one of the things too. Like, when I wonder how much script should you put into a comic book? And I'm just like, man, there's just too much going on here. And yeah, I'm a guy who loves dialogue and stuff, but my god, like, so many of these words you just don't need to say. Like,
yeah, there's this creepy shot of YAIRA like wiping blood on her face, and it's just like, she's supposed to be like, you know, it's kind of seductive quality to her. She's a mysterious woman, and oh man, she's a big blonde lady. Ooh, she took out Ice and now she's got her own threats to deal with. And then like they draw like this, like she just smooched Solari, which is kind of I think a good. I don't know if it's the intent, but it definitely reminds me of like Catwoman undercutting Batman in Batman Returns, where it's like she's using her sex appeal to kind of throw him off. You know, it's the whole like, oh, why would you hit a woman? And then she like instantly takes advantage of his like doubt, you know, and then she's like being all seductive, like licking him and stuff, getting him in sexually compromising ways.
It always seems like regardless, Catwoman wants to, like, she's against him, but she's not like trying to defeat him ever. So if she's able to land a smooch on him real quick and get away, I mean, why not? Right?
Yeah, it's an instant disarming of like, hey, criminal, you've stolen jewels, and that's not right. And then it's like, "Mwah," and he's like,
It's honestly, you know what it reminds me? It's a Looney Tunes sketch.
It's like Bugs, where it's
Bugs
like
onto Elmer Fudd or something. That's what it is.
and then Elmer Fudd's like,
Fudd
you rascally wabbit.
That's what it is. That's why those work. Catwoman and Batman.
I'm gonna bag me a wabbit. No kissing me, wabbit.
But no, see, it's like, but she's like an alien, but she's mostly a Viking, right? Like as far as like what she's adopted. So like I kind of
adopted and died.
I kind of assumed that she would be kind of, you know, having more Viking traits or something. Like, but I guess not. I mean, that's fine if it isn't.
It's like
that'd be interesting. That'd be more interesting to me.
She fell in with like the perfect crowd that also would think she's a goddess, even though she's, I guess, like a servant of a superior race, kind of like Venom, or like in the movie Venom is actually like a pipsqueak from his planet, but on here he's like a perfect organism like the xenomorph. and then like he has to fight Toxin, and it's like, oh man, that guy's like, he's a real asshole. Oh man, he's gonna kick my ass. Like, because you see like what Venom can do, and it's like, oh man, that guy, yeah, fuck, I don't know what I could do with that guy. And so you get like a power scaling. And yeah, you'd think there would be, especially with the reveal, you think it'd be more like hints of like, I am Viking lady, and then like her alien people are like, you're really strange since the last time you've gone native.
That's the type of dialogue that should be happening here. It's like, wow, you've really gotten primitive and weird. You got blood on your face. What are you doing? You're supposed to be a Kryptonian. What are you doing? Like, I don't know.
You wallow with the scum. These cockroaches.
You wallow with the wabbits.
Forgotten your etiquette here on this strange world you've been hiding on all these years. Let me remind you what happens to those who forget their place.
That's
now,
such a
Neil,
mouthy way to say it.
And then she like retarded Joker face. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? Says Kryptonian woman. Do you?
No, he's saying it wrong. You're supposed to go, thanks for the heads up.
I love his it's just, he just doesn't give like a robot that
yeah,
does a laugh
like,
thing.
You enjoy the taste of your own blood, so? She says, to think how far you three came just to fail now. Truly laughable. You've already been outwitted by a child, and I'll be the next to escape. Okay, so
that was fine. It's just getting to this point with all the other shit is like,
yeah, by this point we're tired of the dialogue.
Man, that could have worked actually.
Yeah, let's tighten this up, cut a lot of this stuff out, and then like just have the fight parts and then this dialogue. And it's like, okay, like you've got something here. You got something a little bit better, at least better.
They were outwitted, were they? What do you mean? Oh, Martinez is getting away.
Oh no, the bug man that can make force fields. He's like evil Doctor Strange bug man, with also like a drone swarm at his disposal to be his eyes everywhere. He's like, what? She's driven away in an automobile?
Well, what was he doing this whole time?
There's 3 of them against her.
There? Was he just standing there?
Yeah, like they're all kind of. It should be like in when Alan faces the Viltrumites, and they're all just taking turns on him. Like, Even if
that'd
we're
actually be a better
equals-
that'd be a better display of their power. That it's like you're pretty much equal with one of them, but there's three of them, so you're probably outmatched. Kind of like a Superman with the Kryptonians when they came there.
That's
It's
why he's
like,
calling them Craptonians.
yeah, but the point is like, well, they're probably equally as strong as him, but there's three of them, so he's probably fucked. So that's like,
Yeah.
you know, that simple math sort of thing.
Simple
But this,
Jack.
honestly, it's hard to. So she also seems so confident, which is fine. But as far as like them being villains, they're the only ones giving themselves hype, which is really lame.
Also, there should either be a distinction where it's like, I am on planet and it enhances me because Viking powers, or it's like, oh, they're fresh from home planet, I'm rusty.
Right, or if home planet is like where there isn't as many wars and she's gone through more battles. I don't know.
Right. It's either
distinction
there should
between
either
these.
be she's enhanced above them, or that she's
Because-
rusty and
Because
deficient.
that's what I think they're going with. Because she's like, they're like, oh, we're all powerful gods, and she's like, it took three of you to take me on. How does that feel? And it's like, so I feel like it should be that she being on Earth has helped her get stronger than she would have been on her planet.
Yeah,
And,
it's
like,
really
that sort of
vague.
thing.
It's really vague, but they hint at something that like she's basically some sort of like herald again, kind of like Invincible, where it's like she's got
Yeah.
some sort of task and she's
Sent here to
abandoned
do
it.
something, and
So
yeah,
she's like part of a caste system. They're like the supreme.
yeah.
They're like I don't know, Gestapo of the top class. So they're the ones that will like, oh, we got a rogue herald. We better bring them in.
Send
so-
send Mike Ermintree out. He'll take care of it.
That would be so weird to have. We should try to figure that out. We should try to figure out like splicing Mike Ehrmantraut into the Yaira trailer. And
Yes.
like it won't add up at all. We're like, what the fuck? Like,
And then a Bugs Bunny give him a kiss.
that would be funny as fuck. We're gonna have to rewatch all Breaking Bad, get all the Mike lines, and figure out the context. And be like,
There's
how can I
also he's in
splice
Better
this
Call
in?
Saul as well.
Yeah, fuck that too. Shit.
There's actually a lot of Mike Ehrmantraut content. He's
The
in a lot
Mike
of season one.
Ehrmantraut cinematic universe.
I told have a show about him mopping up the floors. He'll make it interesting, I'm sure.
The MECU.
Don't care
It
about
actually sounds
Martinez.
better.
They care
Maybe see you.
about you. They came to get you. They just said we're going to kill Martinez because she's a cockroach. And then look at this face here. Then Kryptonian man says, "Yaira, you distracted us on purpose. You will pay."
Hey, you tricked me.
When I read this too, I was like, wait, is that what we're supposed to take from them fighting? Like, okay.
It's literally like a silly cartoon where it's like, hey, what's that over there? And they're all like, huh? And it's like, oh, drats, they've gotten away.
But it feels really dumb because I'm like, there was nothing that made it like, well, okay, she's doing I don't know. It's just like, well, okay, I guess they're duped. Really, I don't know. It would have been maybe better if they're like, oh, that's what you think. We're just testing you out. And, you know, but how long can you guys hide from us or something? I don't know.
Yeah, you know what these are?
They sound like wusses. They hype themselves and then they sound like wusses. I don't
Like
get
Team
what we're
Rocket.
thinking of them. That's actually
What's the
a
phrase?
good
What's the phrase from
comparison.
Team Rocket where it's like, what is their like catchpressure? There's like
Prepare for trouble and make it double.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
some of that, and then that's part of the song. But yeah, to protect the world from devastation, to unite all evils within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love,
Yes!
to extend our reach to the stars above.
Team Rocket.
Jesse,
And the new line is meow.
Team Rocket, blast off to the speed of light.
Wait,
Surrender now,
what's
or
like a
you'll
line
prepare
that
to
Meowth
fight.
would say when they're like hyping themselves up?
Meowth, that's right. When he's hyping themselves up. I don't know what I'll have to think about it. He has like a New York accent.
You need to see. You
guys needs to stop running from us, Pikachu.
see. You have your own detractor content to make because you're a Pokemon. You know this stuff. I just kind of
Yeah.
like tangentially. Like, oh yeah, there's like
Yeah.
yes. Sounds like Team Rocket. They're lame, but they think they're really cool. Like
Team Rocket. Well, yeah. This moment is basically without being punched into the sky. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Woo! They fly into the sky and twinkle. because they got hit so far in the sky.
You distracted us on purpose. Shame on you, Yaira. Why would you distract them on purpose? Let her run. It makes the meat sweeter. I never forget my prey once I've seen them. She will be mine. All these empty threats over and over again. You will not escape. You are no match for us. Yaira says, perhaps you are together stronger than me. No. Perhaps together you are stronger than me.
Why can't
Perhaps
he get
you are
words
together
right?
stronger than
Wait,
me.
Okay, well,
Saska
like her
sisters?
broken English.
Those
All right.
Saska sisters.
In the defense of that specific line where it's like the English is backwards or broken, she is again Scandinavian.
Mm.
So I can see.
I'm sorry, I forgot about Death Blow. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, again, this is like what I made a point in my deep dive review is like you got to read this like the trailer. Like perhaps you are together stronger than me. You got to like read like
okay, yeah, that's at least better than normal language.
yeah, because when you get like foreign people, their English is somewhat broken. Even if they've learned English, it's like
yeah, I at least wouldn't
language,
say
so
that it's
like,
a bad choice of dialogue then, if that's the case. But otherwise, yeah, that would be weird.
it's like you make soup of tomato, like that's how. Because again, English is backwards from all like the European language. They like their noun verb placements all backwards, adjectives.
The basket's going to go into the basket.
I think so I think it's accidental. I think they're just in their head writing English, and so they're writing it poorly. But they full context with the trailer. Luckily they fell into.
That's what I'm thinking.
Diablo,
that's what I'm thinking. That they wrote the English part wrong, but because of her language, that actually makes it work better on accident.
Yeah, it's like when you be like, oh yeah, like when I read this, I was like, fuck up, and I remember she's Scandinavian, and so then be like, yeah, we like meant to do that. Whew, like,
but you see, like, wouldn't she be speaking different than them? Wouldn't they be like, why do you sound like you sound like a cockroach? Like, what is your language? What's your accent on that?
Right. That'd be funny if it's like she's like talking like Scandinavian, like she always has broken English, and then she faces them and she's like, oh right, I'm like above this. Duh. Like
right.
I've been here
and
so long.
Then if she wants to speak High Valerian or whatever, that's fine, whatever.
Oh yeah, I need to get that clip from SNL. Dracarys.
That's so funny.
It's like watching, it's like, okay, it's humorous because it knows the lore and it's making fun of it, but it's like Napoleon Dynamite when you think about it. It's like, oh yeah, that is really funny. Or they shoehorn in black people in a prequel and there's basically no black people in this world. And it's like, also, yeah, this is an American, targeted show. And then we add black people to this white fantasy. And then the one black family is very knowledgeable about ships and ship-based things.
Yes, which is even, I just find funny because throughout the first season of House of Dragon, his family gets picked off one by one. So it's like, I'm like, oh yeah, who's left under his thing? I'm like, oh yeah, he has like a couple of kids. He has quite a few kids actually, surprisingly, but he had a whole gaggle of them, and now oh no, there's so few left.
Yeah, it's funny because again, I love learning about history, and so because of Rogan, I found Dan Carlin. I think it's his name, Dan Carlin. Hardcore History on Spotify, YouTube, and I'm catching up some of his. He's like really deep, long streams, like 5 hours, just by himself talking about all this, like history, interconnected tangents and stuff. And one was called Human Resources, and so he starts talking about like HR concept and stuff, modern day everything. It was like. And he shifts it into slavery and the history of Western slavery in like the colonial into modern times, and adds like this new perspective and trying to be even kill, but then going into, oh yeah, like the slaves are terrified because the slavers on the ships might kill their own people, and then they're stuck. It's like a prison on a boat. You got to worry about them getting loose and mutinying you because they're slaves, and you're also putting them in like coffin-sized spaces, and then a lot of these people will die, and they're also just sitting in the bay for months, possibly waiting to actually accrue the full count of slaves for the cargo load, And then also you might like throw people overboard just to collect the insurance on the property loss. So it's like adding a lot of depth. We're like, oh, wow. Okay. It's not just like, oh yeah, slaves pick cotton. It's like, no, there's a whole like Africa story that we're like not really aware of like, they didn't just grab them at once. It wasn't just like they're in the stock yards. They would go town to town and like build their stock. And so people are just sitting on a boat for months in the summer in Africa at the equator. Like, yikes. It is a huge humanitarian travesty, actually. Where it's like, oh, okay. This makes it way worse than like 12 Years a Slave. Like 12 Years a Slave is pretty nice, actually. Django's pretty nice.
Yep.
If only you could just be born here and be a slave. That's like way better than being import. Dragon Fun, hello, says it was meant to be this blue.
Yes.
Exactly. God, Eric really fucked himself with that trailer and this character. It's like always going to be a joke. Like, even if people are like true fans and they try to just like be true to the portrayal, they'll like, you know, you'll never get me, Yonessa. You know, it's like, that's gay. Like,
Yeah.
like people might see the suit like, oh, that's cool. It's pretty simplistic, but it's got like a good look to it. And then they like see the portrayal like, oh,
Yeah.
never
Is this
mind.
before or after her speech?
This is after her projects speech.
Yeah, I like how EVS points out, how come nobody's reacting to her saying all this weird shit? Like, because it's
Yeah.
like my thing, they're all clap like, oh yeah, this is all normal and
It's like,
fine. I'm like,
very
when-
few things make it through the echoes of time. I was here. I'm still here. Like,
but
wait, what?
no, that line, the I am here, I am still here, whatever, among you. I'd be like, I'm sorry, ma'am. What do you mean by
Yeah.
that?
What do you
What do you mean by that last part?
people?
I am here, I'm still here among you.
Especially
Wait, what?
Altona. Altona's black. Like, what do you mean, you people?
Isn't she supposed to be like the smartest black woman around or something?
Yeah, she's
like,
literally worse than like if you think Shuri is a woke character in Black Panther 1, you are in for a treat. If you've read ISO 1 and 2, you're gonna love, if you don't know, you're gonna love how it turns out for Altona in this. You're like, what?
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's like she should have kind of been like, I'm sorry, I am here. That was a weird ending of your thing, but she was like, what are you worried about a woman? It's like, I mean,
She's really qualified, Jerry. She's got 2 degrees.
I can't believe that they made that speech a thing in the book and in the trailer. It's just like, I spliced the trailer together where she says all the words. I'm just like, I don't understand why they filmed this. Like, this doesn't help anything. Honestly, if they showed the Nordic shit or something,
The
I would've been more
friction of creation. That's like one of the lines she has. And it's
yeah,
like,
it's like what?
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 Just say like echoes of time or
Well,
like
I'm trying to think
things
of
are
a
rare.
trailer. I'm trying to think. Just don't even have the speech. I don't know why you need a speech. I don't. It's just not important, really.
No, the speech is fine if it's like she's like what she's saying is echoing like a subtlety to the profound nature of her existence on this planet.
Well, if
And then you
anything,
splice it with like her
should be-
action and
It
her
should be
history.
something. It should be something that later, like, almost answers what she says here. Like she sets up, like whatever she's saying might not make as much sense to us, but then when we learn about her like past with the people that she's lived with and have died, and is talking with the Kryptonians and whatever, it should all be put together. Where if we read it again, like, oh shit, that's what she meant. Okay.
Hold on. I don't know if I've ever seen the Thor trailer, but I think that's probably one of the most apt comparisons to assess. And so
The
let's
original Thor?
compare because Thor is kind of the same template of like fish out of water, like Wonder
Sure.
Woman, fish out of water, Viking, older times, you know. Let's see how this compares with Yaira.
It's not easy to do what you did.
Whoa, it's just a wild blonde guy at a secret facility. What is going on? This is the
Yeah.
modern times.
And
so-
wait, there's a violence at a hospital and he's not. Never mind.
There's no way a white guy would be this violent. What?
You made my men look like a bunch of minimum wage mall cops. That's hurtful.
You took out all of Eric's warehouse security swiftly.
All 6 of them. All 6 of them.
This cannot be tolerated.
Would you like to tell me where you received your training? Afghanistan? Chechnya? Who are you?
Adapt or die.
Adapt or die.
I have sacrificed much to achieve peace. For through your arrogance and stupidity, you have opened these peaceful realms and innocent lives to the horror.
Yeah! Yeah, I'm already like, ooh.
I was like, it shows you him as like a person, and then it goes to him as Thor.
Yeah, it's just like this guy. He's being all violent. He's causing a scene, and it's like
he's also this fucking alien god. Yes, there you go. He's like, "Who are you?" And then boom, go over here.
Devastation of war.
Yeah, literally, what's happening is like you're probably wondering how I got here.
Right? No, they're holding our hands.
You are a vain, greedy, cruel boy.
You are an old man and a fool!
You're unworthy! Father, I now take from you your power.
God damn, this is such a good fucking trailer.
Say, this is a great choice to include his little speech here and his fucking, because that was like his.
You are a recalcitrant rebel.
That's the performance of the movie.
We need to take this trailer and cut it and then ADR dialogue from Yaira into it. The show, like, yeah, this would be really dumb. You wouldn't want to see this movie, would you? Like,
I cast you out!
And that's how I got it.
Rock and roll and a cute lady from Star Wars. What is happening?
Yeah, why is Padme here? Whoa.
You will not take her from me.
He's on Naboo now. And he landed in sand.
Oh, no, this is Earth, isn't it?
Where did it come from?
Your ancestors called it magic. And you call it science. I come from a place where
it's funny because like rewatches, like this is like corny phase 1.
This was
MCU,
like
and it's like,
decent movie.
Oh, this is pretty good. Like I like the movie.
Good hype.
I've not seen this trailer. And it's like that was a really good fucking sell. Like I'm surprised it actually didn't make more money.
Imagine seeing the trailer back when this was coming around.
Oh yeah, let me look up the like, Thor 2011 box office.
I think it did okay, but I don't think it did great either. For
made almost $500 million in 2010, and then the next year Avengers comes out and makes like 1.2 billion. So
shit, never mind. All right,
this is a standalone weirdo character. It's not Iron Man, you know.
I think there's talks that he was actually like supposed to be they thought he was going to be the hardest to sell to the audiences. They were like, how do you even sell this guy to an audience? Like they think he's too weird.
Good.
they think he's too weird to really like understand, and it's like it's actually extremely simple to understand.
Oh yeah, Dragon Fun. Yeah, sorry I didn't really like hype it up more. It's kind of impromptu, but yeah, I got a. If you go to my community post, you can see I got a Kotobuki. Kotobuki Bashuju, however you say that. Tiffany from Bride of Chucky figure. So super chatty, $20. You can get in the raffle. You'll be the first one in. It looks like it'd be a real steal. I mean, $20 to win it is already a steal, but especially if you have no competition, that's a real steal. So yeah, no, that's totally available if you wish. Let me finish this trailer and I'll show everyone the pictures so you know what I'm talking about.
Disobey this king.
Oh man, that was death blow.
It knows just what to show. The music's rock and roll, and it's after Iron Man. So we've seen Iron Man, we've seen the Hulk. You see this, and it's like, oh yeah, it's like fuck yeah, let's go.
So you think Iron Man is cool? This guy actually has powers and muscles.
Yeah,
he's in his own hands now.
I will end this.
Thor is fucking pretty cool because it's like, yeah, those frost giants. Let's attack them before they get us, and then they wreak havoc and fuck people up, kill it like crazy beast.
Well, he pretty much practically one-man army goes there. Like you can count his friends, but like compared to him, he's like worth how many of them alone?
Yeah, he's just out for like the savagery of war and the
Well,
thrill
he
of
wants
it.
to remind them they've poked too close to the bear. We need to remind them that we're strong. Like because they've been at peace for so long now. He's like, fuck, we need to fight to show them that we.
Yeah, it's like
we'll
you show
bear
weakness, old man.
You poke
He's
the
like,
bear, we'll bare our teeth. You fucking bitch.
Yeah, there's a real Game of Thrones element potential to just the Thor world by itself.
Oh my god, that'd be so fucking good.
Not even because of Sword and Sandwich, just because like the politics of like Odin is the Allfather, actually delegating, managing,
and
alliances
Thor when he's a young brash
treaties with different realms.
And he's young and brash and has his own opinion on how war is handled and everything, and he wants the throne at the time, like this kind of thing. Game of Thor.
And then you have like older Thor, Chris Hemsworth, with like his comedic ability that we've seen. Works pretty well. Him in Avengers and in Ragnarok, they went too wacky and lost the script with number 4. If you rein in that kind of like, I'm actually like, yeah, I'm a god. I'm basically immortal as far as you're concerned, but like, I'm actually kind of suicidal. What's my like meaning in life anymore? Like, there's a Deadpool element to Thor.
He failed the universe, but then there's some redemption. But now what? Like, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's like, yeah, I save the world, but like,
I can
everyone's dead.
Be the king of my people of like 70 people that survived everything.
I shall rule the realm of infinity cones.
That's kind of funny.
3D, fuck!
Oh yeah, when they're pushing 3D all the time.
Yeah,
back in those days, that's so cute.
Oh man, that is so cool, man. Yeah, I don't remember ever seeing the trailer. I just knew it was out. So then, like, I was at a hotel in Oklahoma City, so I'm like, I'm just gonna go walk to the theater and watch it.
What was funny for me is, so like, I was one of the people that had no idea that Captain America, Thor, Iron Man, Hulk, that they were going to be that they're all in the same universe. I was one of the ones that didn't know them from the comics, so it was just like, wow, there's another cool movie coming out, awesome. And then when they have like Coulson directly, I'm like, wait, it's like one of those, wait a second, he's from that other movie. Did he say the name of the guy? What? So like, for non-comic book people that don't know what this stuff is, it's still really fucking cool, even if we don't know the lore.
Yeah, just Viking space element is already cool.
Fucking cool elements.
Yeah, like,
and then honestly, legitimate. I don't think it was until like Avengers the movie where I was like, oh fuck, they're all here together. What?
Yeah, like, I had no idea
that was gonna happen.
I never saw Avengers cartoons. Definitely didn't know about comic books until a couple years later. And so I saw this. I saw Iron Man once, it was on DVD. Didn't see Captain America till after Avengers. But when I see Avengers a couple months before I joined the army, it was like, oh wow, okay, like, yeah, I saw the trailer and but it's like, oh, they're all in the same universe. It kind of dawned on me, but I still didn't get the full scope of like, oh, this is a universe from books that has a whole like 50 years of history already of different stories and different iterations of the Avengers. They have their solo stories. I had no idea. So I'm just watching like, oh, that's a crazy cool, an Iron Man. Wow, that was awesome. He shot a tank.
I was like, oh, and that's cool. It's gonna be an Iron Man movie, and there's aliens attacking, and he's like, yeah, this is serious. Like the way the trailer was shot was like very dramatic, and I was like, oh my god, that's fucking amazing. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah, but Dragon Fun and people in chat, appreciate if you share this out. I could definitely use the money, but if not, you get a steal of a deal. Super chat me $20 to enter the raffle. I'll next week, because I won't be able to stream Thursday this week, so next week I'll have a wheel of names to determine the winner if there's more than one bidder, basically, through the super chats. This is the statue. Kotobukiya, Bride of Chucky, Tiffany. And yep, got the box. So it's all there. She's smoking a cigarette. She's a cutie in that manga style of Shunya Yamashita. So give me money.
Give me money, and I want it now.
It's my money. Give it when I want it. Like,
yes, I want it right now.
All right.
It looks like you got a super chat.
Whoa, let's check it out. What the fuck? The rookie critic. This faggot tweet. I'm gonna refund.
I'm not gonna let that guy just waltz in and just win the thing without any challenge.
Oh,
Like,
competition.
You know, it's a little more fun when there's a
you
little
want
more
rookie to
people
win
involved.
this? Do you want rookie?
I don't
Chris
even
to
want
win
it.
this? Yeah, he doesn't even care about fucking figures. Literally, I got him. I hunted on eBay, found a great deal for in the box. Keep it in the box. Count Dooku. I don't know if you know this. I'm a big Star Wars guy, and this. Let me find it. Count Dooku Unleashed. It's a really fucking cool figure. Let me see. Let me go to the images here. Present. See, I got him this figure here. Count Dooku Unleashed. So it's got a cool, exaggerated style to all the figures, but they're pretty realistic. And he has the lightning option or the saber. Look at that. And I got it in the box. I'm like, Ricky can have this and pin it on his wall. It's first collectible. And it's probably just in his closet or under his bed or something.
It's hung up on the wall in the spare room gathering dust because nobody goes in there to look at anything. So
you want this guy to win the figure? It's worth, you can get $250, $300 for this figure. So that's why it's a steal to put it on. Like, hey, you want to win it for $20? Competition, people. Just saying. Anyway, let's get back to EVS. Let me see. Where is he at? Fortunately, it rewound on me. Right about here, I think.
Party. And then here we have the names, and Eric July.
All right,
basically names all, which is a Japanese movie. They keep "You will pay."
There you
go. You will pay.
You distracted us on purpose. Shame on you, Yaira.
Shame on you.
On purpose. Let her run. It makes the meat sweet.
Oh, okay,
Score
yeah,
levels
that
are
line.
unprecedented. Do
That's
we
what we talked
engage?
about
No,
before.
no.
Here we go.
Yeah.
The old lady says, "Hey."
I think we missed the.
Cut to the.
I think we missed the.
Oh my. Well, we will see who's faster. And then you cut the alpha core here. Oh my God, their power levels, they're unprecedented. Do we engage? No. She'll come to us. All right, so here we go. Still the trash talking. How are you liking the tour? I'm so glad you managed to both keep up at your old age. I'll bet it's been a long time since anyone worked you this hard. And Magus Numate, this is your only warning. Don't die here with Yanessa and Tony.
Bitch.
Only you will die here. Yaira, to think you could have seen home one last time. This is my home. How quaint. God. It is fitting then that you shall remain here.
Shouldn't this be dialogue for later?
Disgusting. You'd prefer this place to your true home.
They've already gone the initial shit.
This is Texas. Hell yeah.
This is Texas.
No.
Texas? What a stupid name.
Hold on. Oh, we got a great cut. I need to save this.
What a stupid name. That caught me off guard. I forgot they have the line in there where they call it stupid.
Hold on.
What a stupid name.
Password to this so I can find it.
Yeah, I'm thinking of SpongeBob. Texas.
Oh my God. I'm finally seeing this. It might have been a different show that Vito was talking about with the Tony stream, but I'm seeing this clip for new Young Jedi Disney Plus show coming. And I'm like, yeah, this looks really gay, but it looks like fun. Looks like a dumb little kid, like Paw Patrol age show. Like, this looks fine. It looks fun. Like, yeah, I want to be a Jedi with the teddy bear Jedi. Whee! And it's like, of course, you got a bunch of POCs and different colored people. And you got a furry alien bear. You got a black boy lead and a blue purple-haired girl. And then there's a black girl with Cocoa Puff, Afro Puff hair. And then Yoda goes, hee. It looks fine. All right, let me find There we go. I'm letting go something with big boobs. Yeah, for money, of course.
He's
Money is-
letting go of big boobs blow.
I sell boobs for bigger boobs.
For Texas.
Texas, Jesus. Here we go.
Oh, so we shouldn't say anything bad about Texas. Look at, I'm Texas. Howdy,
Howdy, y'all.
howdy, y'all.
Get a dog, little longy. Get a dog,
Y'all, howdy, y'all.
dog, little longy. Get a
What?
This is Yaira versus Yanessa and Anthony.
Cut it out. You best apologize.
Or darling them whenever they have to be over dumb old stupid Texas. Hey, Patrick, what am I now?
Oh, you stupid.
No, I'm Texas.
What's the difference?
Oh, that's Yaira.
Thank you, SpongeBob, for making fun of Texas for like 30 seconds. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm from Oklahoma, so that's what's always been in my heart. You know, Boomer Scooter.
What am I, stupid? No, Texas. What's the difference? That's
Dragon
good
Fun
writing.
saying, sometimes I watch that Renowned Zero, whatever his name is. He calls me Dragon Fan every time. At least you got it. Oh my God, he can't read. The Institute of People Who Can't Read Good and Want to Learn Other Good Things too. That's Sturgis for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to do. Well, I like to try to learn language stuff. At least passively, Duolingo. I watch like Roman, Greek stuff, so you have to like pay attention to the pronunciation because sometimes like you'll hear the word, but then you actually read like you have to sound it out. So yeah, I guess I have a proclivity to. And then I was in the army too, so you get people like Vietnamese people with the name Nguyen, but it's spelled Nguyen. That's how it's spelled in English. And you're like, what the fuck is that? And like, it's Nguyen. I'm like, how? But yeah, okay, back to Sandy Cheeks being triggered about Texas.
I love the way Ethan said that. That's a stupid name.
We gotta hear that again.
This isn't just anywhere. This is Texas. Hell yeah, this is Texas. Texas, what a stupid name. I'm going to have to stop you right there, Ness. Instead of Yanessa, you're just calling her Ness now. You don't fucking mess with Texas. Like, boom. It's like these oil fields on fire. She blew that shit up. All right. And
also, it makes her look really lame because it's like, I'm Captain Marvel Ice Hands Elsa from Viking times. And my big, haha, gotcha was burning you.
This is one of those things where, like, if this was set up earlier in the story, this would be a good payoff for it, but it isn't. So it's just like, I guess you did that.
Isn't it so cool how like none of my powers help me in fighting people?
That's actually something I was thinking about with this, because I'm like, I kind of like the setup of like her being an alien. That it's a Thor thing, like you said. And then, yeah, she gives up on that, trying to live in the modern day stuff, whatever, years later, doing whatever. And then aliens from her homeworld come down to be like, what the fuck? You haven't done shit, bitch. We're going to kill you. And then, all right, so let's see how different you are compared to them. Let's see skills you've learned on Earth compared to them. And it's just nothing.
Hell's Only, thank you for joining. But yeah, please don't dox Sturgis. I'm going to have to remove the comment. You're not banned, but I'm going to remove your comment because I will not participate in doxing, even for retards like Sturgis. That's the sanctity that I try to provide here at the Angus channel. Appreciate the enthusiasm, though. I do appreciate it. It's funny to nag on ripitards, but that's a line I will not facilitate being crossed. Just FYI. Don't want to ever be seen contributing. If anything, this will be a feather in my cap against the retards detracting. Because I have standards.
Shout out.
Shout out, Sturgis.
And then we cut to this old lady who's sitting in a wheelchair, and you go, why is there an old lady? Oh, the old lady is the grandmother of Martinez, and so she is like Yaira's great.
He's clarifying. He's sorry. He thought that everybody knew it because of a lawsuit thing or something.
And so boom, you're watching the fire get put out. The old lady says, "Hey, so bad. I need Q-tips. I'm out of them. $20 for a pack of Q-tips. $20. Eric July would put them on sale. For
that reminds me of
86% off. Oh, wow. He really walked into that one.
Man, okay. That was good. I was gonna
say,
it reminds
the like sly humor of EVS. His Jersey humor.
He's quick with this shit.
I love Northeast people. They're so fucking great. Yeah. Hell's Only says, sorry, I thought everyone knew it already because of the lawsuit. I knew his name before Bacon. In fact, I don't know who Chris Bacon is. Hey, that's all right, man. Yeah, I just don't want to contribute to any like, I don't know. That's just it's a line that like they would cross. Matt Barr would cross. He's Doc's Crimcell. EVS himself arguably has doxed Pan, but Pan was in a public lawsuit with city councilman in his area. Matt, was it Mertz? That I fucking forget his YouTube name, but he was like really triggered about war campaign in the good old days of comicsgate. So I don't quite know how to judge that doxing of Panboy, given that he was in a public lawsuit that had a public littering charge against him. He had to pay a fine for memeing. So to be fair, I don't know the ethics of that, but still I'll say EVS shouldn't have done that. But yeah, no, again, yeah, I want to be a creator. That's, any of your contributions go to help funding me eventually paying an artist to make Meth Gator. And yeah, I'm like I'm ex-Catholic, and I know about the sanctity of the confessional and how the priest is bound by his oath against the laws of man up to imprisonment to preserve the sanctity of confessions. And as silly as it might sound, I want to have that kind of preservation of potential fans and backers and their information. So that's why it's like a big deal to me, because I have that background with like religion in that sense. So yeah, I don't. Comicsgate has a history with like, your boy Zach's been targeted and doxxed. Supposedly Edwin Boyette was doxxed and harassed. Peter Sametti, who's not even Comicsgate, but he's a friend of Comicsgate, he was doxxed and swatted with his information. So even though the doxing is like funny to like neg on ripitards, give them their own medicine, I guess I can't comply with that. That's why it's a big deal to me.
Yeah. But with this, I was gonna say when he said, the $20 for a pack of Q-tips, like that reminds me of a couple of things. But the main one is like In Time, when he's like 4 minutes for a cup of coffee, like just like, I don't know, like it's that, I feel like it's a thing that's been done a bunch of times, which is like, it's not bad that it's here. It's just like I don't know.
Where did the coffee thing come from?
That was from the movie In Time with Justin Timberlake.
Oh yeah, that's a cool concept. And then it
4 minutes for a cup of coffee. What? Like,
dude, when his hot mom Olivia Wilde dies, she ran out of time, and I'm like, oh man, no. That really like nailed the emotional resonance of the setup. But then it kind of like, wait, how does any of this work? How do we evolve or manipulate our bodies to work on a time economy? Exactly. It kind of doesn't hold its own weight, but it's still a really cool concept. It's definitely a film worth checking out. It's a good attempt at like pushing sci-fi.
Yep. But that would have been fun. That would have been funnier in the trailer for Yaira if they had this little clip of $20 for a box of Q-tips. Like, that would be funny. But anyway.
Yeah. honestly, that'd be funny to do a like a parody trailer of like Avengers Endgame time heist with splice it with In Time.
Yeah, I know, right? Well,
Uh,
it's a good concept. Great concept.
wait, isn't
of
Scarlett
that-
Johansson? Isn't Scarlett Johansson his lover in the movie?
Is she? I don't
No, Amanda
remember.
Seyfried.
No, it's somebody else.
Amanda Seyfried. It's the
Yeah.
it's the leather tits girl from Mean Girls.
Yeah,
Love her.
so it's like it's somebody else. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
that's probably right.
nice, very nice. How much time?
Yep, but no. So hold on. So this $20 thing is actually like important for. Well, not really important, but you know what I mean. Like, it's confusing about the state of things in
Texas.
This is this in Forest Park, Texas, or just Texas?
It might be outside of. It's still within the bounds of Texas. So this like little throwaway thing of like a Better Call Saul plot line in the first season. It's probably directly inspired by them. By that show, and they like try to find a way to like hook it in without real thought behind it. But it could be a big deal given that we learned from the opening thank you by Mike Barron in Gooding that if you don't know in Gooding, let me just read it. I actually have it available handy right at my hands. Let me see. He says, something wrong with the U.S., something horrendous, which had caused it to shatter and reform as 7 different countries, each consumed with their own survival and no longer wanting a union. Yet there was a new city, Florspark, in Texas, a brand new city, barely 50 years old, but fully grown despite its age, with a flourishing tech industry. So like, he literally made Texas a Mary Sue state.
Wait, a flourishing.
Yeah.
Well, so hold on. So this is what I was tying it back to. So remember in Alpha Core, when they like had a SWAT team bust down some bitch's door for stealing like
from the dollar store
stuff from a dollar store.
Yeah, she shoplifted from the dollar store, and so they have a warrant to kick her door down for petty theft.
They could probably accidentally kill her, and it's like, well, she stole from a dollar store, like.
Yeah,
and then this thing, the $20 for thinking Q-tips and that thing. And it's just like, okay, so is there like what? I don't understand the economic state of this. I'm not saying I need to, but when you have these here and then you say things like it's flourishing or these amazing things are doing so great, I don't know. It's like, what is this? Gooding, you think when he like this would be another thing to maybe have him be like, wow, I should charge all these things for him. But then it's like, well, the economy sucks, so
yeah,
like, why would I do like that? Would be interesting. But it's
or at
like,
least there's no elder law protection that's been established in this new nation, and so because they have a new constitution, so how much carryover from Texas law and from U.S. law? They just ratify a completely new system of law, and so you got like really cruel punishments for very petty crimes.
Okay, see that's a little weird too. So now my brain, okay, this is when you make 7 new countries out of a country, you really, I feel like I don't think they understand this at all. So like I'm thinking of different companies that have things established in other places, like even Subway, McDonald's, AT&T, Verizon. Like I don't think that it's just okay, it's all normal still as it is. It's like, well, do we want to have our lines and you don't need to have these specific things here, but just saying, would everything all be normal still? Right? It seems like the world operates as it would normally. Essentially.
Yeah,
until there's a few things that it doesn't, but it barely shows the differences. So I don't really know. And then in the ISM1, they're like, oh, there's superheroes all over the town, but the cops do pretty good job themselves. We barely need the heroes, but there's also I don't know. Or do they need heroes or not? Like, what is the state of things? It all seems fine, and they're like, oh no, it's not fine.
Well, it's funny because like Handmaid's Tale, you get that. Especially in flashbacks, the more you watch the show, that there is a takeover, that there was some sort of like supposed terrorist workings that destroyed the president and the Senate, probably the courts too, and so that martial law was declared, and then this new regime kind of wormed their way in with the skeleton of the legal system we had, and then completely upended the law system and made a whole new Christian theonomy, totalitarian regime. It takes over most of the continental U.S. There's some pockets of resistance or turmoil, possible nuclear fallout in the war takeover. But overall, it's pretty simple. That you get this regime effectively took over everything, and they can just run everything how they want. Now the struggle is international relations, chiefly with Canada, given that they border them. That's like their first cause, and the U.S. is still a government that's kind of in a refuge state in Canada partially, and then there's 2 remaining independent states of America proper in Alaska and Hawaii, but they're so far removed from our story that it's not even a factor really. America's basically defunct and forgotten entity. Even Canada's getting tired of them. So,
and they make it clear how differently things run, at least in one town, with people walking on the street, the type of vehicles that are going by, like who would be driving. They even have it like when they're in the subway and they're like, hey, kind of weird to find it without the certain signs or arrows. Maybe they said they're going to try to bring them in one of these days, but it's like it's not all put together the way that they need it to yet. Even however many years into this they're in, they're still
they're in transition.
It's like the show doesn't grab me the same way it grabs you, but there are a lot of things that I appreciate in that show that make me want to see what happens, what else they do with it. I definitely want to see what else they do. And that's one of the things too that I like. And I mentioned it early on. I'm like, there's not as many cell phones. There's like no TVs. There's not as many brands. There's not like Nestle and there's not all these things that we recognize everywhere. Everything's been pretty much blanked out a bit. And you said they can easily make copies of clothes like that. So that was my first thing. I was like, where's all the shows? Where's all the shirts with logos and all the shit that's everywhere? Because we're so corporate. And it's like it all got blanked out. And it's like, all right. So okay, bringing that back to the Rippaverse into ISOM and YAIRA and stuff. America is now 7 countries, and we're hanging out in Texas country and Forspark, a new city from it. And it's like we don't really get much about it being different other than like a few things here and there, but it's just, I don't know. Like it seems like I feel like we're supposed to think it operates normally, except for there's super people. And it's like, okay, but then they show, but that panel with the $20 Q-tips is the one weird thing they choose to show.
Yeah,
so I don't know. It could have a point later, but I doubt it. But.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Dragonfly, I get in the weeds, but it's all purposeful because this one little throwaway line of the $20 adds so much like what is going on in this world that you've made. And also the fact that Forspark's supposed to be like 50 years old. How far in the future from our reality is this supposed to be? There's all these things that are undefined. We're 5 books in of the storyline, and we get a throwaway explanation of 7 nations that's not been defined in the books. And yeah, the $20 is like, well, what's the state of the economy? That's why I brought up Handmaid's Tale.
And do they get shipments from other places where we used to get shipments from? Or is it that they're just so independent now? They have Q-tip factories in Texas where they would have had them in China, or do they have a deal with China? Again, these aren't things you need to answer, but it's just a weird thing to have there. That if this ends up being something that you paid attention to the breadcrumb trail and then it led to an actual resolution somewhere, I would be shocked, but I would be impressed if he actually if that led somewhere on purpose.
All right, so I looked up on Google main exports of Texas. Texas's top exports include oil and gas.
You can find out information just by Googling it.
So this is pretty interesting, honestly, because they don't even mention cattle, which California and Texas are one of the top 2 in the top 10, probably top 5 cattle in milk related states for ranching. Texas's top exports include oil and gas, petroleum, and coal products. I didn't know they really had coal down there in Texas. Well, I guess it makes sense because of Texas was underwater in the dinosaur times. and so it's probably a lot of like fauna, and so given the oil is probably like coal as well, organic, carbon based fuel sources. I guess it makes sense. Chemicals, computer and electronic products, and transportation equipment. These 5 industries accounted for 78% of Texas' total export values last year. Let me see. Texas has been the top state for exports for 21 years in a row. In 2022, Texas exported $485 billion, which was more than the total exports of the next 4 states combined. Texas's top 5 trading partners are Mexico, Canada, all the way to the north, China, South Korea, and Brazil. Again, this is what I talked about of like what, because at reading ISOM 1 and 2, I'm just thinking in Alfcore, I'm thinking that Texas is the one lonely state that's
I thought the rest of America was around. Yeah, the rest of America was fine.
Now their whole border is now become federal international lines for. So again, I'm from Oklahoma, so Oklahoma with Fort Sill, they'd probably fortify all along that border now, and now it'd be an international border since they've had to concede the loss of Texas. So you would instantly make Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico huge border territories.
But now there's other countries around that country too, whatever that is.
Medical training of the U.S. military is almost completely focused in Texas at Fort Sam Houston. It's where I train as a medic. You have Fort Hood, I think, possibly the biggest fort in America. I want to say they have like 100,000 soldiers on hand all the time there. Various jobs. Not everyone's, everyone is trained to be a rifleman first, but a lot of riflemen.
There's a lot of Finns.
And then you think of like just the people. How many of the people in the military that are federal employees are from Texas, given it's a huge recruiting state? How many, like, you would have like a Civil War aspect within the state itself of, I'm not even from here, and so I got to fight.
I want to go back to my other countries.
I got to fight my fellow citizens, or I have to join this state that's now an apostate to the rest of the country. There's all these things that you just like breeze by of like this libertarian wet dream of a free Texas, because their constitution gives them like this little clause where we can go back to being our own nation. And it's like, that could be interesting. There's like this idea, like they just throw away politics completely when you literally make a completely pertinent political idea. So that's why I invoked the Handmaid's Tale of like, it's mainly focused on like the sexual slavery of the handmaids and them trying to escape and their day-to-day existence. But you get so much depth in the show explaining the bigger world in segments.
We're pretty much following the one main character, but through people she interacts with, we get glimpses of how the politics work and how other people behave and other stuff like that.
Yeah. But yeah, it's funny you said Dragon Fun said someone made fun of me on Twitter last night. I think I'll file a lawsuit. Hell's Only, this is libertarian land, so laws will favor property over lives. Yeah, that's a huge
I guess
flaw.
So. True.
Which is funny because libertarianism, especially the specific blend Eric professes to be part of, is seeped in Jewish origin, which is funny given the memes we have about those people and money, that there is a whole political theory from a certain sect of these people that's, money is the end all be all of law. Earlier, they're talking about a movie In Time, but now I think they're talking about Handmaid's Tale. Yes. Hell's Only says the show is different from the book. Yeah, I definitely know that. I definitely try to engage lore about the development of the show and the differences. I'm slowly reading the book. I got into it because of the graphic novel. I was going to laugh at it, but then I'm like, it's actually pretty interesting. So let me check out the show. And I'm like, and I started getting into Margaret Atwood and her whole basis in making it. So I'm just like really enamored with it, kind of not against my will, but just like against my intent of engaging it at all. I'm like, fuck.
It's a good world building example.
Let me see. Hell's Only says going to make a bet that he's ripping off the idea of the state nations from the comic Captain Confederacy. Oh.
Captain Confederacy.
Nebraska's richer in cattle. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, California makes sense because a lot of Texas is deserty. You only got like half the state that can sufficiently possibly be farmable.
Well, so would they not, even if so? Was the superhero Civil War 50 years ago in their world?
Yeah, how old is Brian Solari? Like like Mike saying all this shit adds like so many plot holes to this universe.
Because I was gonna say, like, are they not at the brink of potential war with other countries that now? Because there's apparently now multiple. American
Gooding is
ones
in
around
Texas. Gooding's in Texas, and like the pitch in the trade talks about Shadow Valley, but I don't think we get any detail about Shadow Valley in the comic. And then the bad guys working for someone in Colorado, which Colorado, they're like a nation of four corners. They mentioned like in passing. So that's like, I'm gathering four corners is supposed to be like the four corners side of New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, Arizona. So they're their own pocket. So I guess the West Coast would be their own nation. That's my guess. Also, you got to think like, well, Mexico would probably try to reclaim some land maybe, or the cartels being their own kind of governmental potential would maybe try to like gain territory and thus more turf to sell drugs and weapons and
that's kind of what I'm saying too.
Sex
like
slavery.
Because like Texas, as it is, as you mentioned, is partners with Mexico, but that's America being partnered with them. If Texas is partnered with them, and Texas is trying to be different than America, how would they treat Mexico?
Yeah. Dragon Fun. Go check it on Hulu. Next year, the last season drops. So it's about a Game of Thrones linked show, given it's going to be 6 seasons. It's about 10, 12 hours each season. Worth it. It's not too heavy. Not too heavy handed either with
I thought it would be like an action-packed, like female rebellion show. That is going to be like, we're tired of being oppressed by all this bigotry. We're going to fight back, but it's not.
Wisconsin is the dairy state. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. But no, I want to say, I think I read something. California is actually the bigger dairy state, but Wisconsin is way more known for because of the cheese. That's like their economic sell. You know, economics is complicated. Says Stony McInternet douche. A strong export economy is not necessarily indicative of a healthy domestic market. Yeah, I'm no economist, but I'm just thinking like simple terms to make a comic, you know, with enough depth to make sense. Because as far as I know, we're meant to read all this as like, this is pretty much our world, but you've thrown in these mutant except things. And so that's like the sci-fi twist of the reality. And then there's been a civil war. Texas is its own nation. The movie came out 88, 89, maybe 90. Anthony Hopkins plays the general. Faye Dunaway is his wife, and Natasha Richardson, Liam Neeson's late wife, is June Offred, the handmaid. Yeah, I did find out that there's like an original movie came out about 5 years after the book, so I do want to check it out because I wonder how truncated the movie would be. I feel like it would probably be like Dune from the 80s, that you'd be left wanting. So the show's probably way more fulfilling on that aspect of adapting the world. But I think they're adapting the sequel book into its own show, which I'm a huge Aunt Lydia fan. She's a really interesting character, so I'm aware that she's one of the main characters in the second book. To be exact, it's Rothbardianism, and really philosophy is based on English-Dutch capitalism. Yeah, I know. I remember Eric saying something about like Austrian economics or something. And I'm like, why is it so weird for this black wannabe gangster comic guy to be invoking? And now it's like, oh, okay. Like he's just saying words he read. Natasha. Okay. I'm just trying to help Angus with the pronunciation. Well, thank you. I do like knowing how to pronounce things. Anyway, given that tangent that the Soskas gave us with just the throwaway line of $20.
Sorry about that. What happens with us?
No. Yeah. This is the value of this kind of, streams.
What would 87% off? That would be $2.60.
Oh, also, if you hated that, You're like, God damn, just get back to the stream of EVS and EFAP it. It's like, this is what happens when you write such a horrible comic. It makes no fucking sense.
Well, I feel like you and I also love to dive deep into what could make something interesting, and we were getting that out of the $20 thing. So.
Yeah.
So here, look at her face as she turns over the $20. She's like, I'm being raped. For like a package you take there. Look at her face. I looked at that and laughed for a long time. All right, so here comes Yaira, and she comes in, and of course, Eric has told Deborah Carita, please accentuate the boobs. It's important that you have boobs. So she's just she's smuggling these gigantic eggs. You know what I mean? They don't look like breasts. It's so fucking obvious that it's like somebody told Deborah that like she's got big boobies and we need to show the big boobies all the time. And it's like, I'm attracted to breasts. I like that. These do not look like breasts. This is like a retarded, like 8-year-old's idea, like a 10-year-old boy's idea of like boobies. It's like
boobies.
I'll bet they feel like balloons.
It's funny. The first time I grabbed a set of tits, my first girlfriend in high school, I was like, because I grew up with a wacko Christian mom. She wanted me to be a priest, so she was trying to raise me like no sex. So I was surprised she would let me have a girlfriend. I'm surprised she didn't meddle with that from the start. But I'm like sneaking around, and I'm like stressed of like the anticipation or whatever. So like when I grabbed her tits, it was just like I like latched on like a fucking eagle talons. And so I'm like, my takeaway was like, wow, I didn't expect boobs to be so hard. Because I just like fucking clenched them, and then later on, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no, they're like soft, fatty tissue. It's nice and supple. Okay, but my first impression was like, wow, not what I expected. Honestly, I'm like, why? I don't. Now that I've felt it, I'm like, what's the appeal? It's kind of a turnoff. It's funny being a young man.
Oh yeah.
Who cares? She goes in. Look at this. She towers over it. Like Yaira's kind of tall, I guess. But look at this. She's like 20 feet tall. She's like a fucking thin man here. She's like what's that Slender Man in the woods? Like Duncan Abel. All right, yeah, the disguise is good. And again, I'm circling the boobs. Like, look at this. Fucking everything. The boobs all the time. Look at this woman's face. All right, let me see.
Oh, no. Okay, this is the value of me EFAPing EVS reviewing shit, because he's had all this great insight about dialogue that I didn't even pick up on, of how clunky and counteractive it is to itself. But he just like skipped a couple pages that are very key to the storytelling. All right. And what happens here is like she goes to visit the grandma, and there's no transition from this nursing home, or you assume a nursing home. And it's like we're in her lair with all these trinkets, like Batman's lair with like the penny and the dinosaur, all of his like silly, gadgets he's accumulated from different fights with different villains. Kind of like, Lego Batman, how they really accentuate that. We're just there, and there's all this like crazy armor and artifacts, like Doctor Strange's lair in the Sanctum Sanctorum. And I'm like, where? And you like go back. Other people have said like they've gone back, like, well, I didn't miss anything. What the fuck? Where are we? Like we just teleported to her lair.
Yeah, linked, and here you are. Yeah.
So yeah, way to go, EVS. You skipped a very key point.
I think he has to skip around on purpose.
He doesn't have to. This is all fair use, so he doesn't have to skip anything.
Yeah.
So Martinez goes back to her thug friends, and they're excited because she's got superpowers, and that means, look at this, they lift her up and everything like this, and she's like, ah, and then everything's cool. Like on the next page, like, hold on a second, why are you lifting?
Dragon Fun says, anyway, if we show up super chat 20 another night this week, we're still in the drawing. I'll leave it open till the Thursday next week. Thursday I'll stream, because I might stream in between, but I'll leave it open.
I mean, honestly, if somebody else does, at least one person does $20. I mean, if nobody else does, then that person will have it, because you don't feel bad taking it from me. Like, I don't even want it at all.
I'll just leave it open till Beef stream next Thursday, because I won't be able to stream this Thursday because of work overnight. But I'll leave it open. You can super chat into the stream's comments, or next stream live, and we'll have like those.
If you have like a thank you thing open, like after, like people can super chat.
I've gotten a super chat in the comments after the stream,
so that could probably count too.
Appreciate it if you do, and let other people know, because I like to have more money possible. Because again, I'm trying to make a comic, so
Yeah.
the economy sucks. Got a lot of bills to pay, so kind of living check to check. So it's like it's an uphill struggle trying to fund fucking making my comics. I need to pay an artist, and I want to do a good artist, nothing shitty.
An artiste.
Artiste, exactly. Watch when you can. It's one of those movies that's done perfectly. Yeah, no, you have fun, Dragon Fun. Thank you for being here and commenting. Appreciate it.
Appreciate that. Cool.
What are Isom's powers? Well, you should probably ask Eric July that. And
We know his weakness. We know his weakness is cars.
We'll have to at some point. I'm gonna have to EFAP my video of the ill-advised tweets,
Right.
because it's so like retroactively. It's like, no, I'm still like, yeah, your shit sucks, but like, I'm willing to read it, Eric. Like, I'm a good faith. What here is bad faith about me asking? Like, I explained the plot. What did I get wrong? And he couldn't answer me. And it's like, I wasn't tweeting at him at all, thinking like, wow, I just nailed this guy. He's fucking fragile, and he can't even answer his own shit. But yeah, we don't know what his fucking powers are. Vague Captain America, Luke Cage-esque powers. When you disrespect him, he hulks out like Mr. Furious in Mystery Men. Oh man, I haven't watched that movie in a long time. I need to go back and watch Mystery Men. Anyway, EVS.
Her up. Oh, and by the way, the idea that like there is more than like only Deborah drew this is so stupid. Like, look at these two faces here. Okay, can you see that? I don't know. Is it gonna? I hope it focuses. You can see the difference in the guy's face that's more purple and her face that's orange. Can't get it to focus.
Look at that five head.
You can see that it's like there are two different artists. Like the orange face there is so sophisticated and well drawn, and then like that looks like something out of a Bazooka Joe comic strip. Of the guy's face. So it's like, I guess you can see it better when it, So it's like this is Deborah's artwork, and this is whoever cleaned up her artwork, whoever like redrew it, and I guess it was the inker. You know what I mean? But it's like this is definitely like Eric lying and saying that like this is all Deborah's work. He's just fucking lying. He's just lying. And by any stretch of the imagination, like this is not Deborah's artwork. This was the inker or the embellisher who came in and was given Deborah's shitty work and told to fix it. And whoever inked this did. I mean, this is goddamn. I looked at this and was like, that is hot, man. That is a beautifully drawn, expressive face. And then for some reason, you didn't feel like finishing or fixing these ones because they look like garbage. And then here, like, oh, we're so excited. We're going to be robbing people and stealing things because of your ice powers. And look at her face. Look at her reaction to this. And then it's just like everything's cool now. Now we're just walking. He's on down the road. Here comes Alpha Core and Alpha.
That is a great little microcosm. There's so many little microcosms. Like, it shows you how no idea what this universe is.
Pretty much.
Go up and arrest Martinez. Okay, throw her in jail. And that is great. Like that scene on its own is a nice reprieve from having to listen to the Craptonians and their stupid threats, which do not stop. They don't stop. They just continue all through this book. Okay, here we go. Back to the Craptonians who've been set on fire by the oil derricks. Okay, so she ran away. She set them on fire. I don't know where they are here. They're in a cave in Texas? Like, what is this? What is this background?
Well,
I don't know where they are.
Let me just state, there are a lot of caves in Texas. I don't know if you know, there's a big bat population in Texas. But nothing like this. Nothing cavernous and, like, this is like an ice cave, like, I don't know, Luke Skywalker in the Wampa or Lord of the Rings or something. Like, there's no kind of formation like this that would look like this in Texas. I mean, if you went out west, like Palo Canyon area, you'd probably find some caves, but nothing like this extensive. It's like, it's a flatland mostly in Texas. So you might find gorges, but yeah, nothing crazy. Like,
yeah,
Eric's not even aware of his own state. It's just.
I'm not really sure, but they're saying, Kryptonian woman is saying, curse that vile, disgusting miscreant Yaira. I was going to show mercy, but now I am going to make sure she is humiliated
I'm already
that every one of her
annoyed
descendants will be
Look how big
outcast
the
of all
bubble is.
society.
Jesus Christ.
And it's like, you're telling this, like, we're all we flew here from another planet to, like, we all know what we're here for. And I get the, like, comics, you got to, like, somehow talk to the audience.
No, but like these are aimed at adults though, too, right? Like, what are you talking
It's
about?
like, we all know why, like, you think of the scenario, like, they all are here on the same mission. They even have this magic Doctor Strange Bugman to help them.
That was all established in the first interactions, and that was too much.
And it's like
This is all not needed at all.
it's like you're supposed to read something like, oh fuck, I didn't know. Okay.
Well, it's like so they should be having like a conversation that goes about
How they'll
them,
do it.
or like them as characters in some sort of way, like them commenting on the planet or something. Like, did you catch that accent that she had? That was weird. You know, we haven't been to. It's been a while since we've been to such a backwater planet like Earth. You know, it's some type of things and dialogue that give way to their character and things about their culture a little bit, but also just looking. So again, I love dialogue and writing, and I'm not like a super pro in how comics should be. That looks like way too many fucking word bubbles and we're here for a couple of pages, right? Like with them, and it's like how much of these bubbles is worth our time? Like,
oh man,
like really? Like how much is said that's like, yes, that is information we need to know that we already don't have.
Yeah, all this should be is like, oh man, if anything, it should be some sort of like talking to them about like, oh, I did not foresee the mission that was bestowed upon us being so troublesome. You know, we've underestimated
she was obvious. She was way weaker before, and you know, she got way stronger on Earth. You know, we got to be careful.
We've underestimated her. We'll definitely need to rely more on the magic of Magus Newmite and his bug drones.
Exactly. That's pretty much almost over with the scene now.
Yeah, it's like that should be. Is there something about that? Maybe talk some loosely about their mission.
You can have them reveal a little bit of character. Like that's just
and you know something about like, oh man, I'm so tired of going to these planets and having to bring back these heralds that have failed us. We need to rethink our whole system of existing and colonizing or whatever.
Look at us, we're gods, and we're basically doing the like retrieval. We're chasing a dog. Like we're gods. What are we doing? Like this is stupid. Even like for us to be reduced to this. Like,
if anything, it would have been cooler. And instead of just going for this like Viltrumite Kryptonian angle, if like you have them kind of in the like, you think they're in the realm of like the Alpha Core villains. They're just like they have some sort of loose power, but they're really just people that have like maybe manipulation powers or something, and they're money. And so you think they're like affluent villains that are working in an economic frame of villainy. Of like I move pieces, but then you get the reveal like, oh, they're powerful. They've been among everyone. They've been looking for her, and now they've found like their ace in the hole of Stefania as like their beacon to like draw her in and trap her. And yeah, like that would have been way more interesting. Where it's like that
would be interesting, and it wouldn't involve the Kryptonians yet. Like, why would they get their hands dirty so soon? Sort of a thing. If they keep on hyping themselves up as being like awesome fucking powerful gods, but it's like your behavior does not exude that. I don't understand like why you're doing the dirty work. That's not what a god would do.
Yeah,
unless it's like this is the problem with how he characterizes shit. I don't know. Just whatever. Just continue.
There was something else in it. I was like, oh man, there's so much that you could be doing. I'm like, so scatterbrained. I was like, fuck, you could really make this purposeful.
Yanessa, I mean no disrespect, but I feel we should return home, even temporarily, to recover. Look, her face is fucking melted off from the fire. I am not.
Like, oh, hold on, all that wording right there. So we should return home, even temporarily, to recover. It's like you could have just said, yeah, I think we should return home, and then go to the next bubble. Like, what? Why is there always extra wording that don't add? What did that add? What did that add? Nothing.
Here's a great comparison. All right. So in a non-superpowered movie, very real, down to earth, Collateral, Tom Cruise, Jamie Foxx.
Ooh, good movie.
Vincent is this hitman for some sort of cartel or something. And so it's been a series of coincidental luck that his last customer was the lawyer that is working on all these witnesses in regards to some case against some entity that Vincent's hired to take out to thus keep everyone in the clear. All right. And when you start, he like talks about how like this very nihilistic view of life and how you think any of this shit matters? Like, a guy dies on the fucking train in LA and they don't notice. No one notices for like 3 days. And then it ends up like he has this kind of awareness of like the cruel unfeelingness of life. At least that's what's really informed his view of the world. He says something also about his dad. You don't know if he's like joking. It's probably actually true, and that's affected his worldview too. And then it ends up, the irony of life, he ends up being a guy dead on the train that people aren't going to notice for days. And so you could have something where it's like some sort of prophetic irony that pays out in the end, where Ines is like saying something like, "Oh, I've had visions, I've had dreams of a place like this and nothing after." Something like the ancient one in Doctor Strange, like I've done all this stuff and I can never see past this moment. No matter how much time I slow down, it ends here, and I'm accepting it. Something in that realm to add to like the mystique of like their power. And they can maybe not have this element, but just something like prophetic. It's ironic. That's kind of tragic as a villain, or it's like they've been fated to this cruel end, at the hand of their own kind, a race traitor. That's kind of the whole thing of Superman. He's a race traitor to the Kryptonians for humanity.
Yeah.
Tony, I can't. I do not see this as a retreat, my queen, but rather as a strong strategy from a leader who is going to be the one to bring Yaira to true justice. That's a cope right there. That is mega cope. I can see it now.
It sounds like Thrawn from Star Wars, from Ahsoka, where he's like, some might consider this to be a victory, actually, even though she destroyed like 20 of our ships. That's some might think that we won, actually, in that sense.
Hell's only. It's aimed for adults, quote unquote, because today's children organize crap immediately. That's pretty sad.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, you notice Eric isn't pushing any of this comic book for kids shit anymore because no one wants it.
No, of course not.
Try to offload it with the charity, and that didn't work.
But I was gonna say, toward the end, isn't there like a fight somewhere in the north that implies that like she's familiar with it, like
she goes to Iceland.
Sort of. Yeah, so okay, like I feel like somewhere earlier in the book that should be set up. Like I'm trying to think about, when get something that can be in your mind that's not at the forefront of your mind, something in the back of your head. It's something you do, something that's in the comic that shows.
No, I'm actually fine with the placement.
Well, because I'm saying like throughout the story here, it's like she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna take you to the oil fields and get you blown up there, haha." And it's like, okay, that wasn't satisfying. I was just like, okay, you did that, whatever. And like throughout the story, there's nothing interesting about anywhere they go, and then where they have the place, it's like, okay, I mean, okay, I don't know. It doesn't feel like. Go ahead.
I'll give the Sasuke's credit. I know some people will think the placement of the flashback understanding of her past and the Viking stuff is misplaced. Should have been earlier or something. I'm actually fine with it because, like, all right, if I'm going to die home in Iceland, where I buried my husband and all my children and their children until I just kind of fucking noped out of all this. And so there's like a sentiment to like her potential end. She's accepting it. It reminds me of like the placement in Infinity War, where it's kind of like in the middle, we get this background with Gamora and actually see a story of her and Thanos as a child when she becomes his daughter, and he starts like kind of grooming her in his fashion, the view of the world. And it's like I'll give them credit. Again, I'm not just a bad faith detractor. But most of this is dog shit. It's like I think they did fine. They could have done better, but I think they did fine with the flashback stuff. If anything, it should have been more.
Well, so my issue is not with like where the flashback placement is. Mine's just more like where it ends up. There's like some element about Iceland that affects the villains, and it's like I wish that something of that nature was set up before. Like, oh yeah, we love watching this thing. I loved watching this with my loved one. Back in the day, or with my family, and then we come back to it, in the battle, and uses that to just. I'm trying to say like some type of setup and payoff, because there really doesn't seem to be any of that anywhere in this, where it's like something from before comes back into play now, and I don't know, that's weird in a comic. I feel like setups and payoffs are one of the easiest things you can do. To make a story feel better, at least mentally, when you read it.
Yeah, I like what you said about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's a weird film for me because I don't really have attachment to any of the like Manson murder stuff or that era of Hollywood, really. But it's a film where I'm like, no, it's definitely not my favorite, but it's one of those I just like, wow, this is such like a breath of fresh air. It's just like a film. Ah, man, it's really nice. It's a weird experience movie, especially Tarantino. Definitely has like a wacky ending, but yeah, it's just it's a pleasant film for me, and I definitely love, especially watching Rogan where he talks about Bruce Lee and how everyone just like kind of never questions any Bruce Lee elements to his life or his outlook or his stature. And he's like, I just kind of want to rub dirt in his eye a little bit as like a figure in kung fu and whatnot, karate, martial arts. And so I love that, especially because it's like, well, yeah, Bruce Lee is a competitor. This guy is trained to kill people. And so that whole setup is fucking great when he just smashes them to a side of a fucking Lincoln, dents it. Like a lot of people were like, I think Grace Ryan was like, that was racist. How dare you ever show weakness for a minority in the movie?
Just classic Randolph.
Yeah. Yeah, Randolph's such a double-edged sword for me because it's like, no, she has value. She's literally, her channel's owned by Penske that owns like Hollywood Reporter, Variety, Deadline. So she has access and value, but she is a puppet of the mainstream. So it's a double-edged sword. She's going to tell all this like diversity garbage unnecessarily. So it's one thing to be like, oh yeah, Last of Us. It's like a nice nuanced take on a minority demographic versus like, oh, they killed Gamora. That felt misogynistic. Like, what? Like, Thanos is a villain, and he's subverting the like God sacrifices son. John 3:16. That's why it resonates. That he murders his daughter for his cause. It's religious overtones.
Well, you're a towel.
You're a towel.
Now, Yanessa, the great hero, the harbinger of justice, you just want to leave, dude. I can see it too. Finally, recognition for my great work. Yes, exactly. All right, fuck all this. Let me skip ahead a little bit. Stupid. Some bugs are around. Iceom's sister catches a bug, and then
the way he says it, so chill.
The end.
Iceom's sister catches a bug.
Directed by Ryan Johnson.
She catches a bug. Whatever.
Well, okay, just to give you some depth you don't know, it's kind of important because you don't know the stature of Altona at this point, given Iceland 1 and 2. You think she's middle management or secretary for Lincoln, you said, but you don't really know. And then she like catches a bug, like, oh, I gotta study it. And then it like stabs through the cup, and it's like, oh wow. And then there's more. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get out of here. And and so she's under duress when she catches one of these bugs that is a drone of Magus Pneumite. So that's why it's important. Because Magus Pneumite, they're all like coping, and then Magus like, well, let me send my drones. And that's where we're at with it.
They're interrogating her in prison, and this is like the worst thing in the world. Like, this guy is like a super mega cop. And, like I said, I watch a lot of like true crime shit, and I like to watch interrogation videos because they do good cop, bad cop, and they're really smart. Like they have a way of kind of, to get somebody to confess. They make you feel comfortable and liked, and they really do. Like if they think you killed someone, they don't come in there and beat you down. Like they make you comfortable and relaxed, and they ask you a lot of questions, and they commit you to a story, and then they slowly kind of catch you and unravel your lies and leave you until you have no choice but to confess. See, that's how smart interrogators work. It's really fascinating to watch. So here you have Martinez in prison, and in comes this fucking idiot. And nobody has been able to write Brian Solari as anything but a big chunkhead, fucking whiny, pathetic moron. And again, one of the reasons for that in this book is that a woman is writing him. And you've got like a bunch of fucking feminists who do incest, lesbian pornography, trying to write what they think an alpha male is meant to sound like. And he's an alpha core. He's meant to be an alpha male. And to them, like, this is what a woman thinks an alpha male man sounds like. It is fucking pathetic. She goes, I didn't do anything wrong. And he goes, oh, so you do understand the concept of right and wrong. How enlightening. I'm glad we have common ground to build our relationship with. Passive aggressive, whiny. Like, this is seriously, can you imagine somebody who's in the Marine Corps?
Yeah, if anything, it'd be like, hey, yeah, you just ice blasted out of nowhere after when your buddies got killed trying to heist a fucking bank truck in a garage. It happens to all of us, whatever. We can figure this out. You're trying to win her over, get her calm, make her feel at ease. None of that. It's just like, oh, you do know
in
right
some
from
way.
wrong.
Well, and,
Oh.
and I don't know. You'd also think the fact that I don't know he's got superpowers himself, and
he's fought Yaira, so he's like, "What's your connection to that ice bitch?"
Well, I mean, I was gonna say more of like, even though you don't have to reveal how any of them got their fucking powers, but if you wanted to invoke some sort of character thing, as well as him like having interrogation skills to attempt to relate to her, another person that has powers now, and she seems to be a noob with it, to be like, yeah, I couldn't tell if you were like intentionally doing it or not. When I first realized I had super strength or got to, you don't have to be specific on what he's saying, but have him say, I like, knock down a whole school or something. I don't know, like that's an opportunity to both sort of interrogate her slow by giving a little bit of his character along with it. And I don't know, like I feel like that's where you would do it, is here, instead of just going, you said a thing that doesn't really lead into anything I can use for anything, right and wrong. Good. That's our relationship baseline. Like, what? No? It'd be like if I said, I don't know, this chair's, kind of itching my butt. Well, now I know that things can annoy you as well. So now this is where our relationship can start. Like,
wait, is she cuffed to the table?
Irrelevant.
I can't tell.
I don't know if she is. I think her arms are waving around in another scene. So I don't know actually if she is or not.
Oh, so you do understand. Can you imagine talking like that? And she says, "You and me have no relationship, and we're not gonna. I don't have any reason to trust you. Where's my phone call?" And he goes, "But you trust Yaira? Why?" And she goes, "I've been trying to tell you, but no one is hearing me. I do not know that chick. Her and her crew got in a fight with mine." So that was her crew then? That was her crew? And meanwhile, this chick right here is outside and she's going, "He's so good." She's admiring his fucking berating, sarcasm, passive aggressive method of beating her down and annoying her. He's so good. That's good.
And then but he's missing Jeremiah Braxwell going, Literally all Braxwell has said in these comics is "humph" and "bet yo ass."
It's better. Yeah.
And he's listened to, I think someone is pointing out some of the lyrics were like Dr. Dre. So in his helmet, he's listening to music all the time, which I guess is supposed to be kind of a like, hey, remember Iron Man loves AC/DC? Like, I don't even think it's that smart. It's just like, the Negroid aspect of Eric.
Yeah, probably.
Nothing out of her. She's being honest and direct, but she doesn't know anything. And he's like fucking berating her. "I told you I don't know shit." "I don't think so, because she was fighting them too. She came out of nowhere and just went off on everyone." And he stands up and hovers over her. "But not you? We observed she was trying to detain you." And she goes, "I've never seen her before in my life. Swear to God, man."
Wait, so you were watching them and let them blow up a fucking oil derrick?
Hold on. So, okay, I hate this even more because this conversation is going over things that we saw happen and we saw them know and say and everything
from a certain point of view.
And they're just saying it again, but now it's these two saying it to each other. And it's like, we're not really getting anything. Like, the audience, we're not getting anything new out of this, are we?
Well, it'd be even more interesting if they actually had like a secondary person that's just a guy that works at the facility that's like the interrogator. Because it's like, all right, they are the muscle basically of like the most extreme cases. And they get this weird freak, bring her in. There's a bunch of freaks in prison already. You have some guy like a Coulson sit down with her and be like, "Hey, how's it going? Like, you understand why you've been brought in, why I've detained you, right?" And so like, let me hear your side of the story.
You want to here's a Fresca and tell me what's the
Fresca, fucking the deep.
I was actually thinking of something else with that, but yeah, here's a Fresca, here's a straw as well. So
yeah, remember when he's trying to get the black guy in the Colt's trying to get him in, and it's like,
yeah,
"You want a Fresca?"
Yeah, it's just like it's a fancy drink or sparkling water or something. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, have them chill. Well, honestly, that'd be better. Have anybody but
Them.
fucking what's his name? Right, it's Solari.
Solari, Braxwell, and Ingrid Valdez.
Have anybody but them interrogate them because they are the big bad superhero team.
Or
like
better
have it
yet,
be
have
anyone else.
either have Ingrid in there because she's a woman, make her a little more at ease with like the gender parody.
Oh yeah, or something. Yeah, it's
because like you gotta think
and she's the latest addition to their team, right?
Usually when they gotta if they can facilitate it in any way, they might like just hold, like they arrest you on the street. They might like just hold you there because like I refuse to be searched by a man, so they got to call in a lady cop to like pat you down because like that could be a rights thing that they could bring up and undermine your investigation, your charging, your detaining. So get a lady in there, get Ingrid Valdez. Also, we've already had her doing some cop work in Alpha Corps. Like she's the most like on the ground cop of these three. So
and
like,
she's the least powerful as far as I can tell.
Yeah, so
she's the newest member.
Use the lady aspect, or for character development, have Braxwell in there because we've had nothing from him besides he can fly, he wears a helmet, he listens to Dr. Dre, and he says a lot. So actually like give him some character interaction and be like, hey man, like what you be doing ice stuff for? That ain't nice.
You want some ice? Can you make ice cream with that?
Something like there's so many ways to play this, and it's like they're so stuck on like, well, it's the Alpha Corps shoehorned into the Yaira story, so you gotta have Alpha Corps scenes. It's like, but people want to watch Alpha Corps like do stuff, or like we don't even know who the fuck they are, or what their goal is. Like, why are they cops? Why are they devoting their service to the state?
That's kind of what I'm getting here. Again, you can have character stuff be revealed here. This is perfect for it. And instead, they just have him be like, I'm a tough guy who's trying to get down.
Eric
to
needs to hire me as a consultant because it's like I cannot play with these characters, but you can write this, and I'll be like, whoa, you're like missing so much potential here, Eric. Like I'm a good enhancer, I'm a good editor.
You're a comic enhancer.
Enhancer.
But no,
how the fuck are you, Brian?
But it just goes into a longer thing. How like we watch Better Call Saul. You can watch any crime show, and there's interrogations and everything. None of the good ones are where they talk like this.
My client didn't ask for ice powers. My client didn't want ice powers. And they cause her physical pain every day.
That's great because that's like 10 seconds, and that's great. The thing, but no, this is just the most boring. This is what you have in bad shows that are just like, but I don't know, I didn't do nothing.
I'm throwing the book at you.
Yeah. Oh, so you do know blah blah blah. And when you have a character go, they're so cool, aren't they? I don't know. That's just so cringe.
It's like, really like Zoolander. Where it's like Magatu's like, oh, that's Hansel. He's so hot right now.
well, it's like I guess I'm okay if like they have like a wow, he's so good. If there was like we're talking about something completely unrelated to any of this, and then it somehow weaves into a wham, you got your answer without even asking her the question, and it's like, wow, he's so good.
Yeah,
like,
the one
that would be better.
One good thing Brian's done, because he's been a retard. He caused the helicarrier to crash, the turtle shell to crash in Flores Park. But the one glimmer of like smartness he's had so far was by breaking the law, breaking procedure of finding evidence by just like fuck the law, and then like bends the rules, breaks open the safety deposit box and gets like the evidence. It's like, well, if we just wait around for like the legal red tape, we're going to have our hands tied for way too long to ever make a break on this case. That like is one moment of smartness, but they completely undermine it. Fuck, it's so frustrating.
Do your cop shit to keep me talking, but I am telling you everything that I know. Then how is it that she was able to give you her powers? Powers? I don't know what powers you're talking about. Please, Miss Martinez, they're the very powers you're attempting to use now to escape me. But I'm not doing anything. And then suddenly the lights go out, and here comes Yaira. Okay, so Yaira's going to do a prison break, a pointless prison break, in order to free Martinez.
No, fuck, he skipped it.
Oh god, and they
I
fight.
know he
and
skipped your favorite
Oh
part.
man, he skipped a big. So yeah, remember how everyone was making all the videos about woke Captain Marvel? Get the deleted scene of it making it actually worse. Her assaulting the guy. It's like, you should smile, lady. And then she
Assaults
like
the Dawn.
he assaults. Yeah, it's like, hey, the Don likes you. And then she's like, crushes his hand and then fucking steals his bike because that's like karmic justice, I guess, for
Well, they wanted to invoke the Terminator, but what's hilarious is that the Terminator is like not a human or like not a living. It's a robot that does not have emotion.
He's a cold, unfeeling
and
entity.
he was less mean. He was less mean than she was. Like he's not a god who can like break your arms off. It's I don't know. He's a robot who just doesn't hurt you more than he could as a robot.
Yeah, he's like, I'll need your clothes and transportation.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, yeah, right. And then like
they all fight him, and he just kind of shoves them away, pretty much.
And then he walks out, and it's like,
Yes.
like, yeah, Schwarzenegger's cool. He's wearing shades and got a bike. Yeah, and then they make it like they could have had a Spider-Man moment for Captain Marvel, where it's like she fucks over that guy, and then it ends up coming full circle where it's like, yeah, remember that guy that you treated like a piece of shit because he kind of inconvenienced you by being a little too pushy, hitting on you. Since you fucked him over and stole his bike, he's actually like the one ace in the hole that's going to fuck you over in your plan to like do good. And that's like your karmic comeuppance, like Spider-Man, where it's like, hey, you could have stopped that guy. He's like, it's not my problem. It's like, oh, but Uncle Ben died, so now you learned your fucking lesson.
EFAP did agree. They also clipped that for you or send it to you where they talk about it. I think they have a highlight of it somewhere where they're like, they're talking about how the Don's great. He's like this great man. They're like, he was just like trying to play guitar for like orphan kids or something, and you broke his hand, and I can't do that. Or he's providing for his family. He's like, well, I love to just give people a nice shake and ask if they need help, and I like to tell people to smile, make the world a happier place. And then she just breaks, fucks him over with his arm, steals his shit, and it's like, oh well, now I can't go visit my kid who has cancer in the hospital or something. Just like, thank you, fucking superhero, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great story. I don't know the full circumstance, but it's like, you're supposed to like brake and pull over for like emergency vehicles en route to like emergencies.
Not in Texas.
Fuck yo roads. Well, there's like a story where this guy like purposely was like delaying them with his car, and it turned out it was like his mom.
Oh.
And so it's like, it's instant karma.
Ouch.
Yeah. Something like that. Or it's like, you think you can just hit on ladies? Well, I showed you.
Yeah, anyway, so yeah, the comparison is in Yaira, this one guy's like, hey, babe, you're pretty cute. And then she like blows his head off with the punch.
Yeah, it's like pretty clear she kills him when he's like, he does like a Don thing where it's like, how can third person ever thank you with that hot body? Maybe I'll have to bust and then she like death blows him. And it's like, yeah, maybe he's coming on too strong, And it's funny because the Ripitards instantly go SJW and like, he's a rapist, he deserves it. And it's like, where you have no idea why he's in jail. You're just taking his imprisonment on complete good faith that these are completely good cops.
If Tony Stark were to hit on Yaira, hey baby, you're pretty, cool with what, I don't know, whatever type of thing he would say, she's justified to kill him.
Yeah, that reporter that he ends up sleeping with.
Yeah,
if the sausage roast, she'd just be dead, and we'd have no Iron Man.
Yeah, she'd kill him because he was like, "You're hot."
Yeah, and this is the frustration when EVS reviews stuff is like he's trying to be, I guess, get around fair use or avoid complete takedown DMCA fight. And then he skips like a very key thing to pad his like dismay with this dog shit.
Maybe he knows that you covered it so well. He's like, I don't need to cover that
one. Again, I am chosen by God. God sent me here to detract. So I have to make up for the failures of EVS as God wishes.
And the fight is so bad because he's just incompetent. To see this guy who's supposed to be an alpha male get thrown around by Yaira is just embarrassing. just girl boss shit. She just kicks his ass and makes him look like a fool. Like, look at this shot of him tumbling like ass over fucking elbows. Like, ooh, like you can see his fucking awful.
Yeah,
Just
like,
awful.
the sound effects that he makes.
And then Crash. You know,
See, this is the value of EVS though, is that he's a dad. He's got a little daughter, so he's reading stories to her and having to make sounds and be silly. So he doesn't have that like wallop that most people would have, where it wouldn't come as natural. They'd have like this mental guard up to not like be silly.
No, I admit, whenever you try to do something for a kid's enjoyment, you try to be as goofy as you can.
Yeah, like I don't know if you've seen that. You've probably seen clips of that girl. It has like a farm. She makes videos with her emu. The emu's always like getting in the camera.
Yeah,
and I just laugh because it's just funny how he's always crashing her fucking set, but then also like he's always got his mouth kind of ajar, and so you kind of personify because he's already named Emmanuel, and he's kind of funny looking at the camera. He's always got his mouth ajar. It's just like, oh,
hey,
what's that?
Hey guys,
Is that another emu?
No TikTok for you, bitch.
Huh. It's just he's got a strange expression that I'm kind of like personifying on him, where it's like it's just his beak's kind of open. He's not, it's whatever. It's just a state of being, but it's funny.
Yeah.
She's caught in ice, and then I promise you, blah blah blah. You go, where's Miss Martinez? Miss Martinez, and then the prisoners are like, Solari, it's been 10 years since you put me in a cage. Look at all the friends I've made who hate you almost as much as I do. And he says, Yaira, you set me up. She's not on your side, asshole. Yeah, she did. You set me up.
Well, see, so it's like, where was the setup?
Thanks for the
what setup of what?
There's no like, hey, you tricked me. It's very clear this whole time from ISOM 1, and then they say something about the data and shit in Yaira and ISOM 2 or Alpha Core, I can't remember. And then at the start of this, they're fucking with Yaira, and then she like smooches him and sucks the breath out of him in space. And then he gets on TV and it's like, I'm gonna get Yaira. She's nobody. Like, there's never been like, hey, you tricked me. Like,
that's what I'm saying. What did she do that's a trick? Like, what was her trick?
No setup. She just fucking crashed your party and stole your fucking.
It's like part of what this was saying. She went in and did things, but like there was no like oh look like hey I came here willingly. Like if she came in. Like, hey, I'm going to try.
I came here with respect. It was met with respect.
Yeah. And then she like she's like, oh, I'm going to help you guys. Actually, I'm trying to figure her out too. Cause I don't know. And maybe I'll help you guys out too with whatever. And then she lets the prisoner free and then goes off and then you tricked, you set me up. Yeah. That'd at least be a little better. There's no like intentional setup here of anything. It's just, she can't. That'd be like if like bank robbers robbed a bank and then the cops or security guards like, you set us up, you robbers. Like, what do you mean? You didn't do that.
Oh, Stoney, thank you. How can I thank you for freeing me? Kills them. And then he says, honestly, I'm starting to think that you were sent by God to do this. Again, I played that silly Yaira clip I made. Where'd it go? Right here.
I know what it's like to lose, to feel so desperately that your product is right, yet to fail nonetheless. It's frightening, turns the legs to jelly. But I ask you, to what end? Dread it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same, and now it's here. Or should I say, I am. Brian Solari will not save you from the Eric.
I love it.
I was sent from God.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's like, yeah, I made that. Yaira made 1.5 million, underperforming its goal of at least 2 million to get a statue made. And then Gooding makes less than 500,000, makes less than 300,000. So I think I've been a big part.
Well, it's like I feel like they'd be doing better, not pumping out more books, but like making them better. Like I feel like that becomes more obvious. But
I said it, to that guy on Twitter. I'm like, we're goalposts. He captured it. I'm on a mission from God to either correct Eric through my criticism or destroy his company through my criticism, and it seems it's the latter.
Anybody want to tell him how it's going to fail by supporting him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, should we tell him the problem with his plan? I think it's working swimmingly now. Kind of eating your words now, aren't you?
Oh no, his plan might actually be working. By
By
buying the material and talking
giving
about
Eric
the
money,
material.
he's losing Eric money.
Talking about the material.
It's
and
literally like Thanos, where he's like, "Don't you understand? I use the stones to destroy the stones."
No,
I use the Rippaverse to destroy the Rippaverse.
I want to rewatch Infinity War.
Well, that's from Endgame.
I know. Chill. I haven't said to see Thanos scenes. That's what I'm saying.
I know, he's so good.
Target, since now you've gone and really pissed me off, he says. Yaira, you set me up. Were you confused? You thought maybe she wasn't going to do something to trap you or put you in a...
This is worse than his like brutally honest portfolio reviews. Of like, yeah, your art kind of sucks. You should probably work on that. Like,
Yeah, like I said, he's doing like his story time little kid things, and then also question like, what, were you fucking confused with what?
it's like Joker, where he's like, what happened? Your balls drop off?
A good line.
It's so dumb. Like, this book is so dumb. The dialogue is just, it's abysmal. By the way, I circled this because this is a really lovely piece of artwork. I'm not being ironic or sarcastic. Whoever drew this did a fantastic job. Her face is absolutely incredible. This hair looks great. The coloring, all of this. Like,
boobs.
Imagine if the comic book looked like this.
Boobs.
And, you know, I don't know who the inker is who cleaned up Deborah's artwork here and drew this, but she appears a couple of times. It goes right back to shit again here. So this particular inker is great. I would love to hire this person. I don't know who they are. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being for real. Like, this is just really good stuff. Where are you taking me? Somewhere you'll be safe. Okay. Come back. Then there's some bugs.
I love how again,
she shows
a non-definitive place. It's just, you know, somewhere you'll be safe.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
A place. You'll somehow be okay somewhere.
As long as Glenn Beck's giving money to Eric under the table, Eric will be okay. Well, he's bragging about making $35,000, offloading all of his wares. If you're averaging, let's see, hold on. All right, I think he's around. Let's say he's at 40,000 right now. Divided by 5, what's that? 8,000 things sold. Let's times that by 25. Let's say the average thing is actually $25. That's $200,000. So he's missing out on over $100,000. Again, he's having to pay, given the thing that he disclosed at the start of the Rippaverse, he's probably at least paying his base salary for the workers in the warehouse over $1 million, like close to $1.5 million a year. So selling Gading for $300,000, that's not including all the cost to make it, and then the workers and the insurance and all the stuff he has to have. Electric. He's bleeding cash now. Eric cannot rest as long as there are roads. This is a joke about ANCAPs. I got that.
up and Magus Numate kills the old lady. Oh, boo-hoo-hoo. You're finally home. If only it had been a bit so. You're still threatening. You're still. Can't you just? She begged for her life, but deep down, I think she thought you were going to save her, Yaira. I believe it's the last thing she said. How sad.
Wait, hold on. Is the old lady the Q-tip lady?
No, the Q-tip lady is just a random old lady in the nursing home, and then we go to the corner and find grandma.
If grandma was the one that bought something.
That would be funny if that was the same lady, and then like when Magus Newmite's like, "Oh, you're finally home," he's like, "Hey, $20." Like,
I don't know. Yeah, it's like if there's a connecting thread between the scenes, that would be nice, but there really isn't. There's never really a connecting thread.
Right. So again, given no transition, the nursing home is also Yaira's lair. That's what we have to assume, given no transition, because we just abruptly go to her hiding place, which is, as far as we know, the nursing home.
Well, how is that a hiding place? If it's a nursing home, nurses go into the room. If there's all this memorabilia around, they'd be like, "Wow, you sure have like a lot of weird stuff. Like, it's from my culture. Well, yeah, but then Yaira, she stopped by here all the time. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever,
again,
right? I
it's-
assume
what?
she flies there. I mean, I guess she walks sometimes, but it doesn't look like she really cares if she's flying around or not. And then
She's flying around in her
changes
yoga
back-
outfit.
Does she like I was about to say, like even she's in her normal clothes in the sky, so she's not really disguised as anything. Like why would anybody not recognize her at that point?
Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, what if some people probably go, well, yeah, but the Clark things are stupid too, and it's like, yeah, but yeah. So
no, the Clark disguise is well explained because there is a whole mannerism that disguises Clark. It's not
Well,
just
no,
the glasses.
I know, but I'm saying if it's just glasses or something, yeah, that's lame too. Like that's
the Rock Obama.
It's a bad example. It's a bad example of a whataboutism. But it's like if something else is bad, it's okay. If this is bad, and it's like I don't know why why would you operate that way?
Fuck. Okay, now I'm really interested because I love Robert Duvall. I haven't seen a lot of his work, but when he's in, I've seen his older stuff. And I love him in like John Q. Like he's always, anytime he's in a movie, he's always a good accent for sure, if not main character. So, yeah, now I'm really intrigued to see a younger Duvall.
Which one is Robert Duvall?
Well, I'm trying to think of like, fuck, what's the movies he's in?
Well, you said like the way he talks or something. It's like I don't know. I don't remember who that is, so I don't know. Sound like
motherfucker.
On top of my head.
Motherfucking fuck.
On the top of my head, I don't know.
Present Robert Duvall.
Present them.
That's Robert Duvall. Well, let's look at his movies.
Oh, right.
He's in Open Range.
Oh, the secondhand.
Oh, he's in The Godfather. Yeah, I forgot. He's like the
that
the
guy.
adoptive lawyer.
That
son.
old guy. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Okay, yeah, cool.
Oh yeah, he's the dad. And he's the grandpa in Kicking and Screaming. That's a fucking great Duvall movie. He's the cop in Falling Down. Okay.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of stuff. Okay, yeah, I just didn't know the actor's name. Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, he's one of the cops in John Q. Man, Duvall's so awesome. Oh yeah, he plays General Lee in Gettysburg and Gods and Generals. I try to rewatch Gettysburg, and Gods and Generals goes full bore into like the noble South. We don't, slaves can be free. We're just here to, protect a homeland. And it's like, sure, that's an element for Lee, but like the South, no, they were fighting the way of life, which is slavery. Like, both can be true, but like, they kind of gloss over. It's a funny movie in that respect. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Yeah, I do not like Apocalypse Now. After that opening with Duvall and the airships, fucking that movie's atrocious. It's fucking awful. Fuck Apocalypse Now. Cannot get through it. Not worth it. Don't care what cut you play. Not watching it ever again.
Screaming for this. I think we heard that before. Die screaming like this. Why do you just fight? Just punch him. Die screaming like this weak old fool? I think not, Yaira. I shall lay your body right next to hers, but not your head. Your head I shall take home as a trophy and a warning to all recalcitrants. We're going to use the word recalcitrants again. Abuela, no.
Abuela.
Okay.
Well, so hold on. So with the recalcitrant thing, like
it just means rebel.
Well, yeah, so like what I'm gonna say is like I think that it's like I'm half okay with that being a word to be used, but the other half of me is thinking like there's like a saying with like people that do impressions. You could do a great impression of somebody nobody knows about, but don't do that because that's fucking stupid. Like they'd be like, oh, I guess you did do that. I don't know who that is. So what do you mean? This kind of reminds me of that. It's like who's gonna know what a recalcitrant is? It's just like
I looked it up. So I'm like, wait, what is a recalcitrant? To make sense, and it's like, oh, it's a rebel, and so they say like rebellious recalcitrant, and it's like you're just repetitive, literally.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's just one of those things that's like I don't. Did you need to have because they speak English this whole time? So, or I'm sorry, they're in their language, but it's translated for English for the reader. So I just don't know why that matters to have the word there.
Actually, speaking High Valerian.
That's what I'm. Yeah, they're High Valerian speak, of course. It's like okay, part of me wants
Paris.
to encourage the use of different words that aren't the same words used all the time. Like, all these rebel scum around here or something. Say something different than that.
You're scum. He's like, rebel scum.
Yeah, you're recalcitrant scum. But I don't know. So I'm half about it. I'm half about it.
You really on one, rookie.
Yeah, thank you.
He was right, blah, blah, blah. Okay, doesn't matter. I like this dialogue between the Craptonians and Yaira. Such a spirited youth. Fear not, I'll feed on her quickly. Let her run. I want to taste the fear in her flesh, soaked to the bone. Alas, Yaira, you are not the mighty wild witch Nessa led me to believe you were. A pity. Yet all this nonsense does make me hungry. This one died terrified. Will you shut the fuck up? I'll allow my swarm to consume your body, Yaira, as I consume the horror from this tender morsel's corpse before it hardens. You will choke on me before you touch her again. You'll
What,
find
like
my
on your dick?
I guess you'll choke on me.
Trans confirmed, just like I was promoting the whole time. Yaira is trans. It's not a problem for me, exactly. But
the mammoth known as Trans Yaira.
The mammoth that you will choke on, known as Yaira. Mammoth hog. It is August.
Resilient than the underdeveloped species you have been hiding amongst, traitorous wretch. Hard to kill doesn't mean impossible to kill, lapdog. That's a good point. Yeah, so I'm hard to kill. Well, that doesn't mean it's impossible to kill you. It just means it's hard to kill you.
I'm just hard.
How dare you, again, with the turn your back to me. Again.
How dare you?
How dare you turn your back on me, Yaira? It's just repeating the same goddamn.
Just shoot her when she
dialogue.
turns her back on
stand
you. What do you
before
care?
no commoner but the great Magus Numite, the black sorcerer. Yanessa will be disappointed.
Why are they introducing
Yanessa and
themselves
Yantoni will be
again?
disappointed to hear
don't they know
how
who
you
they are
died
by
like
now?
a coward.
Do we know who they are by now? Why are you introducing them again? We know.
Don't you know I'm Superman 4, The Quest for Peace?
Pretty much.
Oh, that's why they named it that.
Yeah, thanks. I wouldn't have guessed otherwise. Thanks. Yeah.
I think they'll like it, actually. They'll probably be happy about it, judging from what we've seen. You had eluded them for so long, they had begun to believe that perhaps you were like him, he who will not be named, who vanished without a trace. Are they talking about me? About me? All right. Yaira escapes, and she finds, Isam's sister, and Isam's sister quickly gets her naked. Look at her naked, dude. I'm pretty sure that's like a trans man, a trans woman's nudity. That's like what it looks like. I've never seen it, but I feel like that's
a little penis.
Like, look at that's a naked woman. Like, she's naked. This should have been the moment where we go, wow, look at her naked body. She is really beautiful. What a beautiful one. Look at this. Horrendous. Absolutely terrible. How are we going to get rid of these beetles? We got a plan. And again, this. I gotta say,
okay. He skipped over. So they come with the idea of like, oh, the chrysanthemum plant. You need to synthesize it to make a poison to kill Magus Numite's bugs. And it turns out Altona is the chief technical officer. And so we don't really get a passage of time. So it seems by the end of this that Altona makes this raid for space bugs using Earth-based chemicals synthesized from chrysanthemum to easily take out and thwart the threat now plaguing Fluorspart for a brief time. So that's what EVS kind of skips over. They formulate the plan for her to do so, and it's just kind of like, oh, that was whatever, It's very like Shuri, like in Infinity War, where it's like, well, why didn't you just do this? And like, well, we didn't think of it. And so it's kind of cringe because, oh, look, Black Girl Magic, super smarter than
Black Girl Magic,
smarter than the guys that made Ultron, that almost took over the planet. And she like figures it out in a minute. Like,
it seems to be like literally, did you turn it off and then on again?
Yeah.
Like,
but
kind of
in the
thing?
defense of Shuri, despite that obvious kind of girl boss element, Mary Sue aspect, there is a precedent in real life of like the accumulative wealth of a society and the net increase in IQ. So if they're like super duper rich and affluent with the vibranium, which doesn't make sense because they don't trade vibranium, they actually stop anyone from doing black market trade of their resource that they don't share. Just going on with the concept that they're actually super affluent and they're just hiding it. It makes a lot of sense that she could be the smartest person in the Avengers roster at this point. But it's just delivered poorly. But at least you actually can piece out a plausibility of that. This is just like, oh yeah, Altona lives in an apartment. She's a single mom because her husband's dead, and she works at this company. Seems like she's a secretary. She got slapped around by Darren. That turns out, oh, actually, she's like the smartest one there this whole time, and she makes a space bug repellent in a couple hours. No problem. Not even like, man, it took me a couple of days of research and trial and error. I had to like actually clone these bugs to test on them because it's hard to catch them. They poke through all my cups. Like nothing.
Yeah.
So that's an important plot thread that EVS just skipped over.
That same artist shows up here. That is beautiful. Really lovely. Like great work. I would love to know who did that, who cleaned that artwork up, because this is not Deborah Carita.
look at
and that anchor can draw, and I would hire that anchor. Okay, she's going to jail, and then suddenly here, this is like the worst splash page I've ever seen. Yaira is just wreaking havoc.
Also, some of you may not be from Texas or been down there, but in Dallas, let me back up. All right, so
this is like the
right
worst.
there. Okay, in the far left, there's this ball. That's like a real place in Dallas. There's like this tower. I don't know if it still does it. It used to have restaurants in it, and it would like rotate so you could see the whole cityscape. I've been in it. So this is Dallas. So we thought was a new fake city like Central City or Metropolis in DC. This is actually just Dallas. Now it's FloorSpark. So I guess Dallas doesn't exist, that they've like taken over and rebuilt and extended Dallas to now be FloorSpark. It's just one of those like trying to get sense of things. Like at least in DC, they make new cities, but the current cities are still there. It's just like, oh, actually, this like kind of undefined area on the map, we've just made that a city now. So it just hurts the consistency of this universe. And also, he put a Ripaverse Comics billboard on the building in FloorSpark in his comic. Not like even a shout out to anyone else's book or to another book or Gooding Services, or hey, Alpha Corps is here to protect you. Like, I don't know, some sort of propaganda for the police state of Alpha Corps, anything. No, he just literally promotes himself in his own book that you paid him to read. Like, you're already here for that. I don't need to be advertised what I just paid for. It'd be like, I don't know. It'd be like a Moby Dick advertisement inside Moby Dick. Like, what? I'm already reading that.
Yeah.
Splash page I've ever seen. Yaira is just wreaking havoc. Oh God, I'm done running. I tried staying out of the fight. If they want me, they can come and get me. Yanessa, Yantoni, Numite, Alpha Corps. I'm done fucking around. I'll make it nice and easy for them to find me. If I play this right, how like can one of you guys just kill the other one?
And there's a stupid child going, ooh, snow.
And they show up. It's like so disappointing to see them because they show up and there's more of the same dialogue. Yaira, I'm disappointed to see you alive, but surely if you want something done right, you have to take matters into your own
I kind of
hands.
like that extra bell. ... alive. So annoying. Like,
Yeah.
It's unintentional, but I like that like unintentional sarcasm. It adds so much. Like, I love these books. As much as it's funny for Eric to go out of business, like I hope he never does until he's just too ashamed to like let us keep laughing at his books. So fun.
You far exceeded our expectations, but I never thought much of you. Pity you will die here and never again see your true home. We're still doing this. Still doing this. Perhaps your head shall return to serve as a warning to those foolish enough to follow in your footsteps. Yaira says, I'm not the first to betray your stupid laws and leave. Silence! Don't you dare speak his name. You see, this is what happens when rebels aren't brought to justice. You get funny ideas and forget your place. You forget your place, Yaira. Yanessa,
You say goofy stuff like, what about the roads?
Yeah, what it is.
What it is
her to bait you. She's trying to antagonize you, my lady. You came for her. What the damn you, Yaira. I will wipe that smug smile from your miserable face once and for all. You shall have to catch me first. Didn't you just say that you're done fucking around and now you're going to run from him again? Running again? Pathetic. Why run when I have you exactly where you just said you're going to run? I have you exactly where I want you. Welcome to your icy graves. What a hero. Cute. You're going to use the word cute? Cute, Yaira. But make no mistake, you overly indulgent child. This is where you die. This is like a fucking tweet thread of Patrick S. Tomlinson. It doesn't stop. It's the same shit over and over. Patrick S. Tomlinson, this is why your life is over, stalker, and this is why you will spend the rest of your life in prison, child. It's just the same. It's the same thing. It's Patrick S. Tomlinson. This is where you die. After you guys asked for this. I didn't want to review this comic. You guys said every single day when I played the Trashcast, you guys go, where's our Yaira review? Where is it? Here it is. You happy now? You guys happy? The levels of disrespect. Now I know that Eric wrote this.
Just so you know, I made that Yaira review in the beginning of June, so I was assuming EVS would do it by the end of June, and it's almost the end of August that we finally get this fucking review of Yaira. Now we're waiting on his Gooding review. Which I don't know if he'll do because he'll be hurting Mike Barron, but honestly, Mike Barron needs to be taken behind the woodshed. If you want to promote Mike Barron, you need to look at his dog shit and really assess it, EVS. Your buddies, but a real buddy will say the hard truth like you've been doing with Trashcast. So it's Mike's turn at bat.
Disrespect, okay? The levels of disrespect. You turn your powers on your own kind. You're trying to kill her. You turn your powers on your own kind. We are your champions, your gods. You are nothing compared to us. Looks like this nothing almost has two gods matched for power. You tell me who's pathetic. Wow, this is just great dialogue. Matched for power, you know nothing of power. Zap! Hey, handsome, what took you so long? Okay, so this is interesting here. This confused me. This is Yaira. She's saying, hey, handsome, what took you so long? And you're like, oh, it's a Alpha Core. So she's talking about Brian Solari, who I think she has a crush on. Now look at her face here. She's now scared to see them. Here, she's like, hey, handsome, what took you so long? And she's happy and like, yay, good. And then here, it's like, what? Alpha Core? Just bad. Like, she should have the same confident look on her face here, but she doesn't. She looks startled now. Snow in Texas this time of year. You don't know who you're fighting? This is Yaira. She makes ice, you asshole. Reinforcement.
You just had snow in your prison. What a retard.
Ice cream.
Oh my god.
Ice cream.
It's funny, like some things it's just because like at some point you just start reading like these things happen and it's retarded and you don't even give the full thought of like, oh god, it's even dumber. God, Randy Newman must be behind this. The depths are so low.
Right.
Yaira, how cute. Again, cute. The same word, cute. Twice on 2 pages. How cute. Now you can all die together. They're gonna die, are they? You kill them? Where'd you come up with that idea? Yaira, you traitorous worm. You die here with your pathetic human friends. Her Grace Yanessa has spoken and sealed your fate, infidel. You will at long last be brought to justice by those superior to you. It doesn't end, man. It doesn't end. You guys, you think like we're almost done? You don't know what this is like. Like, I read this.
Jesus.
It took me an hour.
You don't know what I've gone through.
That's why I'm late. I was going to be here at 7 o'clock.
It's like Brothers, Tony McGuire's like, you know what I do with these hands? You are suffering.
Again, now you will die. Now you will be brought to justice. Now you will. Human flesh. The swarm is so hungry. We shall feast on yummy, tender, sweet flesh. What sweet pleasure. And God bless him. Brian Solari goes, you're all under arrest. That was actually funny. I did like, you're all under arrest. I thought that was pretty cool. That works if it's done ironically. Like, you know, he's a cop who's seen some shit, and he's just like, "No, you're all under arrest," and they're like, "Gods."
The humor for me, with especially how you read it, where it's just kind of undercutting all like, yes, we are superior. You will die now. And he's like,
I
you're,
seem to have spilled
you're
some
under arrest.
mayonnaise on my shirt.
You're under arrest. It's like Indiana Jones. The guy gets his sword. He's like, yeah, we should do it. And he's just like, I'm
Like,
done.
no, thank you. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good. Going off set.
You're under arrest. Pow.
You know, that's pretty good, but I think it was accidental. If you, Tempest, have any idea what the hell I'm saying, put your hands in the air or be eradicated. Oh, now you're going to kill him too. Everybody's going to kill him. This is your only warning. Come peacefully, Yaira. We have something you've been looking for. Okay, so that's Alpha Core, and they're in there. And then back to the Craptonians. Ugh, what is that awful sound they're making with their mouths? Yaira says, they're talking to you. They're saying you surrender or die. And something about how their eyes bleed, setting their gaze upon your hideous, boorish face. They didn't say that, Yaira, you liar. They didn't say anything like that. That's stupid. Yeah, they're like, oh, my eyes bleed. Look at how ugly they are. Okay, and now you're antagonizing them too, Yaira. To be fair, like, you're antagonizing them. Craptonian man says, you dare speak to an advanced life form in such a manner? Words have dire consequences where we hail from.
Oh my God, just fucking. Oh.
You're the same species.
I just hate how long this goes on.
Even if it's like a lower caste, like you're still on the same planet. You're the same. Man.
Incoming, break formation, take them down.
I was laughing a lot of this, so it's like funny on the repeat with someone else. It's like, oh God, this really was tiresome.
Yes.
Eric Weathers says PTSD. Lethal Force author. Eric, did you letter this? I think you did, didn't you? It's a nightmare. Lethal Force authorized, sir? By any means necessary, Ingrid, and I mean any. How's anyone supposed to see in this shit? Anyone got eyes on the targets? Braxwell, look out. The family is hungry for a hot meal. I don't know. Have I ruined your toy, you ill-bred oaf? So this guy like broke Braxwell's gun. Oh, no, you don't. Oof. And then again, really, your language is so underdeveloped, it hurts my regal ears. This is action-packed, guys.
Totally.
What are they saying? Do you know? I'm not one of them. I don't know their language. Oh, so they're speaking in Spanish now. Stefania, I don't want to hurt you. I knew Carmen, your abuela. Well, I loved her. I lost her too. What? Like I should trust you because you can speak Spanish? Just give me a chance to explain. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Can you live without knowing? What do you have left to lose? Just her life, Stefania. Run and hide. As long as you're here, Yaira won't retreat. You think that you're the only one that's bilingual, Yaira? I think you're all bilinguals. Every single one of you. Cute again, the word cute 3 times in 3 pages. Cute tactic to command your friends without alerting us to what you're saying. They're not my friends. Oof. Oh, look, I found the abomination. So a Craptonian woman crashes down on top of them and then says, she's 1,000 years old, by the way. And then she says, oh, look, I found the abomination. And then enough talk. Actions speak louder than words. Oh, now you realize that? And then, Yantoni. Oof. Oh, God, this is so bad, dude. All right, so the bugs are attacking. I can't take any more of this. Yaira retreats for some reason. Like, what? And then we go back in the past and we find out that Yaira lived in the time of the Vikings. Here she is, naked. She fell out of the sky into the water. And this Viking man found her and showed her his penis. And they loved each other for a long time. And they did all kinds of stuff. They killed some walruses together. And there's Yaira with her little head and huge body. And they really just...
It's actually really weird because they're SJWs writing this. And even though this would probably be a reality in history, in modern days, it just has a connotation of like cruelty to sea lions. You know, hunters will like lure them on the ice sheet and then like bash their fucking skulls in for their fur. Yeah. You know, it's a big like PETA cry session.
Yeah.
That's weird. Just doesn't look good in the modern context, especially the white people doing it. At least if you had like Indians or something, you're like, well, you just don't know better. They're minorities.
Yeah, what would you know?
You know, it was really romantic. She loved her Viking husband. Viking husband gave her this sword, I guess. And then she began to have babies with him, but the babies didn't have any superpowers. But look at this. There's a whole tribe of like Yaira's offspring, right? So Yaira has a lot of kids. And then, you know, what happens is like, you know, they're human, so they get old and die. And again, shout out. Whenever there's something nice to say about this comic, I will. This is that same artist, and I recognize this person. This is excellent. This is just absolutely excellent. Really love this as a way of saying I have all this money and everything, but you know, my I don't know who this is. His father. Who are these people? Oh, these are her children, great-grandchildren. Like, they're getting old and they're dying, and she's acquiring wealth and everything like this. And it's very sad she's staying young. This is just a beautiful layout. So it's nicely drawn. I want to say something nice about this book. I do. Like, when there's something nice to say, I'll say it. Every now and then I stop and I go, wow, that's actually really good.
I'll be right back. Keep playing it, though.
And then she goes and she, this is her in Solari. I mean, like, please don't do this again. I am done hiding. Do you miscreants want me? If you want me, come and get me. You just did that. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. Ignorant sow. And they immediately show up. Of course they do. Of course they do.
Just poor comic man. Just suffering for our amusement. It's so great.
Ignorant sow. You and your perversion will be your own downfall. Why would you, Yaira, have thrown away your own blasphemous mission for such a cause? Don't bother trying to explain yourself. You're going to need every ounce of strength you have to endure the onslaught of swift justice we will bring upon you. This is the slowest, most extended swift justice I have ever seen in my life. Ever. It just doesn't stop. She keeps calling them out. They fight. They say things to each other like this. They impotently threaten each other. And then they run away, and then they do it again. Over and over and over again. You disrespected the Black Sorcerer, not wise when already outmatched. Yaira, this is like, it reminds me of talking to Sturgis. You know what I mean? Like Sturgis would say this, you disrespected the Black Sorcerer, and that would be Eric July. Not wise when already outmatched. Ethan, or Dave, or Chris Bacon, or you know, any of these great, the Black Sorcerer is Eric. People are saying, how much more is left? What the fuck? Guys, this is a Rippaverse comic. It doesn't end. There is no ending. Eric July just, he does not, there's no ending to these books. If you're actually reading them, you will understand. There is no ending. They do not end. And by the way, this is part 1, and book 2 is coming up. Anyway. You've chosen an appropriate place to die. Yaira, you wish for death to escape the humiliation. When you return home, you will be tried for your crimes. They go back and forth by saying, I'm going to bring you home and try you, or I'm going to kill you. One of the two. They change their minds. You will be punished to the highest extent of our laws. Your name will be synonymous with the worst kinds of evil anyone can commit. Your name will be used to label all recalcitrants. Again, like Eric likes that word, recalcitrants. It will strike fear and disgust in the minds of our people. You will beg for sweet death, the release from the misery and pain, but you will never receive it. You will live a long life in the most excruciating agony and torment. So all this dialogue here, while Yaira stands there, they're giving her this speech. You honor me by allowing me to be your executioner, says Yaira. You know, back home, they will hear of what I've accomplished here, and your power will continue to fade away. They will praise my name just like they do his.
Give a little credit, the art here. I think it's pretty good escalation artistically of like you get this wide big shot of them hovering over her, and then you focus in on Unessa, and then you get the eye shot. Reminds me of like Star Wars with Obi-Wan and Grievous, or you know, classically Leone films, Clint Eastwood, or Once Upon a Time in the West, and then cut back to Unessa, and just like it kind of. Again, there's good pacing on this page artistically. I like it. But then you hear all this dialogue, and it's like, holy fuck. I got to do an aside here really quick. Comparatively, let me go find the scene for you. just to kind of show you artistically what this is echoing. It's really good. You can get through this ad, and I got to fast forward slightly. See this escalation here. I'll just show it and I'll clip through, and then we'll play like the specific part I want you to see. Again, we got to give credit where it's due. We detract in good faith as God intends. All right, so it's Obi-Wan versus General Grievous. All right, so he kind of spoils the party, surprises everyone. He's completely outmatched here. It's a very bold, audacious move on his part. It's out of desperation because they have the planet. All right, and you see a wide shot of the forces that he's dealing with. So in the background, you see they got one of those weird like tripod walkers. You got a crab droid in the very far back. I actually never noticed that detail all the years I've watched this film because it kind of just passes by really quick. Cut back to a tighter shot of Obi-Wan, and he has to deal with the Magna Guards. So it's like a middling force. You got Droideka. He has a history with them. Of course, he uses the Force and quickly vanquishes the Magna Guards. And now it's like, all right, well, Grievous is here for a show. He cannot pass up a chance to acquire a new saber with, the mystique behind the Jedi. And he is a non-Force user.
Of whom he's fought like thousands of times with before this moment now.
Yeah. With the Clone Wars, it kind of undercuts all this. Yeah.
Mhm.
But then you get like, oh, fuck. And, get this cool sequence. Grievous is really using the spectacle of his alien cyborg body for arms. It's again, he's within the vein of the Sith, using boldness and to try to intimidating factors, overwhelming him with just his presence, the Force sabers. But then we get this right here. This is what I was looking for.
Army of Naught, you must realize you are doomed.
Oh, I don't think so.
That is what I was talking about. So let me go back because I think Ricky may not.
Yeah, I missed the context. I had to get up and walk around. I was sort of falling asleep, so I was like, "Oh shit, I need to wake up so I can."
Right. No, it is just like we're so close to the end now, but it's just so dreary getting through. And I was saying how this page, and giving a lot of credit, they actually like set this sequence up really well on this one page on the left. So, but it's like undercut by all this fucking dialogue of just like, we will apprehend you and torture you and your name, blah, blah, blah.
Same thing we've heard 1,000 times in this fucking comic
God,
already.
Again, yeah, I know. Like, see, that'd be great if Yaira was just like, yeah, like undercut them,
undercut,
clueless.
Punches through the speech bubbles and punches them in the face. Like,
no, it'd be funnier if she just accepts her possible fate. It's like, oh man, do you ever stop? Like, like, how dare you interrupt my monologue? Like,
well, I was about to say, I don't think you've seen a lot of anime that make fun of this sort of thing. Like Dragon Ball's made fun of itself with it a few times. Like with Majin Buu's fighting these two kids. They're like, oh, we're gonna fuse and we're gonna try to do a technique and blah blah blah. And then you cut to him, like, hey, what's he doing? And he's like reading a magazine and sipping on a tequila. And he's like, what are you doing? And it's like, oh, funny. And then there's another.
Oh, you're ready now. Okay.
Yeah. And then there's another one where they had like magical girl characters they're kind of riffing on. They're like, now we're gonna go into our true form, and they like do their sparkly magical, show their hands, show their feet, show their hair, show their nails, show whatever. And then one of the characters that just doesn't care just like shoots them, and then another character is like, hey, that's improper, they're trying to do actual like technique things, don't do that, that's mean.
Yeah,
it's just like okay, like those are funny
in various ways. I can't think of ones exactly like this, but there's the classic opera one where Bugs Bunny's fucking with that opera guy and he holds his hand up the whole time and he like literally like leaves with his glove up, and then like gets like new earplugs or something, and he like comes back, he's like done. And and then Space Jam, there's like a little mouse, he's like, yeah, my mommy told me like this and that, and the dope is like, yeah, and he just finally gets enough and smashes him with the ball. But you don't have like the same power dynamic versus, but like you see the setup where it's like you get a big wide shot of like all these fucking like demonic angels hovering over your impending doom. With a mountainscape and snow, it's pretty epic. And then we zoom in on the two main entities that are her foes, and then we get the eye shots like Grievous and Obi-Wan. It's like that's really good escalation. That's like a film thing. So
yeah,
that might have been Ahsoka's like film awareness, even though they don't quite understand fully. Clearly they don't, given all this word shit they're pairing with it, you know. It's like this is the big final battle of issue 1, so it should be kind of like quick and tight. We know each other, we've met each other multiple times.
Yeah, but this time you don't need all the dialogue because you would have had it by now. Like,
yeah, and if anything,
done.
given that she's returning to possibly die at home, as far as she feels with like all of her past children and husband and great grandchildren and great grandpappy Isom, it should be like there should be like blocks of like her internal dialogue to herself, thinking about like, I accept my fate. I finally, come home to my children and my husband, something like that. While maybe there's like some like quick jabs from Yanessa, if not Antony.
This is actually why I think it might have been beneficial if half of the book was a story with her in the past, like so that when you get to this point, at this point, there is that meaning of some kind. Like she's had battles here, she's fought and raised her great
slaughtered countless walruses here.
Exactly, it's something, and just like have so that we're feeling the meaning without them saying it.
That would have been cool. It could have been like echoing like Lion King with the elephant graveyard, where it's like ultimately they're a prey animal as far as a lion's concerned. They might eat the babies or they might feast on a dead carcass. And so this is like a dreary, hallowed, haunted ground. This is a majestic beast. It's the biggest land herbivore on the planet. There's a majesty to an elephant graveyard. Elephants themselves are aware of like grave sites of elephants. And but it'd been like maybe ironic where you see like, oh yeah, we just slaughtered all these walruses to sustain ourselves, and then like she comes and it's like a walrus graveyard, and that could be another layer of irony. It's like, wow, I've become the prey.
Yeah, it's something. All I'm looking for is something other than what we're looking at, because all we've been given is mostly their dialogue, and it's like, can you just stop beating us over the head with it? Can I be distracted by being told something else via the visuals, like in some kind of way? Some kind of way.
Eric has like tainted so many little turn of phrases.
And then she says, Kryptonian woman says to that, like Yaira said, you honor me by letting me kill you. And she says, how dare you? He will never fade away, you insolent sow. Again, sow. Are you even aware that this is your final stand? Are you aware of that?
See, hold on. It's just him reading this thing. So as much as we don't really like Superman that much, like how other people do, I can appreciate that he would never have dialogue like this. Like, I'm going to kill you. You are going to be vanquished now. Like I don't know. His dialogue would be more
Man of
witty.
Steel's like fucking Oscar level now, right?
I mean,
they just keep punching each other incessantly, and it's causing all this
honestly,
chaos.
If I'm trying to be legit, when he's you think you could threaten my mother, like he's saying, like, I don't know, that's giving us care. He really cares about his mom, and he's punching them with it, and it's first time he's doing that with somebody. There's something there. I mean, it's not much, but better than this, where it's just them going, "I'm going to vanquish you. You are going to die, and I'm going to." Well, you've heard 1,000 times you've said this. Okay, can you just do it? But like, you know what I mean, like with like Superman and other iterations, he'd be like, you think I'm gonna let you hurt other people? I would never. Or it's like he'd have a quip that isn't as witty as Spider-Man, but it would be some type of corny comeback, right? Like,
like Zod. Honestly, I love was it Michael Shannon's his name? I think. His
I think so.
Zod, despite the problems of Man of Steel, like his Zod is fucking
His
tight.
Zod's pretty good. Yeah,
It's fucking good. His
he
motive
delivers
makes
passion.
complete sense.
He delivers passion.
And there's also just the character work of like, my only purpose is to protect Krypton, and you've destroyed Krypton. Now I must kill you to avenge that. Like, this is my sole directive now. And
as much as he's a bad guy, he's got, in a way, good intentions for.
It's honorable. It's legitimately honorable for his side of the coin. He wants
to restore his race from extinction. Like,
yeah, and so like his very simple agenda against Superman is completely makes sense, and then his delivery and his motivation and how that like taints him to be genocidal purposely now. Not even after the world builder thing is destroyed. Now it's like, well, fuck. Now I can't make Krypton again, reborn. So now I'm just going to kill everything you love in recompense.
Which is how you make like a
sense.
recurring villain, if anything. But so I feel like maybe that's what's missing here. Why do they want Yaira again?
There's no explanation of anything, because it's like, well, you'll find out eventually in like Yaira 20.
They want to capture her, but then they sometimes want to kill her, and then it's like just don't.
We have no idea what her crime is. It's like, she abandoned. It's not even that she abandoned her post, just she abandoned her assignment because she's an underling of some kind. She's basically Silver Surfer Thor for some reason, in some kind of way.
Well, so it's like, what was supposed to be her purpose on the planet here?
Nothing,
right?
It seems like she might have just fell here on accident, and then she was like, "Well, let me just stick around and fuck off."
So she wasn't sent here. She's
just a herald. Like, we don't know why. I don't know what she's doing in space. It seems like it's probably some like superior being colonizing agenda from Unessa Yantony people, whatever that is. I don't think they explain
like,
what.
So they could make it interesting, like connecting to Unessa
and Yantony.
You could you could connect it to her descendant, like by having it be that Yaira is important, not for anything she needs to do, but because of her bloodline or something. Like she's got some type of bloodline that's I don't know, very rare on their planet or something. That's why she's strong, whatever. Like maybe they have something that's more skilled, and then hers is just like a natural thing. I don't know. And so they're trying to get it, and then they find the descendant of her, and I don't know, connect the threads is what I'm trying to think of as well. And it's like, if she's not here for a mission, and she could have, like, they wanted to raise her up, prop her up as like a beacon, but then she rebelled. She like joined a rebellion against them.
I rebel.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think of some type of reason why we would care why they're here. It's just like, I don't know. So with Zod, as much, we can have all these different opinions about Zod because he expresses what he wants to do, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And you could still discover more about it later. You don't have to reveal every fucking nook and cranny right now, but it'd be knowing that he wants to restore his destroyed planet. It wants to, or the people, bring back people, essentially, bring them from the brink of extinction. That's a good thing to know. With these, it's just, we want you. Like, imagine if that was what Zod was in the movie. It's just like, we're trying to get you, Superman. He's like, well, why?
Well, that make a lot of sense, though, because we know that Jor-El uploaded the DNA codex.
Let's pretend we don't know any of that.
Oh.
Because, like, we're talking about the amount of information that ISOM gives us and stuff, that Rippaverse gives us. Like, it'd just be, hey, guy, I'm trying to get you. He'd be like, why? Shut up. We're trying to get you. Why? We'll take you in, and it'll be very honorable, and we're very godlike, and we're going to get you. It's like,
why?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like Erica's made me be the child.
I don't know. I'm not trying to be this critical or like hung up on it, but it's like, it's as simple as a thing where, like, a thief, you know what they are getting. You might not know why, but you at least know what they're getting, and you can discern. You can maybe guess why they're getting.
I'll catch you, and then I'll have the grand unveiling of money. I mean, children.
If they steal an apple, it could be because they're hungry, because somebody else is hungry, because they're trying to just, they hate that fucking shop, so they're stealing from them. Like, I don't know. You can determine a lot of things that are simple. With this, it's like, well, okay, but this is literally could be anything, and so there's nothing like. I don't know. Just continue.
You have picked the worst environment for this. We are even more powerful in the cold, you fool.
But wouldn't she be more powerful too?
People
So
like you
that's
always
like-
fall. It was proven with him. It's been proven with me. How many more of our kind will choose freedom rather than to kneel? And then we got Numite.
Okay,
How
hold
long
on.
have
I
you been
also
hiding in
that's another thing. I know I keep on pausing it all the time with this, but it's like that is like that dialogue is too for people that don't want to have your hand held. That is like extremely specific, lame dialogue. Like, gosh, people, why do people want freedom when we just want them to not be free? Like, basically, why don't they just kneel? Like, I feel like even Game of Thrones and House of Dragon use better language. They say bend the knee often, but they don't always say that. Like, there's a lot of other things implied with actions that they want them to take. You know, it's for the good of the realm. It's for whatever. I don't know. The way they talk is not as explicit as it's not as explicit as we are the bad guys. We're trying to victimize you. Like, that's what this would pretty much just was saying. Like,
mercilessly for justice.
and even the line where he's like, you know, are you fool? You're more powerful in the cold here. It's like, why have that be a line of dialogue? Just fucking
right. It's
show.
like, but you're all ice people, so you're.
So what does
Oh,
this
now you
even
have
mean?
enhanced ice powers against enhanced ice powers.
Is this like Pokemon? Like this would actually be horrible. Like Pokemon would be like, okay, ice against ice. I don't know. Like,
yeah,
more
it's literally
ice
the
wins.
Pokemon
Like,
first movie where they're all fighting their doppelganger evil versions. And so it's just like they're all exhausting each other because they're evenly matched. Unless they start crossing lines, they're just taking each other down.
Yeah, which is what we would think would happen here. Or again, this is where like her Earth-based experience should be different than theirs, and that should be on full display. That a difference in how they fight, but they don't do that. So
yeah. Also, again, Magus Numite is their ace in the hole because these are basically Ice Superman.
What's he been doing this whole time?
He is a fucking sorcerer. He's a black sorcerer. EVS is joking that Eric is the black sorcerer. And, like, yeah, and you'll see momentarily, he causes a mortal wound. He did earlier, and then he fights her, and then it's like there's never a power up that like, now I have armor or a new power that counteracts the vulnerability that I had against you. So now it's a non-factor. There's no escalation of Yaira's powers besides she's in an ice place, but they're also an ice place, so they're still evenly matched. And Magus is the one up against her with his magic. Again, so that's like one of the things of Superman. He's prone to magic and psychic stuff. He can't avoid that stuff.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good point. That would have been a good. So why was she was in a healing thing? She got stung a bunch of times, right?
He ass blasted her through the abdomen, and it caused a mortal wound. And Altona happened to be able to help her somehow
get it back to tank.
But yeah, basically. Well, she did like cut her up or something and I think someone, I don't know if it because it's not clear, but I think they said she has 2 hearts.
Right. That sounds like Star Wars logic.
So that should be like a thing where like Altona is like, oh wow, like you're beyond an except you're otherworldly.
You got 2 stomachs, like in Star Wars. You could survive 2 lightsaber wounds.
That's 2 whole lifetimes of hearts.
I guess
for those of you who know the Dokuman card, shout out.
I guess so. I think it's good that they have her get damaged to that degree, and where she gets
and then
out
she never escalates.
But
she doesn't get the suit till after all of this.
Well, I guess I was saying I wouldn't. It'd be interesting to have her be built up so highly, like she could, she beats up Isom, she can outrun Alpha Core, they're kind of her playthings, and she kind of is pretty much she is a god even to these super people, and then these Kryptonians come in and this spellcaster dude, whatever, just like fucking like deals this horrible damage to her, and where maybe that even shakes her a bit, or like she's roughed, like a roughed up battle damaged Yaira, like that's what people like to see, that kind of thing. And then
RoboCop
have her
lose
come
his
back up.
his sighting at the end of the first film. It was like He got damaged so he couldn't like sight properly. That's like a hindrance for him.
Yeah, he got like weakened little bits here or there to like make him more like not easily dominate the fight.
Yeah.
This place, Yaira, have you forgotten the sights of home? As I said before, when I executed your abomination of a descendant, so old, so frail, I wonder why she even bothered fighting back. She was mine. We are all fighters, said Yaira. Run away as fast as you can. You will never outrun your fate.
He's like singing a song. Run away as fast as you can. You can never
continues.
do this.
We move now. I don't know what she's planning, but she's definitely up to something. Numite, would you please show us something that makes you worthy of the title Magus? She means that respectively. I know.
Yeah, and so then we learn that Magus is like Darth. It's a title of an enhanced state of whatever the fuck he is.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, how she means that, Yantoni. I've watched eons of your kind. I've watched Genesis, and she was a dream in her mother's mind. So strong was the darkness in that one. What did you just say to me? Oh, God. And then she has a fantasy about her dead husband.
Well, so hold on.
And
So
creates
the
some,
Magnus guy would like that. That does seem like that could be interesting to her if they show her react to it in a way that makes sense. Like, you know, maybe she's like, "Huh, the Kryptonians. No problem. I'm sure I could take them." And then
it seems like he is beyond
arrives,
even being with them. Like he could take them out.
And then like he arrives and and she's like, "Oh fuck." Like if her confidence was shaken a little, they have her this whole time be so cocky and confident. That's what I hate about her. In
Girl
this,
boss.
she really doesn't come off like she has other tones. She's just like, I'm always pretty cocky. I'm gonna win all the time.
She has no
blah, blah, blah.
struggle.
It's just like, yeah, there's really, even if she got wounded, she's still bragging about it. Essentially, like that didn't happen. I'm fine. Like that's what it comes off as, and there's no even like she sees him next and she grips her stomach or something like, oh fuck, no, if I go toe to toe with him, I could die. Like, you know, but would she maybe even want that to join her? You know, if she believes in anything like watching her family die.
You think any of your wants could outrun the wishes of my wants that I have wished?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm pulling up this. We gotta hey, what's up, Stray Beans, my friend? Hail. We gotta look back at this. Gotta really refresh. So I'm trying to find the part she says my struggle.
This is gonna be tough. I'm trying to do things that people like me shouldn't be able to do. But unfortunately,
do you know what that line is? You've seen
What?
The Longest Yard with Nelly and Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
He's that little rat with the guards.
Yeah.
Oh man, that one boy, he's fast. He makes
He's
fast people
real
look
fast.
not
fast.
fast.
Yes, not fast.
Oh, look out, the Black Stan Lee, people. Fucking, oh my God.
for me, flying ain't wonderful.
Don't follow me.
The audio, don't follow me.
Don't fall. It's funny because there's this meme of like one of these mean black caricature Wojaks where a black woman's got like weird lips and buck teeth, like, I am more beautiful than you. And then the like white character's like, leave me alone. I don't have any money. Don't follow me.
Her inner Yaira.
God, thank you, Eric. Don't follow me.
Biologist and archaeologist who we feel is going to be an undeniable asset here at Projexus. Won't you please join me in welcoming her to our team? Dr. Sally Rodell.
That's a big bitch.
I would have loved if somebody went, whoa, like in the crowd when she stood up. Like, damn. The big white woman.
It's like at this point when I'm reacting to this initially, it's like, okay, wow, Eric went past that animation. He's going for live action. Okay. At first I'm watching this, I'm like, okay. The press conference is kind of in the vein of Spider-Man 2 at the space thing for the astronaut that's fucking Mary Jane. He's gonna propose to her. Okay, fine. You don't have to have everything be action. Like, cool setup. This starts like the tone. Again, we watched Thor, where it's like, all right, crazy action. We don't know what's going on. And he starts getting interrogated. Who the fuck are you? And it's like, whoa, he's from another realm. And so you get like the escalation of the stakes and the scope of the character. So initially, before she talks, I'm like, all right, this is not bad. Besides the like humor of Isom sucks. This is funny. Eric clearly voiced Isom, and he fell on a car. So it's like funny, but all right. Now we're getting to Sally and Lincoln Eusebio projects this. All right, where's this going? So I was totally good faith after the joke of Isom.
Adopt or die.
Oh no. And then I instantly was like, language, what? She's from Iceland. She should not sound Slavic.
to me also, just again, the way that it sounds, so okay, Dr. Sally Rodell, she's gonna be a great asset. She comes up to talk, adopt or die. I'd be like, hold on, why is this? Why are you doing this speech like this? Who talks like this? Be like, hey everyone, thank you for allowing me to join you, and then I'm gonna be doing this. So I'll use my 2 lifetime worth of degrees to really invigorate this company and work
2
with
whole lifetimes.
Work with the smartest black woman on the planet and whatever. Like, I don't know, just something else.
It
Anyway.
appears ice comes from reports somehow.
Yes.
Secure the area until Alpha can arrive.
Solari! Save us! It is the truest law of the earth. Verily few things have the ability to survive the test of time. Though we may not be around to see them to their fullest fruition, but we struggle to Krishna.
Struggle! We struggle! Again!
Be around to see them to their fullest fruition, but we struggle to Krishna. Will be the triumphant echoes.
Hell of a toaster
from the past.
struggle, please.
Alpha be here 5 minutes. Hold the line.
5 minutes?
No
Thanks for the heads
Thanks
up.
for the heads up. It actually would have been funnier too if like she shoves him and he goes whoa, like fly.
Yeah, the Wilhelm scream.
Because she's super strong.
It was funny because it's like there's all this space. She comes under a simple cop tape, and for no reason shoves the guy completely out of the way. When it's like you could have just like taken a half step around. him.
Why is the guy? The guy's like, I'm gonna be right here, and I have a megaphone, and I'm like telling 7 people.
He doesn't
hey
have
guys,
his weapon
5
drawn
minutes,
at all,
bro. How does he know that they're 5 minutes away?
And they're just like, hey, what's going on over there?
Well, hold on. So that's another thing. Okay, I guess you can say that because they work with Alpha Core, they have some type of arrangement. But I feel like flight speed is different than traffic speed. How far away are they? Where it would take them 5 fucking minutes? Like they're in a town.
Yeah, he's
like,
Superman, so he should.
Like,
Just,
there's no traffic, right? There's no traffic. You just zoom over here. What are you talking about?
I mean, even if you're like minimizing his Superman abilities and he's not like that powerful, it's like, well, like watch Homelander. I think that's probably the best analog.
It's just
thus far.
just say he's
Homelander's
on-
like really low ranked in the Superman comparison chart.
Yeah. But it's like you don't just don't give me a time frame because that makes me think about it more when you do. So just be like, the Alpha Core's on the way,
5 minutes.
It'll be okay.
Do.
That's literally. I'm like, do you know how long 5 minutes is? That's like a really long time. So I don't know.
It's getting a firefight for.
So
5
there's
minutes.
obviously no. Well, and they said that like they're monitoring her ass, right? Like, and it's like, no, we're just not really though. I guess. Don't they have a giant turtle ship that like monitors her?
It might have crashed at this point. I'm not really sure where the timeline is for Alpha Core with this book. So that's actually funny you mentioned that.
Right. I'm sorry. I just like I don't know. It just
see how fun it is trying to figure out this retard universe.
Like they show me things, and so I'm trying to use what they show me to think about it. So I don't know.
They heads up. I was here. I lived. I am still here.
I'd be like, ma'am, why are you
Who-
talking weird? Are you having a stroke, ma'am? Like, why are you talking so weird? I lived. I was here. I am still here. Be like, yeah, are you okay?
That'd have been at least 2 whole lifetimes.
We gotta get you a glass of water, ma'am. You talking crazy nonsense up here. Is you on?
Yeah, we need
one?
like Darren Fontano because he's been to Projexus, so it wouldn't be crazy if he's in. Apparently, he's in Accept, given what Mike Barron said, because he's listening off like first it started with ISOM, and then Darren Fontano. Like, wait, Darren is not just a guy; it's a kingpin. He's also an Accept. What the fuck?
Well, I guess something that would have been interesting here is if she used some tie to her actual Nordic past or whatever, like her Viking history of some kind, instead of the way she's talking vaguely is so annoying to me.
Vague,
And
yes.
just I don't know if it's more specific, like where she talks about where she grew up. I don't know, just talk about something specific that isn't like vaguely about time and living longer, adapt or die, whatever. It's just saying random things. Anyway, let's take it a poop.
Oh, okay. This is the first time I noticed she actually has the tattoos on her face.
Yeah. See, so this is the weird thing too. So the way that looks is it looks like an energy beam. Is that supposed to be an ice beam?
It's supposed to be, yeah.
Because I don't know, because the effect looks good, but for an energy beam, not for like an ice beam, because that does not make me think about
Right.
ice
If she had
at
the
all.
outburst, I mean, they did in the a little bit where it made everything kind of icy in the garage, but you see what like Yaira does when it's like power.
Well,
and
I
it
guess
starts snowing in Texas. It's like, well, like if she can't control it, it'd be like a snake. Like baby snakes are more venomous to people because they can't regulate their injections.
Yeah.
So you'd think maybe her outburst would be way more chaotic than
Yeah, because
Yaira.
she can't control it. Yeah, but I guess what I'm thinking of too is like I have literally a special effect from a cheap ass effects thing that I have where you can just put like a misty filter, like a misty filter around like on the screen, like a filter on the screen to make it look more frosty. And it's like you could have done that to imply that that beam is supposed to be ice, to.
Oh wow, that's actually fucking hilarious. Sorry, I'm catching up with you, Stray Beans. Yeah, pro Jesus, exactly. That's what I think. So on the nose. Prolapse ass. You think the experience of making this trailer and fucking it up so badly would make Eric more charitable to Marvel and Disney, but he's still just a bitter nitpicking dipshit. Yeah, it's like, I mean, criticism's all good and stuff, but when you start trying to throw your hat in the ring, you should have some humble pie.
Well, again, the behind the scenes should have gone over why this was such a mess, and they could go over things they thought they did really well. Like, man, the way that he fell on that car.
Yeah, this pitch to the behind the scenes, like, wow, we executed all this. Like, we did, hey, here's all the game planning and scheduling we figured out, coordinating everyone to be here at the right time. Of course, getting Jared and Subway here to cater us. But we planned all this to do it in one day. And
we had an effects guy, but then the computer fried, and so we had to just use no effects.
We had a guy, and then we didn't have, then not so much.
Yeah, we wanted him to get flung across.
Yeah, look, they give her little effects on her hands.
Yeah, little effects. Yeah, it's pretty subtle. Nice.
Sweet dreams, chilled.
Yeah,
chilled.
Is that struggle? Is the friction of creation?
The friction of creation. It is that struggle that is the friction of creation. What?
Like,
is he talking about
fire?
OS roads?
Talking about fire is like
Friction
made of
burns?
friction. Like when you have sex, it's not about friction specifically. I mean, I guess the penis goes in and out of the vagina, so you could call that friction.
Oh, no, you got lubricant.
I don't
so it's
know what the fuck you're talking about. Like
that's what your fucking hair is for, is to reduce friction. That's the purpose why we still have the the genital hair.
Really? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, that's why it's like gross. Don't shave that. It's there for a reason. It's for your health.
Yeah, well, now I know. Okay, nice.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can contract. It's more easy to contract, parasites like crabs with the genital hair, but it's there for a reason. The best way to avoid the crabs thing is to not be promiscuous, and thus increasing your chances of random.
God, I learned more about that, and not even from this trailer, I guess.
Thank you, Yaira.
Thank you, Yaira. Yeah.
I would like to thank Mr. Eusebio.
Hey, anything that I can put in my cap to promote the Bush agenda of naturality and humanity and sex, I'm here for it. Because that's one of the things everyone talking about, the porn problem of like women getting vaginoplasties to like get designer pussies, because like porn is warping people's preferences of like, oh, I need like a pretty pussy, I don't need your roast beef. And to some extent, yeah, sure, it's an aesthetic thing, but it's just like, yeah, women have there's a whole like fingerprint spectrum of unique vaginas, but there's no need in so everyone focus on like the genital harm women are doing out of like a useless aesthetics, but it's like, well, no, like I think the vagina hair is like another thing. If like what we're promoting this like grooming shit, because it's like, no, it needs to be there. So it's like, yeah, no, it's like, yeah, I'm just a weirdo. I like the taboo of the bush, but it's like, no, it's literally there for a reason. It's for your health. Do it. Keep it.
Well, I have more to say on the speech. So what do you think they're going for the tone on the speech? Like the way she's given it and then cut it between the fighting. I'm like, so we saw the Thor trailer. We could think of many other trailers that they could be trying to invoke. And I'm just like, I don't know. Like when you watch a Spider-Man one of some kind, usually there's some type of humor or uplifting thing. There's a little bit of drama, like a down moment that they show of some kind.
Well, it's cliche, but you could say Nazi, like Hydra or something, some superior race thing aspect. It seems like, I'm still here, so like I know what I'm talking about. You need to get on my level.
But the framing should change to like,
but then it doesn't match up at all with like, oh, here's just this like random incident and the cops are here and they called Alpha Corps, and it's like, what?
But it's like you can maybe make it work with the angle you just said by like changing the camera angle here and there to close up on her face when she's like, I am here, and then punch, show her punch in the face, I am still here. I don't know, like I'm trying to think of ways to amp this up. What is a tone? Because when she does her speech and then they show her doing the random fighting, it literally just looks really boring. It's just like, oh, she's talking about something to do with things, I guess, and they're clapping now. Like as for imagine a Spider-Man trailer, right? It'd probably be something about, like, man, I'm trying to do what I want, but I'm trying to do responsibility. And then it's that guy's a menace. Like, I don't know. You'd be getting different thoughts thrown out there. You'd be getting
you saying this is making me investigate. Let's look at Captain America Civil War trailer 2.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of politics in that. There's a lot of like speech, there's the UN summit of the Sokovia Accords being enacted. So let's see what the tone is of this.
Job. We try to save as many people as we can. Sometimes that doesn't mean everybody. But you don't
save everybody. It's like, oh, well, Bucky, he thought he was dead for 80 years. And then he pops back up in Winter Soldier.
Exactly.
And then somehow he breaks through, so there's like a glimmer of hope with him. And I think the teaser they had at the end of one of the films before this, maybe it's the Guardians, they had his fucking arm pinned in like a fucking press.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, every word they said, I understood clearly. One, because of their accent. Two, like what they said made sense. With the visuals they show back up what they're saying. So mentally, I'm doing great watching this trailer so far. As for the other one, I'm like, okay, what am I? Okay,
Captain America, you recalcitrant rebel, you will be detained and brought to merciless justice.
And we'll get you next time, and we'll probably try to kill you as well.
Use no hiding from fate. That is justice. That is swift.
You fool! I am a god. You are not.
Put you somewhere to live a long time in agony. That is death.
Give up.
New York. Washington, D.C.
Dour tone.
Chicago.
Yeah,
They're-
George
they're,
Floyd
they're,
just
they're
like
reflecting on the past, and
yeah,
they're
George Floyd's like, damn, I lost all that fentanyl in New York.
but like yeah, they're going for okay, they're reflecting on the past. They're these were big battles, and
We tried to
they're-
save everyone, as Captain America said, and now we're looking at like, well, this is
The-
where you didn't save everyone repeatedly.
with what he just said, and then following that up with this, showing evidence of them not saving everyone. That's good. We're following what they're showing us.
Okay.
All right, so here's the thing: is like it's sure Eric doesn't have the money to
Right.
make
Okay. We're
this-
not expecting him to have this.
Not ha-
fucking
we're not expecting
level.
him to have the
It's not this
budget.
history- It's not this history either. We know.
Literally, he could make something and splice in fucking used footage, copyright free footage. It's just like kind of like when you get a keyboard, it's got the standard like rhythm tones and stuff to like start playing to. It could be preset shit in his editor. Not faulting him for the aesthetics of what he's making, but you don't need a budget to make a fucking concise like pitch.
That's enough.
Exactly.
Captain, people are afraid.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah! AC/DC
We need a
man.
quick check. Whatever form that takes, I'm game. I'm sorry, Tony.
If I see a situation pointed south, I can't ignore it.
Uh-oh. There's a rift happening.
Well, yeah, they display that he's Stark answers with, "Okay, I haven't answered your problem," and Cap's like, "Well, I don't agree with that."
Yeah, he's
So
like,
it's
well,
all
that's
right,
why I'm here,
there-
because I just like come in, shoot.
There it is. Yes.
Sometimes I wish I could.
Sometimes I want to punch you in your perfect teeth.
Yeah.
I know we're not perfect.
Oh man, you don't know how fucking mad I am. Black Panther is so fucking cool in this movie. It's simple, it's concise, it's got a sleek, elegant, pristine suit. None of this stupid eye shit. None of this like, woo, kinetic energy, pew pew, storing up blast shit that's fucking gay. Just got a cool fucking Panther suit. It's fucking great. And then the next movie is like, America needs to be black, and actually we're going to learn from the villain who wants to kill all the white people. Like when Black Panther is like, hey, I'm not going to let you kill yourself, Simo. You need to face justice appropriately. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't match up at all. I hate Black Panther because he was cool in this movie. They ruined him one movie later.
And not every character needs their own story anymore,
Yeah,
It's
he
all
had a
good.
great simple story like, you killed my daddy and now I'm out for revenge, and this
Well,
is like in Captain America.
and it plays with the overall plot of other threads, which is also good. So
Yeah, and God, it's just that aside, like, oh, I fucking hate Black Panther. They ruined him. Such a good opening salvo. Oh, we're finally getting the guy that's based with the vibranium. Yes, cool. Black guy in a cat suit. That's an easy sell. And they ruined it.
But the safest hands are still our own. I was wrong about you.
Ooh, God, it gave me chills. Like, I know the whole
Yeah.
fucking movie. And I'm like,
Yeah, this is really good. A good
damn!
this is a great trailer.
Fuck!
Like this is showing so much shit. Well, see, God damn it, I don't think this is one thing Eric will never get with this stuff. It doesn't matter if they're showing their hand a lot or they're doing. This is what people want to see. Like, what are you talking about? This, I feel like he'd be like, they're showing way too much. Like, I want to see what his version of this trailer would be to like take the Civil War trailer and be like, all right, how can I make it my way? Like,
No,
what would it
remember
be?
for
What would it
Canon's
be?
sake number one, where he's like, yeah, some people be trying to explain it, but like, I don't really get how Captain America's old. I don't really buy it. Like,
Yeah, so it's like
Again.
that'd be have him make this trailer with like I don't it'd be like we wouldn't know anything.
he's like, I don't really get why this old guy with the metal arm is like still young.
I don't get why Tony don't like Captain America in this film. What was
I thought they were friends.
They were friends last time we saw him. What's wrong now?
What's wrong about you? They're coming for you.
I'm not the one that needs to watch their back.
This doesn't have to end in a fight, Tony.
Oh yeah, punch
I
that
love-
pretty boy.
I love too. This is not showing one villain in this whole trailer either. This is all infighting. This is all friends fighting, and better watch your back. I'm not the one who needs to watch your back, whatever. Like that's
this
some
whole
good.
thing. Hey, all these guys are heroes. Whoa, they're fighting. What happened? That's the hook.
Yes.
You just started a war.
That's such a cool reveal because like Ant-Man had his own little single dad story, which is surprisingly so sympathetic to the plight of single fathers from like woke Disney before they went full woke. So it's a strange slip to the crack kind of movie in retrospect. And it's like he's just like this weird little oddball heist guy, and it's like, oh fuck, little Ant-Man's in the fight. What? We're building shit. Like, god damn.
Right, and this is like right after Ultron, where a lot of people did not like Age of Ultron.
Yeah, well, a lot of people were dumb. Ultron's great. A little too cartoony in his motivation, but fuck, James Spader nailed it.
Stay down. Final warning.
I could do this all day.
Oh, he said the line.
But it's like I could see Eric be like, they're spoiling too much of the movie in the trailer. It's like, I mean, part of me would agree, but
but it's like I have no context of why.
This makes me want to see it and discover what the journey is that leads to all these points. As to where with his trailer, that the first live action trailer of his newer, fresher universe. And it's just like, I am here. I'm adapt or die. Friction of creation. Blah blah blah. And then
shut up, Stoney.
And then when she's fighting, it's just like, oh, Sweet Dreams, chilled Alpha Core will arrive. But this is what you're showing us? Like, it doesn't give us anything. It's nothing burger. It's a nothing burger.
He should have apologized to Brie Larson because he left. I guess he was trying to say he felt how hard it was to find a hot female actor who can deliver superhero lines convincingly. That is actually crazy. However flat Brie Larson was, it's still better than that chick.
Imagine if Brie Larson joined the Rippers.
Well, I was saying, like, everyone's like,
he'd hire her.
I saw him. It's like, I say you should cast the Kane guy because his career is fucking toast now after that abuse.
Oh, yeah, Jonathan Majors.
Yeah. You got a guy that's already got pretty fit and stuff. He's done some critical roles. He's in the dumps. He's an abuser. He's Ray Rice. So it's like, that's a cheap deal. You can get him for a couple $1,000.
You can also help a fellow black man get a job. So
on Black History Month, no less. Shout out LG. I remember that tweet. You fucking pussy.
Black History Month, no less.
It's very easy to scissor. Did you ever see the Mangold scissor for Daredevil? No. Wait, did Mangold do Daredevil? That's crazy. I think Mangold's overrated. I think he had one. Logan really knocked it out of the park, but I think 32 New was probably his actual best work. Logan's really good because of the weight of Hugh Jackman's performance and the plight of the X-Men being decimated. But I think Logan, in some respects, kind of overhyped. It's a strange thing to critique that film in that way, but I think it is kind of. It's good, it's solid, but it really is about the value, the weight of it's really because of Hugh Jackman leaving the role at that point. And honestly, the lack of properties available to execute Old Man Logan properly, I think helped them tell a tight story. Because if Fox had the rights to everything of Old Man Logan comic, it would be a clusterfuck of it'd be Deadpool Wolverine.
Execute or the Old Man Logan.
Yeah, straight beat. That's why I was like, fuck you. It's like, just remember you're getting chills over a scroll as War Machine. Yeah, I don't.
Well, technically, he becomes a scroll after this accident is the implication. not
So wait,
before this.
he's actually dead, and the Rhodey's
no.
skull?
The implication is that after he gets injured here in this battle, when he's in the hospital or something, or somewhere between when he's injured here and the next time we see him standing up, he got swapped out for the scroll, and he was put in like an underground thingy until whatever.
See, this whole multiverse thing would be great if they could rekindle, if they could recast, recast Terrence Howard as War Machine and have him from another universe. Hey, War Machine, nice. He like, what's up, man?
Yeah, I will do it this time. Yes.
No, you've not seen Hustle and Flow, have you?
No.
Oh, dude, that's it's like black trash, but it's a good
Hustle
fucking
and
movie.
Flow for sure. Yeah, bro.
Whoop that trick, yeah. It's a good fucking movie.
I watched 8 Mile. Like it just
that's a good one, yeah.
I like when I saw bits of it on TV when I was younger, but I didn't like see the whole thing. So I watched the whole thing. It's like, oh, it's so funny as shit. I like it.
God damn it. Yeah. I think Hell's Only's like, fuck.
All right, I've run out of patience. On the roof!
What? Oh, he's got the shield of Spider-Man. I know that guy.
I like he's basically SpongeBob. Hi guys. Hi.
Yeah, Tom Holland Spider-Man is a weird one because it's like I kind of hate all of his movies that he's Spider-Man, but he's good as Spider-Man. I hate his whole diversity cast around him.
Yeah.
And no Uncle Ben backstory, because then they try to breeze by. It's like, well, we already had 2 franchises, Uncle Ben, and then retroactive is like, oh well, let's do it with Aunt May, and so it's like,
I feel like honestly though, it's like they could do anything and people will hate it because it's like, it's not.
It's really good. It could have
like,
been fucking perfect, phenomenal. And so that's my chagrin. It's like, oh, really good. More learn about the Spider-Man comics stories. More, it's like, oh yeah, okay,
that would have been interesting if Uncle Ben was friends with Tony Stark or something, or knew him.
With a
if not friends with him because he's a billionaire, so maybe not friends with him, but like old friends or something. Like, like, oh hey, Ben, fuck, really? You're hanging around? Okay, shit, all right. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's weird because like, well, okay, what if you like shifted the time frame of Uncle Ben's death, where Spider-Man is doing Spider-Man for a minute, but he hasn't like had the Ben moment yet to really like solidify his motivation with the suit and his goals as Spider-Man. But then it'd be you'd be like, well, would he really be the Spider-Man we know if he didn't have Uncle Ben? So it's like, it's just one of those, you gotta like, that's like a core, you gotta do it, you gotta have that element. It's like Batman and his parents.
Yeah.
So it's one of those, like, you're kind of stuck with like the mythos. No matter what you rewrite, you have to have that for it to work. That's why you get something like Miles Morales, where okay, you can do something different a bit because he's a different guy.
Yeah.
But man, god damn, so great going back to these old trailers. It's almost 10 years old now.
We should do that for streams, like watch some old trailers and react to them and shit. Comment on them.
You should watch Madam Web.
Oh boy. My mommy was in the Amazon for dead spiders when she was pregnant. And
it's funny. It's like, well, that's why you were there. You weren't a shitty mom the whole time.
And she's like, "Why'd you hate me?" What? What do you mean? What? You're in the Amazon because you hate me? What?
It's like, no, that's why I aborted you.
When that guy had his gun on me, I thought he was going to shoot my belly and kill you, but he didn't. He missed. So, whoops.
Crystal, no. All right, new.
What?
I know how she means that, Yantoni. I've watched eons of your kind. I've watched Genesis, and she was a dream in her mother's mind. So strong in that one. What did you just say to me? Oh God! And then she has a fantasy about her dead husband, and creates some crystal. No, all right. Numate creates crystal men.
Okay, it was not clear to me when I read this. I'm like, wait, where's the crystal men? Are they just like a magical element, like in The Hobbit? There's the mountain men that like rock'em sock'em robots in the mountains. like they're just a natural obstacle entity race in the mountains. That's what I thought it was when I read this. I'm like, where'd they come from? It was just, it's so quick how they're here. And so I thought it was like I thought that it was a natural element of the mountains. It was like, oh, there's like some fantastical elements naturally in, unpopulated areas.
Yeah.
Fortunate that these reminders of home chase you across the universe, which, so strong, hard, and pure, all the things you will never be. Does their perfection remind you of your inequities? Perhaps that's why you ran. You dumb fuck. They are called diamonds on this planet. People give them as tokens of love and commitment. They don't frighten me. They remind me of how weak and stupid you are. Oof. I don't want her killed, you useless insect. I want her alive. I have accompanied your quest. I've accompanied your quest. But Yaira has broken her oath and must pay in blood. Yanessa, your temper. Don't turn it on us. It is clear you have forgotten who you work for. Numite, back home, you too will pay for your insubordination. So now they're threatening each other. They're threatening each other now. It's a trap. What took you so long? Then grab her quickly, you fool. And more. There's more. Like there's more dialogue here.
And more.
Right? Then the credit of bringing the terrorist known as Yaira to justice shall be mine. Why are you smiling? I thought this would be an appropriate place for the three of you. We're on the mid-Atlantic ridge and a divergent tectonic plate boundary over a hot spot. I don't care about this.
See, hold on. So like that is exactly like what I meant by earlier. If in her speech or in just somewhere earlier have some type of inkling that this is a thing that's going to happen or that something might be happening up there. I don't know, just something. But it's like, nope, just randomly she's got to tell us this huge thing instead of just like, oh, why are we up here? And then like wink and then just have it happen. And it's like, oh, right, because earlier the thing, instead of having the words here again, like you would naturally connect two dots,
See, this has been a great way to like have a random news cutaway, or it's like we're evacuating the rural area around Mount Helga or whatever it's called in Iceland because volcanic activity, and then it seems like random, but then we're there and it's like, I'm putting it together. I see what she's doing. Instead of her saying explicitly, I found tectonic plate shift mid-Atlantic. Again, that's what you're missing. With anyone reviewing this, they forget the trailer. That's why I played it, so it really hits home. That's how you need to read this story, is her groove voice, Despicable Me, the whole time. Meant to be death blow, tectonic plates. Metal becomes brittle.
Pizza.
Yourself to me. I'm not. I'm absorbing nitrogen, turning it into its liquid form, and pumping it through my body. I have an internal temperature of negative 320 degrees Fahrenheit, and I'm hoping that's enough. Enough for what?
I'm surprised he didn't say like somewhere around 300 degrees Fahrenheit or something.
I feel like that should mean she is now ice instead of being like Emma Stone or Emma Frost. When she goes in diamond form, it's very clear when she shifts to diamond form. When you say like, oh, I'm at such a negative temperature, that's beyond what ice is. Ice is
she should be turning
32 degrees freezing. I think it's 0 Celsius. So she's like negative 300.
Why give us numbers? If this is my problem, Angus, and not that the numbers are high, but don't give us numbers at all if we can actually measure them, because then we'll think about them. And like you just said, it's like, oh, I didn't think about that. Oh yeah, 32 is free, right? 300. Oh, I don't know what that would be. Would you be dry ice at that point?
You're talking about like 0 Kelvin. I think it's like what, negative 273.
Yeah, but she's an alien, so shut up. It's just like,
sure,
do the number.
But
why the number here? Why have it here? Just don't have it here then. Say she's really cold.
You're saying very finite, hard facts. You're using elements.
Choosing to say bizarre, finite, hard facts on bizarre elements of your comic. Okay.
And then I'm like, oh, you're just nitpicking. It's like, when you put this in my head? Like, if you just said like, oh, I'm like nitrogen, and so, oh yeah, nitrogen, and you freeze like warts off. Okay, what's you're gonna freeze something off?
If you had a person be like, yeah, me and my 3 penises are doing totally fine today, you'd be like, Well, that's kind of weird. What are you nitpicking, bro? You told me that's what's here. Why do you?
I
now
assumed
I'm
there was
thinking
one
about it.
penis.
I'm thinking, and now I'm thinking about that. There's 3, and it's like, well, you told me 3.
It's like, well, where are they?
That's not important. That's just a tiny part of the story. But you said it in the thing. Now it's in my head. Like, you fucking.
Wait, so now I care about the details, so I'm the bad guy? It's literally like being Mauler, where it's like, you said this. This is an element of the story.
You wanted more information. Not this.
Or well, it doesn't make sense. Is the problem? Like this should be like a Saiyan thing, where it's like, oh, I've powered up to -300. I am fucking sheer ice.
Yes.
And it's like, oh wow, they never figured out how to do that. And so she's like one up them. Escalation. You know, that's the problem in The Dark Knight Rises, is they give you like, hey, he's been gone for 8 years since The Dark Knight. He's just pieced out after he killed Harvey Dent and those cops. And then this reflects on Bruce Wayne being a recluse, and no one's really figured out they are connected, but we know, the audience. And so we're seeing Batman almost a decade later having done nothing. It's echoing Dark Knight Returns. And so we have all this like background and precedent just with the films or as a comic reader to like start piecing together the story, understanding the plight of Batman at this point. It's a low point. And there's really no fighting anymore. There's no Joker. There's no big element. He's just in hiding, doesn't need to worry. Crime's pretty gone, and things have healed themselves since Dark Knight. Now Bane's coming, and Catwoman, and there's this businessman trying to undermine his company. There's all these elements, you know, and Batman's not been doing shit, and so, hey, I have no cartilage in your knees. That's a pretty important detail for a human with no powers fighting crime. So then he gets the knee thing where it like compensates for the lack of cartilage, and he can like break bricks with it. And then when he gets out of the cave and faces Bane again after he had his back broken, there's no escalation of, aha, now I can face you, Bane, because now I've increased my power in some way. And so it's just like, wait, it seems like Bane is escalated and Batman's staying the same, but now he beats him. That seems, you know,
yeah, it's kind of funny you mentioned Dragon Ball with that, because literally the hair color changing tells us they're at their power, they're at their more powerful mode right now. They're at this powerful mode. They're at that one. So you're not questioning, well, wait, how can you wait, what? Like, you're never thinking that. You're like, okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, got it. Their hair changed again. Thank you. Got it.
Yeah, I mean,
it makes it extremely simple to understand.
Yeah, like Batman's all ideas because he's a human, so you know, and then it doesn't add up at the end where they at least make explicit. Okay, the knee element now enhances him, makes up for his problem, and I can like break fucking Bane with that.
Yeah,
charade. Extremism strives amid cowardice. Hold on a second. Extremist.
You're the extremist attacking her. So what?
I feel like these are just random words to put in a bubble somewhere on the thing. I don't know. Just put it there.
Oh my god! Like on reread, it's like even more retarded.
I'm hearing somebody else read it too. It's like, oh yeah, it's out. Like hearing it is different than reading it. Sometimes
And it's so exhausting hearing it. Like, Jesus Christ, when does it fucking end?
But he's skipping around too, thankfully.
Strives amid cowardice. Strives. It isn't thrives. You know, it strives. It is time I ended this. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me change your lipstick color.
Like it's like a child in school defacing their books. I gave her a mustache,
and now it has boobs.
Now Statue of Liberty has a penis. The Human Torch needed a bank loan.
It was blue before. The 3,200 degrees Fahrenheit of Hekla's lava. Yeah. Now where's that bitch? She put him in the lava. Where's that bitch? Tell me, Yanessa. Oh, this is the part where like you get revenge for being disrespected.
Oh wait, so this is
heroes-
actually something that could have tied together here. So when she blows them up at the oil refinery, it could have been like, well, that didn't really do much. And it's like, or if it was
Or
like,
Yaira's like, oh, that kind of fucked him up.
or okay, yeah, if it was like, okay, that did some damage to them, but it's not enough to finish them off. So they need a bigger
I
hit
need to
of fire.
harness power of lava.
Knowing Pokemon, fire is extremely effective against ice. So you had to get more fire to combat the ice. So
okay, so I didn't know. So is ice and water different
they are
categories in
different.
Pokemon?
They are different.
Oh no, that's kind of dumb.
So like Squirtle is not an ice Pokemon, but like Articuno, it's a legendary one, but it would be like the legendary
Right, the
ice.
bird.
Zapdos would be legendary thunder, but it's the same as the thunder essentially, but legendary. As far as I can tell, ice is like the main one that's like seems like it would be like compatible being water.
Wait, how have they not figured out to make an ice Blastoise or Gyarados?
I don't know.
It seems like that would be a
Well,
legendary.
because it's confusing because some of them can use ice moves, like they're interchangeable sometimes.
Yeah.
But I think there's a distinction between ice, like a Pokemon, and water Pokemon. Like,
you see what I mean? Like fire should beat ice because it melts it.
well, but that's what I'm saying.
But then water would blast the fire, so it'd be kind of redundant. So ice and water should just be one collective element.
I mean,
So
for
it's
some
states of the element.
but there's enough. I think there's enough specific ones that are, like to its area or location that they'd call it ice. Like they'd call a mammoth one probably an ice type. If one that fits that or something. And Pokemon that they do different, creatures that fit in whatever environments they're in anyway.
Mixed. I'm definitely mixed on this revelation.
But you would agree that fire beats ice, and that's what I'm getting at. So
yeah.
doing the Rippaverse. It's like you disrespected her, and now you're going to gloat over her. That's what heroes do in comics. Tell me, Yanessa, do you still think that I'm below you?
Oh yeah. Again, Spider-Man 3. Spider-Man gloats a lot in Spider-Man 3 because he's becoming villainous with Venom.
Yeah, it's meant to imply he's not being the same
himself.
old heroic Peter Parker. He's changing for the worse. Yeah.
Yeah, and he gloats.
And in a way, he's extremely disrespecting his uncle's death by doing that in a way. But it's not his fault. But you know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah, it's just
that
like it's funny.
attitude would not be
Like,
good.
I'm kind of passively saying that. It's like, yeah, again, I don't think Eric, like, I don't care how many comics he's read, what like storylines he knows the plot points of. He does not get story at all. It's very clear. He's a fucking LARPer. He's a phony.
He's anti. I die a hero, others will come for you. Let them come, and she kicks her in the face as she's like burning in lava. Ah, that's not a villain. That's a hero. That's what a hero would do. I'll lay them right down next to you.
Trying to see Luke Skywalker do that.
Obi-Wan could have all the time to gloat, but instead he laments the state of the relationship with Anakin when he's
Don't you feel
at death's
foolish?
door.
Don't you feel foolish, Anakin, for turning against the Jedi?
No, it's so tragic. Like, you were my brother.
You stuck in
you
the
know.
Emperor's dick.
We
Don't you
put
feel
everything
dumb?
in you. All of the good faith we accumulated was in
No.
you.
You thought you could defeat me, your master?
Yeah, Obi-Wan just
trained
kicks
you
him into the
since
lava.
You were a boy.
Yeah,
What is it? You don't like the sand, do you? Huh?
Like, because I don't like heroes to me. I like villains. So it's like annoying that, given the full spectrum of Star Wars, that like your lack of conviction to snuff out Anakin has led to so many more trillions of deaths in the galaxy. But it's like, well, if he actually kicked him in and ended him, like that would be kind of villainous. And so like that mercy
It's
is
kind of like Peter
heroic.
Parker wouldn't do that, even if that
Yeah.
would make sense. But that act is conflicting it. So
Yeah.
and
Well,
he
that's-
doesn't
that-
know, and you don't know what they'll do. So
That's why
like,
this comic is so weird too, because it's like they're pitching her as like an anti-hero. So it's like, well, she can be morally ambiguous, but ultimately it's all pitched reading it as like, well, she's the hero and there's some misunderstanding. But it's like, well, no, she just like picked up a black guy and dropped him on a car. Not knowing, and then she tried to kill Stefani right from the get-go. First awareness of her. Death blow.
She could have gotten Alpha Core killed by releasing all the prisoners.
Yeah,
because they were all probably caught one at a time or something,
So
and
it's
then let
like
them all out at once. And it's like you can, and for all you know, some of them could have escaped and gone and raped and killed more people and whatever. And just like I don't know, it just seems like if you're calling it, see, when a creator calls their character something, I don't even think that matters. What the action shown is that she's pretty much a villain or villainess. She's not. What has she done that's good?
Well, yeah, okay, that's the thing.
What's a good deed she's done?
Actually, I recant what I said about the placement because there was like the Thanos Gamora comparison, but then actually retaking in this book in this like gloating aspect, but they're presenting her like heroic. Totally fucked up. If they placed the backstory, I mean, I guess it doesn't necessarily change the elements, but it would really solidify her corrosion of character. If like she was noble, had this noble Viking husband, and then the death, despite the riches accumulating, she like loses heart, she becomes cold, just like her power, spiritually, and so she becomes like kind of dead inside and unfeeling.
She develops this horrible personality.
She's very callous now. Like, yeah, so the placement actually is really bad, given that they try to layer her as, mysterious. We don't know which way she's going,
It's like I definitely say she's clearly not a hero, though, like at all. And she's
she's not even in like Catwoman or Black
Cat. To say anti-hero, I don't even think that's fair to say either. She's
pretty much a fucking villain.
she's if anything very selfish and not.
Oh yeah, she murdered a prisoner.
She blew up an oil refinery too, and it's kind of
killed countless men working there.
Probably ruined a lot of jobs and set a lot of people back, and whatever money was relying on for that, and people got to clear that up. Could have started a wildfire, maybe. Maybe that'd be good for Gooding for his business, having that oil refinery accident. But,
that'd actually be a funny element if they would have tied this in with Gooding, and
he's cleaning up after all our fucking bullshit,
right? And then he starts being like, "Oh, this is man, I'm raking in the dough with these fires." What if it becomes Nightcrawler? He starts rigging problems for his business,
right? He killed a bug.
There's so much potential to play with all these. With everything Eric's given us, like there's so much to play with, and you fuck it up every fucking turn.
Yeah, again, even the old lady, I'm like, okay, I don't know, and then they show a different old lady a few times. It's like, okay, whatever, I guess. Okay, I don't know.
It was just a funny thing if, like, despite the horrible state of the economy, at least the price gouging of old people, they would have like had her in the background with like, there's like Yaira talking to grandma, reminiscing about the goddess from heaven that she heard stories of, and she thinks it's Yaira. And then you just like in the background see the lady like yeah, Q-tips.
I can hear finally, Sonny.
Like,
yes. I saved a whole month of trading with my knickknacks with other old people to get these $20.
They clap their fucking hands like seals about the fucking pigeon. And it's like, well, you could have like a funny Easter with the old lady and Q-tips, And
I was gonna say, what if she's like feeding the pigeons and something? I don't know.
Or what if it's like Vito and she has a cat in heat or whatever? It needs to be jacked off with a Q-tip. There's so many ways to play with that. The Q-tip lady, and there's nothing,
Yeah.
Or you could have it sad where it's like, Newmite has invaded the nursing home, and you see like spilled Q-tips. Like, you killed the poor old, literally poor, destitute old lady, could barely afford Q-tips.
She was excellent fun to kill as well.
It was a nice morsel for my drones.
She was saying, "I'll trade my life for. Would you like a box of Q-tips?"
You ignorant sow, recalcitrant.
I already have Q-tips, lady. I actually have money.
Just all the spitballing you do here is just like better than this. More depth with Q-tip lady. It's like just anything. Come on.
The point is, she's more of a villain, not an anti-hero or a hero. She's just definitely more of a villain. She does not portray heroic qualities. Not even in one save the cat out of a tree moment, which is the lowest form of like, yeah, that's a hero. But that at least be something of some kind. It maybe save a different black man from falling onto a car or something, you know?
Nah, fuck him.
And you won't be hailed a hero back home. Your story ends here. You end here. And without a body, who would dare question the competence of the great Yanessa by coming after me without your return? What the hell? Boy, is that something else. That's what you're saying is I'm burning your body so nobody's going to know that I killed you.
Imagine if they had this
wow,
dialogue in
in
House of Dragon or something in Game of Thrones, like just, you know, all this long hibbity-jibbity language in House of Dragon.
I saw BTM was live and his stream was like no scroll words here.
I'm trying to imagine like Viserys or just like anybody, you know, oh my gosh, would anybody be able to do this thing here, going over this and that, just something this, it's like, oh god, I think characters would literally fall asleep. No, thank you. Keep it chill.
And without a body, who would dare question the competence of the great Yanessa by coming after me without your return? This is Eric July. He wrote this. He definitely wrote. No, it's not over yet. Nice try, Yaira. Boom. It's Magate, Numus, whatever. Did you forget my invulnerability to magic's foolish little Yaira? Yarg! Yaira gets the sword that her husband gave her. No, I remembered. Did you forget the promise I made you? This blade was a gift from me to my beloved to protect my family, and I will use it to kill every last one of yours, because I know, Numite, that they will be coming for me. For Carmen, off with his head. Oh no, the volcano, I have to stop it. What have I done? And then Aquaman, she falls in the water because the volcano blows up. Aquaman is there to save her.
Oh yeah, that was really weird too.
Yeah, well, it's Poseidon, but yeah.
But it's just like, all right, here's this guy now as well.
I wish, you know, with all of like the dumb names, I wish Eric would actually church up and be like Poseidion.
Poseidion, yeah.
Just make it a little more unique.
Yeah.
You have a moment where I don't know what's going on here. Like she's got black netting all over her. I really fucked up this time. God, thank you, Saskas, for this scene. This
God,
is really appropriate.
Yeah. So, like, you have like the shadows of the things falling on her, but then it becomes like netting. When before in this other scene, it's like very clearly, like you see this in like Batman comics from like the 90s. They're really good with like the shadow work and shadows like window panes and bars on people. So like this first panel is pretty good. I think, not being an art expert, I think it's pretty good laying out the bars, shadows, but then this one is netting and it's strange.
Appropriate.
Yeah.
My friends are dead. I shot a man. I'm scared. Solari comes to the prison. Evening, Solari. All their files are in order for her transfer to the J. Sully ward. Probably for the best.
Jake
probably the best
Sully.
place for her.
Did you say Jake Sully ward?
Wait.
What do you say?
To the J. Sully ward.
Oh, I thought you said the Jake Sully. I'm like, Monsters Inc. reference? Really? Like, his name, you know,
I didn't think about that.
Sully or Sullivan?
Wait, what was the name of Jake in Avatar? Is his name Sully?
I think his name was Sully as well. Yeah, they called him
Avatar.
Sully for nickname, some type of nickname.
Cast Jake Sully, Sam Worthington. Yeah, Jake Sully.
What was Sully in Monsters Inc?
Yeah,
his first name Jake
Sullivan. Yeah,
it was his first name Jake though. I don't remember if his name was Jake.
Because
it was like Mike Wazowski and
Mike
then
Wazowski. Let me see, Monsters.
And I don't know. I know that his name was Sully Sullivan. What was his first name?
James P. Sullivan.
No, close.
So yeah, Sully's his nickname.
Okay. But I'm sorry. So I thought he was doing like a Monsters Inc. or an Avatar or something. I'm like, that's odd, but all right, cool. I mean, cool, I guess. But all right, yeah.
And then also there's the Tom Hanks film Sully about the pilot that made the daring safety crash in the Hudson.
Just like the Ripperverse will crash in the Hudson as well.
Just like Brian Solari crashed the turtle shell.
Oh right. Oh yeah. They literally
we brought it back.
They literally had a vehicle crash.
of Out of Control Accepts in there. All right.
Oh my God, look at that
She goes,
face.
please,
at the
God, I
bottom.
know you don't have to, but please, if you give me another chance, I promise I'll do better. He's like, oh, so. Oh, so.
Animated.
Me Robbie. Hey, Robbie, you wrong time. And then
I never thought I'd hear him say that.
Like, I was thinking Asian. I was thinking of that guy from the 60s who would do, like, he's a white guy, but, or maybe he's a Jew, but white guy doing Asian, like, racist caricature character in films. And everyone's like, woo hoo hoo, haha, funny, yeah, because he's Asian, you know, very racist. And then he goes, I'm thinking, maybe he's not. And then, oh, no, he is. Okay, cool.
We love you right there.
Then I don't want to die here. I need to make this better. My abuela would be so ashamed of me. I'm so sorry. This is who I became. Please forgive me. Martinez, it's time to go. Jesus, Solari, I'm talking to God. Give me a minute, will you? Blasphemy from the Saska sisters during prayer is ridiculous. How would you like to make up for what you did? What are you talking about? Prison isn't your only option. Failure isn't what we do.
Oh, yes. You brought it back.
So basically, this chick right here is going to join Alpha Corps. So get ready for that, guys. And then here's Yaira, plop, gasp. Is this Valhalla? Could this really be? It's Neptune. She's down there with Neptune. Meanwhile, kids are building a snowman. Snow is being plowed away. And then we cut to Alpha Corps training. And it is, you know, she's got her hair back. She grew her hair and she grew her hair. Her hair is no longer half
She's
shaved.
not woke.
And she says, I recognize the rage in you, Cadet Martinez. What happened to your grandmother? What happened to my abuela? I will never forgive Yaira for. She took my only family away. If I ever see Yaira again, I'm going to kill her. On my life, I will be the one to kill Yaira. See, it's just people going, I'm going to kill Yaira over and over again. One of you kill Yaira, please. I'd have to neutralize you. Unless you want to go back to prison, you better control your emotions.
She's a female.
And then Kanan White drew this. There's Yaira flying away. So this isn't even like Deborah didn't draw this. Kanan did.
Dearest readers, we are the Saska sisters, an identical twin horror writing, directing, and producing team from Canada. We got our start in comics, writing her and Kill Crazy Nympho's Attack with Daniel Way before writing a series of stories for a major publisher. Thank you for reading, and get ready for Yaira, your twisted twins, Jen and Sylph.
Now, Jesus Christ.
Oh, we got through it, Ricky.
That was fun.
That, man, I'm clipping the whole.
So you just go through his sound effects.
That's a Killy Chow clip.
Like all sound effects throughout the thing. It's pretty funny.
Oh, I might have to make a supercut of his sound effects for this book. Might have to go through listening to all of his reviews and splice all of his sound effects for a supercut. Oh man, that was great. I appreciate y'all sticking around. I still got 6 people, 7 people hanging out with us. Thank you. Leave a like, appreciate it. Yeah, any closing? I'm tired now. That was exhausting.
Time for bed.
Oh man, it takes a lot out of you to detract.
We are experiencing quite the death blow.
Death blow to my psyche. That is right. Well, I appreciate y'all. Good times. Won't see you this Thursday. Maybe I'll stream this weekend, depending if I get overtime or not. Otherwise, be here Thursday night, of course, like always, for All American Beef. Back to normal. And go sit with Ricky Critic. Go check out Dan's Godfrey Universe Biophile Kolga. Excited to read that. It's only $20 to get the physical copy. I think it's $10 for the digital. So there's options. There's a catch up to get the previous book in his universe. But this is first entry in this era of his universe. So very excited. Appreciate hanging out and talk to you later.